Mean Ghosts by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. 1. It would be hard to choose my favorite season in Beechwood Harbor. The small town along the Washington state coastline looked good any time of year. Summer brought the hustle and bustle of tourists, transforming the town from a sleepy little seaside community into a thriving hive of activity. Sure, the tourists could get a bit overwhelming sometimes, but summertime also brought more activities, long days outside in the sun, and weekends spent watching sunsets over the Pacific Ocean. Autumn brought cooler temperatures, and the tourists largely filtered out, returning the town to its full-time residents. And Halloween was always filled with merriment and a splash of magic, thanks to the secret supernaturals living under the radar. Winter was sparse and sometimes felt endless, but it was also quiet and peaceful, a time for reflection and restoration. And Beachwood really knew how to shine when the holidays came around. But perhaps, for this florist, springtime was the best of all, as the gray of winter faded and nature stirred from its long slumber. Hanging baskets of colorful annuals would appear on the street lamps dotting the main streets through town, and yards turned lush and green again. This spring felt particularly worthy of the celebration, as it marked 6 months since purchasing my first home with my husband, Lucas. After I had spent many months wondering what the future held, it felt better than ever to put my roots firmly in Beechwood soil. Quite literally. Okay, I give up. Where did I leave my spade? I asked, spinning in a slow circle as my eyes darted around the collection of seedling trays and raised garden beds. Anyone driving past the pale blue bungalow might spot me standing in the side yard, my hands on my hips, a sun hat atop my head, and mistakenly think I was talking to myself, when in fact, there were no fewer than 3 companions standing alongside me as I embarked on my springtime chore. Oh, a scavenger hunt. What do I get if I win? Perhaps a can of tuna? Flapjack, the ghost of a Himalayan cat, marched along the edge of one of the garden plots, his silvery eyes twinkling as he scanned for the prize. Or, rather, the assumed ticket to the real prize he had in mind. Why must everything be so transactional with you, Flapjack? The voice of an old-time Englishman chimed in as Hayward Kensington III floated over to aid me in my search. Hayward tended to look thoroughly out of place in most modern settings, in his full white tie attire, complete with top hat, cravat, and gloves. But perhaps he looked especially out of place hovering beside me in the garden. My cut-off denim overalls were smeared with potting soil and compost, my face smothered in sunblock, even with the floral print hat hiding my face and copper-red ponytail from the afternoon rays. I also wore a pair of blindingly pink gardening gloves. Flapjack swished his feather duster of a tail and eyed Hayward. Relax, stuffy britches. It's called a trade. Hayward's bristled mustache twitched. That's the same thing. Now, you two. You promised you'd be on your best behavior, came the drawling voice of reason, courtesy of my third spectral companion, Gwen. A flower child with Farrah Fawcett hair, feathered earrings, and a peacemaker attitude that marked her time among the living somewhere in the 70s. She was forever immortalized in a floral print romper, with a halter-style top and a hemline that showed off her long, toned legs, which, while silvery purple in her current form, had undoubtedly been sun-kissed while she'd been on the living side of things. Floating up alongside Hayward, she looped her arm through his and rested her cheekbone on his shoulder. The Englishman was from another era, and still bristled slightly at the PDA, but had finally stopped insisting they only show affection behind closed doors. In Hayward's time, PDA wasn't a thing. And while he was fully top hat over wingtips for the feather-haired beauty, he still wasn't quite used to letting their love be put so prominently on display, which, if anything, made the whole scene 10 times more adorable. "What is it you're looking for?" Gwen asked me. "My spade." "I shall find the spade, Lady Scarlet," Hayward exclaimed, leaving Gwen's side to peruse the freshly poured topsoil with a more intense gaze. "Thank you, Hayward." I shot a look towards Flapjack. "See? Is it that hard?" Flapjack scoffed and continued marching along the top of the cedar planks boxing in the garden plots. Gwen joined in the hunt, while I backtracked to retrace my steps. "Where's Lucas this afternoon?" she asked. "Off to get more paint, I hope." She didn't need to point out the large swath of siding where the bungalow had an unfortunate two-tone effect going on. Despite his years spent running security for a home renovation reality TV show, Lucas had vastly underestimated the amount of paint we needed when we'd started painting the exterior of our new home the prior weekend. By the time we'd realized we needed another bucket, the hardware store was closed for the night. "He's got a client and then he's picking up lunch. And yes, more paint," I replied. "If we finish up this first coat, I might see if I can convince him to dig the holes for the topiaries in the front flower beds." I grinned at the prospect. Having grown up in Arizona, I'd never had much of a place to do any gardening. And at my parents' estate, the outdoor work was tended to by a crew of landscapers. I'd been living in the Pacific Northwest for the better part of the past 3 years, but I'd spent most of it living in the one-bedroom apartment above my flower shop. And besides a few small window boxes and a collection of planters on the cramped balcony fire escape, I hadn't been able to do much gardening there either. Now, with a house and yard of my own, I was ready to let it rip. I'd spent the winter mapping out where I wanted to plant the various flower beds and trees, and the time had finally come to bring it all to fruition. "It's nice that he has a flexible schedule," Gwen replied, "though he seems to keep quite busy." I chuckled slightly. "Well, that's Lucas for you. He's never been the type to sit around twiddling his thumbs."
"Aha! Eureka!"
Hayward bellowed, pointing a gloved finger toward the corner of the first of the raised beds, where I planned to plant half a dozen tomato plants. There, just a sliver of silver peeked above the loose topsoil. I smacked the palm of my hand against my forehead, nearly knocking off my flowery hat, and muttered under my breath as I went to retrieve the tool. "Good eye, Hayward. Thank you." Hayward straightened to his full height, though his wingtip shoes hovered a few inches above the grass. With a pleased grin, he straightened his cravat.
"It is my honor, Lady Scarlet."
Flapjack made a retching noise. I grabbed the spade and set about digging the holes for the tomato plants. I'd selected 3 varieties and planned to leave space for a row of marigolds along the border, as the woman at the gardening store told me they would help attract pollinators and repel other types of insects that might try snacking on the baby plants, hobbling them before they got a chance to grow and produce fruits. Lucas was calling this our salsa garden, as we'd also selected some peppers, garlic, onions, and even a couple of cilantro plants, though I wasn't sure how they'd fare in the coming rainy season. "How are things going at the group?" I asked, keeping my eyes on my task. Now that I had my spade, the rest was easy. I dug the holes and added a little fertilizer before gently nestling each seedling into its new home. "Honestly, it's been a little stale," Gwen reported with a sigh. "Not in a bad way, necessarily, just that we haven't had any new members for quite some time, and the existing members have largely worked out their issues. We did have a member cross over last week." I glanced up. my spade going still. Who? Her name was Gigi, but everyone called her Peaches. I don't think you met her. I considered it, then shook my head. No, I don't think I did. I'd technically started the weekly ghost support group as a way to keep ghost requests/demands limited to one night a week. However, these days, Gwen ran the group, and I often left the shop before they got started, as I was largely unneeded. We were all really happy for her, of course, Gwen continued. But sometimes having one of our own crossover stirs up a bit of melancholy.
We have a plan to fix it, though,
Hayward chimed in, floating to join Gwen in the shade of the eaves. It was often hard to see ghosts in full sunlight, so they adjusted and kept to the shadows when speaking with me.
Don't we, my dear?
I patted down the soil around the 4th tomato plant, tucking it in nice and snug. What kind of plan? I couldn't help but feel suspicious when the ghosts cooked up their own ideas. They didn't mean to cause trouble, at least not in most cases. But sometimes when left to their own devices, things went a bit haywire. I thought it best to stay on top of their machinations, as they often took a better-to-ask-forgiveness-than-permission approach to the afterlife. Flapjack vaulted into a high arch and landed before me, giving me his best impression of the Cheshire Cat as he grinned and revealed his silvery, pointy canines. His fluffy tail flicked back and forth in amusement. They haven't told you about this yet? My stomach sank further. I looked first to Hayward, then to Gwen. Flapjack burst out laughing. Oh, this is going to be good. And to think I was going to go to the cannery this afternoon and skip all this. I rocked back, abandoning my planting. Okay, one of you tell me what's going on.
It's nothing bad, Lady Scarlet,
Hayward reassured.
It's actually quite lovely.
Gwen smiled. With Hayward's assistance, we've decided to put on a play. A play? Hayward's mustache twitched.
A musical, to be more precise.
Flapjack tossed his head back and cackled like a deranged banshee. Ask them which play they're doing first. Gwen and Hayward shot matching glowers in Flapjack's direction, a testament to how much time they spent together, as their pinched brows and pursed lips were nearly identical.
For the last time, Flapjack, it's not a play. It's a musical,
Hayward insisted.
Just
tell her, he wheezed, in between peals of deranged laughter.
I don't see what's so funny about this, Flapjack. Cats is a world-famous, award-winning musical. I saw it in London several times, and they don't just let any old riffraff play at the West End.
With another cackle of delight, Flapjack flopped onto his side, rolling back and forth in the dirt in a way more befitting a small dog than a fastidious feline. Though, of course, the dirt couldn't embed itself into the luxurious fur of a ghost. Cats? I fought back a smile. Gwen shot me a withering glare, noting the twitch of my lips as I wrestled to contain my own amusement.
Yes, cats,
Hayward exclaimed.
It was Lady Gwen's idea.
The full picture snapped into place. Hayward, ever the theatrical enthusiast, had bemoaned the lack of culture in the small town, a complaint that grew even louder in recent months as Lucas and I gave up on our plan of moving to Seattle. Hayward had not intended to move to Seattle full-time with us, but he'd planned to make frequent trips to visit, to see us and take in the various theatrical and musical productions available in a big city. He'd do anything for Gwen, of course, and did his best to make the most of his time in the small town, but it was clear something was missing. Several months ago, he'd taken up a position in a small singing group, and while his frequent rehearsals left my ears bleeding, I'd done my best to encourage his pursuit of his true artistic passions. The idea of him agreeing to do something like cats was a bit left field. Gwen nodded enthusiastically. "Have you seen it before, Scarlett? It's a wonderful play."
Musical,
Hayward corrected gently. "Right, of course," Gwen quickly amended, shooting her beloved a gentle smile. "The Beechwood players did it a few years ago. I'm sure it wasn't as fancy as seeing it on Broadway, but it was fun. Hayward and I will be co-directing. And of course, you are invited to the performance. You'll be the only living one there." Flapjack hooted. "What an honor." "Be nice, Flapjack." I tossed a clod of dirt in the cat's direction, though, of course, it sailed right through his semi-transparent form and broke apart on the other side of the cedar-lined beds. "I think it sounds lovely. I'll look forward to attending." Gwen clasped her hands together. "Perhaps we could even convince Lucas to help us make some of the set design pieces. What with all those fancy new power tools he's purchased recently?" I nodded, though I was already dreading the idea of being the intermediary to convey Gwen and Hayward's vision to Lucas. As Lucas couldn't see or hear my spectral companions, I ended up as the translator anytime they were around, which was almost a daily occurrence, or constant in the case of Flapjack. The sound of a truck engine rumbled in the background, and all four of us turned to look toward the street. I brushed my soiled hands together, knocking away most of the loose soil, then carefully set my spade along the edge of the planter box to ensure it didn't wind up buried a second time before getting to my feet. I was brushing the knees of my overalls off when Lucas rounded the corner of the house. He wore faded jeans, a black long-sleeve shirt, and a U.S. Navy ball cap. He carried a takeout bag in one hand and a cardboard drink carrier in the other, 2 slots occupied by cups from Siren Song, the local coffee house, while the others were plain paper cups with straws from McNally's, the local pub. He smiled when he saw me, the effect still able to send my heart racing. "How's the salsa garden coming?" "It's coming along." I took the drink carrier from him. "How was your session?" Lucas leaned down and planted a quick kiss on my lips before we headed around to the back of the house. It was nice enough to eat al fresco, and we had a new patio set on the small deck off the kitchen. "Good. He said he's going to refer me to a couple friends." "Nice." I set the drinks on the metal table and Lucas deftly pulled out my chair. "Your schedule is going to be jam-packed before summer even gets here." Gwen, Hayward, and Flapjack trailed along in our wake, the former two still scolding the latter for being so rude about their theatrical endeavor. "I'm just saying, you two are old friends. You should be more supportive," Gwen told Flapjack. "Hey, you don't see my tail getting all in a knot because Hayward doesn't want to listen to me talk about my interests."
"Oh, and what might those be?"
Hayward interjected.
"The woeful lack of variety of canned fish at the market?"
"That's the hope," Lucas said, oblivious to the ghosts' bickering. He unpacked burgers, fries, and as a side, onion rings, while I asked him about digging holes for the topiaries after the meal, drowning out Hayward and Gwen's pleas to ask him about the set designs. Mid-bite, Lucas caught me in a moment of torn attention and smiled, looking over my shoulder. "Hey, guys, didn't realize you were having lunch with us," he said to the air. Gwen twinkled her fingers and tossed her long hair over her bare shoulders. I do love that he talks to us now. Hayward wore more of a strained smile, never a fan of the way Gwen went mushy around my handsome hubby. Flapjack, on the other hand, rooted through the contents of the paper bag with his head, sticking through the paper before Lucas folded it up and set it aside. Scowling, he sat back on his haunches and flicked his tail more fiercely. Where are my fish sticks? Oh, yes. Another day in ghosty paradise. 2. By Tuesday, the tension between Hayward and Flapjack was in danger of bubbling over, as Flapjack continued his near-constant ribbing over Hayward and Gwen's creative endeavor. So, when Gwen pulled me aside in the middle of my workday and told me they planned to announce their musical at the weekly support group meeting, I decided to stick around past closing to supervise. It would be nice to see everyone, of course, but my main aim was to keep Flapjack from permanently damaging his friendship with Hayward and Gwen. I'd smuggled a bottle of lemon juice in my purse, just in case. I can't wait to see their faces, Gwen exclaimed from her place at the front window, where she'd been hover-pacing for the better part of the last hour. I wonder who will audition to be our Grisabella. Turning to Hayward, she flashed an expectant grin. Do you think Marcy would be a good fit? Hayward floated near the register, idly watching the daily reports spit from the printer.
I'm not sure, Lady Gwen. What will we do if no one wants the part?
Oh, come on, Mr. Peanut. You can't be getting cold feet already, Flapjack interjected. He'd spent the afternoon chasing pools of sunshine through the shop, and eventually fell asleep, sprawled in the middle of my work table, surrounded by rose petals, stray bits of greenery, and hunks of floral foam. Hayward scowled over his shoulder. Ignore him, I said gently, maneuvering carefully past the gentleman to retrieve the stack of paper from the printer tray. He's only trying to get you riled up. Hayward's jaw flexed, but he dropped his chin in a short bob, acknowledging my point. It'll be fine, Hayward, Gwen cooed. You just might have to take on a role yourself. I think you'd make an excellent old Deuteronomy. Wouldn't that be exciting? Your acting and directorial debut all in one night. Hayward shuddered. Scar, be sure you note this little occasion on the calendar where I can see it, Flapjack called. Gwen turned, her smile widening as her hands clasped together in front of her. You want to attend? The spectral feline flickered into existence on the front counter, his canines on full display. No, I just want to know when to leave the county, so I don't have to hear Hayward's caterwauling. I'd rather listen to the musical stylings of a mangy tomcat in springtime. Gwen blinked. Oh. With a roll of my eyes, I leaned over and dug around inside one of the drawers on the front counter where I'd stashed my purse. After a moment, my fingers brushed over a small plastic bottle. Snagging it, I popped the cap with my thumb and sprinkled bits of the contents over the surly cat's head. Black! Flapjack spit, his fur standing on end until he looked more like an oversized hedgehog. Lemon juice, he hissed in my general direction. I shrugged. You were warned. Flapjack vanished. Hayward slid an approving smile in my direction.
Excellent pest control, Lady Scarlet.
Gwen giggled into her hands. Replacing the bottle, I exhaled and mopped up the lemon juice spatter with a paper towel. Don't let him get to you. And honestly, Hayward, don't worry about getting enough volunteers. You can always go to Pine Shoals for recruits if you need to cast a wider net. Gwen floated over.
That's not a bad idea.
Have you seen many spirits when you've gone to visit Lucas at the gym? I cringed, as the only ghost at the gym was a creepy peeper in the ladies' locker room. I'd thrown salt at him and laid out a thin line around the perimeter of the room, replacing it weekly as some inevitably was swept or washed away. Hayward read my grimace and swallowed hard.
This is going to be fun.
We've never done anything like this before, Gwen interjected, offering her signature optimism and sunshine.
Everyone is going to love the idea. Just you wait and see.
Despite Gwen's upbeat encouragement, Hayward looked increasingly nervous as I set about closing down for the night. Lizzie, my sole employee, took Tuesdays off, and the shop was a little messier than I preferred, as I hadn't been able to tidy up throughout the day. Wedding season and the tourist boom were both on the near horizon, and my appointment book was filling up fast with consultations. I'd spent much of the previous summer planning my move to Seattle, and had turned down quite a bit of business as I'd wrestled with indecision over whether I wanted to sell the business or hire a manager and try to run it from Seattle. I'd also been in the thick of my own wedding plans. In hindsight, the whole thing felt like an awful fever dream. This year, I wanted to expand my business, perhaps into the neighboring communities, as well as make connections with other wedding venues along the coast. It was equally important to carve time out of my schedule for Lucas and me to enjoy together. I was already dreaming of bonfires on the beach, afternoon hikes, and visits to the various state parks in the area, all of which would be easier if the ghosts were enmeshed with their own venture. So, where are you thinking of holding the play? I asked, casually flipping through the day's sales figures.
I'd think the community center would suit us just fine,
Hayward replied.
It seems spacious enough for the Beechwood players, after all.
I glanced up. What about the set designs, though? Wouldn't the Beachwood players notice extra props and scenery? Gwen and Hayward exchanged a glance.
Perhaps you could rent it out for us? Gwen asked. Close it off for a private event?
My heart sank. Even if they would rent it to me, I don't think we could afford it. We sunk most of our savings into the down payment on the house, and now we have some repairs and updates to do. Lucas's business is going well, but I don't want to add too much pressure while he works to build up a regular clientele. I'm sorry. Hayward nodded, but disappointment shone in his silver-hued eyes.
There's no need for apologies, Lady Scarlet. We'll find a way, won't we, my dear?
Gwen resumed her pacing, scanning the street for any signs of the weekly regulars. At her silence, Hayward looked back at me. We'll find something, I assured him. Maybe there's an abandoned warehouse in need of a little musical haunting. Hayward offered a tentative smile.
Indeed.
It didn't take long for the smatterings of ghosts to arrive, and by the time I finished cleaning up my workstation and took the trash out to the dumpster, the front of the shop was occupied by several familiar spirits, in addition to Hayward and Gwen. Where's Flapjack? Marcy, a middle-aged ghost with round-framed glasses and a cardigan set paired with nice slacks, asked. The former bank teller had been a cat lover, and I theorized her spirit wouldn't be content to cross over until she knew the last of her 6 feline companions would be there waiting to greet her. Assuming that's how these things worked, which I really hoped they did. Of course, it was something of a reversal of fates when it came to my own feline companion. He'd stubbornly refused to cross over and hadn't left my side since. Scarlet chased him off with some lemon juice, Gwen said. Marcy shot me a look unpleasant enough to peel paint off the walls. Poor Flapjack. He really should come and live with me. I'd treat him properly and get his coat all shiny and glossy again. Hey, I'm not stopping him, I replied, holding up one hand in surrender. Hayward smiled, then floated through the front counter to join the others. With their romance finally made public, Hayward now served as something of a first gentleman of the group, a role that suited him well.
"Is everyone here?"
he asked, lifting his chin to survey the room. Marcy hovered near a display of cat-safe plants, picking at the hem of her oversized knit sweater. Lou, an elderly gentleman with a permanent scowl, lingered near the doorway, watching as the street lamps flickered on. Gathered closer to the counter stood Juliana, a practical-looking woman with an accountant's sharp eye, alongside her handsome husband, Ricardo. The pair were together in death as they'd been in life, watching over their 3 children from the other side of the veil after a tragic car accident tore their family apart far too early. Samantha, the youngest of the group, floated in last, wearing a one-piece swimsuit and a pair of cotton shorts and slip-on sandals. She'd died in a boating accident the summer before, and always looked ready to hit the beach, with her coiled braids piled atop her head in an artful top knot. "Other than Flapjack?" Marcy muttered, giving me another scowl. I tapped my paperwork against the counter, gathering the pages, then took a step away from the counter. "I'll be in the back, but Juliana, don't leave without your perfume. I got it in the mail last week." The woman nearest the counter beamed. "Thank you, Scarlett. It's that time of year again, isn't it?" I smiled. "Lucky me." Juliana helped me with my tax prep every year, and in return, I purchased her favorite perfume and kept it at the shop, with an open invitation for her to come by whenever she wanted a spritz to remember the scent she loved so much in life. Before I could fully slink away into the back room and escape into an audiobook or podcast episode while I placed a flower order for the following week, a ghost wearing a fitted evening dress streaked through the front door, her mouth open wide, as she shrieked at the top of her non-existent lungs. My clipboard clattered to the floor as I reached up to slam one hand over an ear. What in the other world? "Olive!" Gwen barked, while the other ghosts reared back, some vanishing through the exterior walls or winking out of sight entirely. "Help me!" Olive screamed, reaching for Gwen. The light! It's trying to get me! You have to help me!" The unsettled spirit flung herself into Gwen's arms, hiding her face in her shoulder like a child who'd stayed up past their bedtime to watch a scary movie. Gwen held the woman, even as she shot an alarmed glance around the room, hoping for reinforcements. "The light?" Marcy asked, swooping forward to absently pat Olive on the shoulder. "It was terrifying," she moaned. "I could feel it pulling on me, like it was trying to swallow me whole, like I was nothing more than a cracker crumb caught in a vacuum tube." Marcy patted Olive's shoulder with more fervor. "How awful." "Why don't you start at the beginning?" Gwen said, as she gently disentangled herself. Right, Olive replied, nodding as she sniffled loudly. Hayward, ever the gentleman, swooped close enough to offer his delicately embroidered handkerchief. And while I knew ghosts didn't have to worry about things like germs, I couldn't help but shudder as the ghost blew her nose loudly into the cloth before handing it back. Hayward's face fell, realizing his mistake too late. He hung the handkerchief in mid-air a moment, then let it go. The particles vanished into thin air, and when he reached into his coat a moment later, he retrieved a freshly pressed version. Neat trick.
"My Mabel got accepted to college,"
Olive said, her tears fading as she tipped her chin up toward the faint overhead light.
"I was at her apartment when she got the letter, and she just had this look."
A serene expression melted across the ghost's face, momentarily erasing the tense lines of terror.
"I just had this thought.
that she was going to be okay. It was all going to be fine. And then the pinch between her brows furrowed together again, and she shuddered, retreating back into Gwen's arms. The light! The light is a good thing, Olive, I interjected, rounding the front counter to properly join the group. A dozen spectral eyeballs swiveled in my direction, which under any other circumstance would be terrifying, but I was pretty much used to it. The light was your bridge to the other side. It appears when you've found closure, and your spirit is ready to move on from this realm. The other side? The woman squeaked. I couldn't help but slip a sidelong glance in Gwen's direction. Part of the purpose of the support group was to help spirits navigate their afterlives in this realm, but it was equally important to help them figure out a way to leave it when the time was right. Had she simply skipped over that part? And if so, why? That's how this works, I told Olive. I've seen it over a dozen times. There are a lot of reasons why a spirit might get stuck in this realm, but they all tend to stem from the same emotion, some sense of unfinished business. And generally, once that business is seen to, they move on and make a smooth transition to the next stage of their journey. It sounds like maybe you've been worried about your daughter, Mabel, and today, when you saw her get accepted to her dream college, you were able to let go a little bit. Like Scarlett said, it's a good thing, Olive. Ricardo chimed in from the outskirts of the group. It's why Juliana and I are still here, to see that our children are safe. Juliana nodded and shuffled closer to her husband. He looped an arm around her shoulders. Well, it certainly didn't feel good, Olive protested with another shudder. Gwen looked at me, her expression torn. What happens now, Scarlett? Will the light come back for her? Maybe she wasn't really ready this time. I started to respond, but fell short, realizing I had no idea. We were officially in uncharted waters. I really don't know. This upset Olive all over again, and the ghost raked her fingernails down her face. Luckily, ghosts couldn't hurt themselves. It could come back? Marcy and Gwen surrounded her, offering quiet, soothing words, while my own mind whirled for answers. No! Olive shouted, vanishing from between Gwen and Marcy, rebuffing their attempts to assuage her raging emotions. I don't want to leave. You tell the light to stay away from me. She directed this last part at me, her finger raised ominously in my direction. I don't want it. Gwen reached for her. But Olive... It was too late. Olive vanished through the shop's front door, streaking like a silver comet down the sidewalk and out of sight. The shop fell quiet at her exit, all of us looking to the person to our left and then right, as if hoping they might have the right words to say. I saw my boyfriend go into the light, Samantha stated, looking down at her pale nails. They'd been manicured in life, painted an indiscernible shade that now appeared as only a silver-purple sheen. He died in the accident, same as me. I thought maybe we'd stick around together, like you two. She pointed her chin toward Ricardo and Juliana. But he left, not long after our joint memorial service. That's very common, I told her gently. A lot of people wait just long enough to see their friends and family one last time and then they go. Sam shrugged one bare shoulder, still looking down at her hands. I can't imagine wanting to run away from it, Marcy interjected. After all, what's the alternative? Just hanging around here with nothing to do? Forever? At this, Hayward straightened, momentarily adjusting his cravat and sliding a knowing glance toward Gwen before clearing his throat.
Now, Lady Marcy, there is plenty left to do, even as a spirit. In fact, Lady Gwen and I have some news that might appeal to all of you."
Marcy and the other ghosts stared at Hayward expectantly. Gwen's eyes darted around the room as she swept over toward him. Hayward, I don't know if this is the right time."
"Oh, poppycock, the people need some good news, and we're just the ones to bring it."
He puffed up his chest in a way that I had no doubt would have sent Flapjack into another giggle fit.
"Lady Gwen and I have decided to make our directorial debut and put on an exclusive production of the musical Cats."
I noted the way his mustache twitched a little around the title and felt a giggle of my own bubbling up from the back of my throat. Abandoning her reticence, Gwen clasped her hands together in front of her chest and looked around expectantly at her fellow ghosts. "Well, what do you think? Isn't this great news?" Marcy offered a tentative smile. "I saw it once on Broadway. Of course, that was quite some time ago."
"But you're familiar with it,"
Hayward said. Marcy nodded.
"Excellent. Then you'll be at the head of the line when auditions open next week."
Shaking my head, I rounded the front counter and went to get my ordering sheet from my small closet of a room that served as an office. After purchasing the bungalow with Lucas, I'd briefly considered turning the apartment over the shop into an office. But before I had made up my mind, Lizzie, my full-time employee, asked if she could sublease it. She was in her early 20s and still living at home, and now that she had a steady full-time job at the flower shop, she decided it was time to strike out on her own. She hadn't moved in quite yet, as she wanted to shore up her savings just a little bit more to give herself a cushion and to buy furniture and kitchen essentials. I sequestered myself in the cramped office and mapped out my next order, while the ghosts concluded their weekly business out front. When Gwen officially drew the meeting to a close, she and Hayward came back to say goodnight before going on their usual evening stroll, leaving me to my sweeping and final tasks. They'd only been gone for a few minutes when a sharp knock sounded from the front. Keeping the broom in hand, I walked down the short hallway and came face to face with the last person I would have ever expected to see darken my doorway. Carla Leeson stood huddled under the slight overhang, enveloped in a long wool coat dyed a navy blue. She had one hand raised, ready to deliver a second series of knocks against the glass door, but she froze when she spotted me, and I saw the panic in her dark doe eyes. I leaned the broom against the counter and hurried to open the door for Beechwood Harbor's own Summoner of the Dead. She stepped inside, raindrops clinging to her brown cheeks and side-swept black hair. "Hi, Carla," I stammered. "Is everything all right?" "No." She shook her head hard enough to send the sheen of rain flying. "Scarlet, I need your help." Gulp. Chapter 3. If I was Beechwood Harbor's resident reaper, that made Carla its resident crypt keeper. Unfortunately, our relationship got off to a rocky start nearly 2 years ago, and I never had the chance to ask her the pertinent questions, such as how she got her powers in the first place, what she used them for, if she did at all, and if her powers were the driving force behind her decision to operate Beechwood Harbor's only funeral home. In a nutshell, Carla's power allowed her to summon spirits who had already crossed over to the other side. She could also see them while they resided in the land of the living, which is what led to all the drama in the first place. To her credit, Carla had been right, and without her help, Beechwood Harbor could have wound up overrun by demons. Yes, demons. It still hurt my brain to think about it too much. In the years since our initial encounter, I'd seen Carla a handful of times. I was a frequent flyer at the funeral home, but she tended to make herself scarce whenever I was there to drop off floral arrangements. However, in a town as small as Beechwood Harbor, it was hard to truly avoid people. And so Carla and I exchanged polite greetings at summer barbecues or in the grocery aisle at Thistle, and had even worked on the same team for last summer's beach cleanup day. But Carla's feelings about me remained quite clear. In short, she hated my guts. "Help?" I said, echoing her to make sure I'd heard correctly. Maybe she meant she needed a quarter for the parking meter? Carla's lips thinned as she hiked her purse higher on her shoulder. It was vintage, but designer and very expensive. A signature piece. She was one of those women who always seemed to have it together. Her suits were smart and well-tailored, practical and not at all flashy, but always wrinkle-free. Her textured hair was usually swept to one side or pulled out of her face into a neat twist, and secured at the back of her head with a variety of pretty clasps. Her makeup was understated but elegant, and in seeing her work with the bereaved, I knew she had a good heart, even if she was a little quick to judge. "Yes," she said, with a sharp nod. "Can we speak inside?" "Of course." I scrambled back, allowing her to move past me. I snapped the lock on the front door back into place and then turned to join Carla at my front counter. Rounding it, I stood opposite her, waiting expectantly. Carla spread her fingers out across the counter, her nails adorned with a subtle French tip design. They clacked gently against the cheap surface, a relic from the previous tenant. She wore a ring on her middle finger, a gold band with a cluster of dark gems, though her ring finger was bare, and as far as I knew, she wasn't married. Her brown eyes darted around the display behind me before meeting my eyes, almost reluctantly, as she did so on the tail end of a sigh. "It's Garth. You heard he passed on, of course?" My brow furrowed. "I did. I donated some flowers to the charity listed in the obituary. It didn't sound like he had family, at least not nearby." Carla nodded, her eyes once more roving over the assortment of ribbons and blown-up photos of various floral arrangements I'd made over the years. "I imagine his loss has been difficult for you," I added softly. I wanted to send a card or something, but I trailed off, not sure how to end the sentence. Saying, "I know you hate my guts and would probably just send it through the paper shredder," didn't seem appropriate. Carla seemed to pick up on my meaning and nodded slowly before shifting her dark eyes back toward me. Something at the edges softened, and her hands went still, her nails no longer tapping on the counter. "I'm sorry, Scarlett. I realize we got off on the wrong foot, and I do tend to hold a grudge. But after losing Garth, perhaps I misjudged you. It's been long enough now that perhaps it's time to let bygones be bygones." Well, 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 if that isn't convenient. A sarcastic voice filtered in, seemingly from nowhere, a split second before a wisp of silver particles formed into a Himalayan cat. Carla jolted back at the sight of my spectral watch cat. "Now that you need Scar's help, it's all, oh, let's let bygones be bygones, huh?" Flapjack continued, stalking along the counter until he nearly reached the tips of Carla's fingers. Her hands recoiled, and she took a step back. "What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be off chasing the great ball of yarn in the sky?" She sneered. "Yarn? What do you take me for? Some kind of simpleton?" Flapjack replied, swinging his tail before plopping his fluffy rear end on the counter. "Now what do you want? This is my turf, so I'll be the one asking the questions." "Flapjack," I groaned. "You need to learn to stand up for yourself, Scar. I'll show you how." I buried my face in my hand. Why me? Carla clasped her purse strap and more firmly planted her feet.
Listen, I'll make it short. I do need your help. As you know, it's my policy not to interact with spirits. She gave me a pointed look that more than bordered on judgy. But there's a ghost that's been stuck at the funeral home for the past couple of months, and well, it's Garth. I blinked. Garth is stuck at the funeral home? Yes, Carla said, on a forced exhale. He says he can't leave. Anytime he tries to go through the exterior walls, he snaps back like a rubber band and reforms. I've really never seen anything like it, and I was kind of hoping that you had some insight that might be helpful.
And what's in it for us? Flapjack insisted.
Is he okay? I asked, over the top of Flapjack's rude question.
Garth had been Carla's full-time employee for as long as I'd been in town, and given their easy camaraderie and his aptitude at the job, I imagined he'd been there for quite some time before my arrival, too. Losing Garth so suddenly must have been hard enough on Carla, but having his ghost metaphysically stuck in her funeral home would be unsettling in its own right.
He's frustrated, Carla replied, the word somewhat terse. We both are, if I'm being honest. Flapjack narrowed his eyes, his tail swishing a hair faster than before.
And what do you expect Scarlett to do about it? Last time she tried to help a ghost cross over, you got on her case and excommunicated her.
Carla flinched, as though struck. Flapjack flashed a victorious smile. I am truly sorry about that. I've had my powers for so long, I forget what it was like in the beginning, when I was still learning, and using a bit of trial and error to stretch my power. It's not like any of this comes with a guidebook, right? She offered me a smile, but I struggled to return it. I was forgiving, and eventually I could see myself warming up to Carla once more. But the truth was that it was hard to snap back when someone had treated you like a pariah for the better part of 2 years. But then, this wasn't truly about Carla. It was about the ghost caught in the middle of us. Garth. I've seen it happen before, I told Carla. Flapjack twisted his head around like an owl, scowling up at me. I waved a hand in his direction, a cold sensation nipping at my fingertips as they passed through his fluffy tail. I don't think there's a technical term for it, or if there is, I don't know it. I call it tethered. Or, put another way, Garth is anchored to the funeral home. It usually happens when a spirit has a particularly strong attachment to a physical place. Or, sometimes, to the people who live there. Is there a way to, sever the tether? Carla paused, canting her head slightly at the strange rhythm of the words. It's possible, but it's a lot like helping a ghost cross over. I paused and held out my hands. The proper way, I mean. A rueful smile crossed Carla's lips as she dropped her chin in a shallow nod. We would need to figure out what's keeping him rooted at the funeral home, and then try to resolve that issue. It might be enough for him to cross over entirely, but if not, it should at least allow him to leave the funeral home and enjoy a more fulfilling afterlife. That makes sense. Do you have any idea what's keeping him stuck there? Some sort of unfinished business, perhaps? Carla shook her head. I honestly have no idea. We spent nearly 10 years working together, seeing each other more often than we saw anyone else in our lives. But I have no idea what could be holding him here. He didn't have any family that he was close to. He was an only child, and his parents passed away in the last couple of years. He led a simple life. He liked fishing on his days off, and he had recently started a side business with one of his buddies. They rigged up some kind of new gadget for fishing, and were trying to find investors who might want to help with distribution. I think it was going well.
They kept selling out. He had everything going for him before the accident. Carla's face fell. I wish he had called an electrician, but he was always trying to save me money, and he thought it was a simple repair. She broke off, her eyes glossy as she stared past me. What about romantically? Was he seeing anyone? Carla shook her head, her eyes focusing once more. I don't think so. At least not that he ever talked about. But Garth was kind of a single-minded guy when it came to his work. Right. And what about these past months? You two must have plenty of time to talk now that he's there 24/7. Does he have any idea why he's a ghost? Why didn't he move on? She sighed, her shoulders slumping. He won't really talk to me. He spends a lot of time just staring out the windows. And when he's not doing that, he sort of follows me around all day like a lost dog, wishing he could still do things to help me like before. I swear it took him a solid 2 weeks to stop reaching for door handles or trying to straighten the photo frames on the entry table. Old habits die hard, even after death. I've just hired someone to do Garth's old job, and having someone around during the day is only making my interactions with Garth more strained. I can't very well talk to Garth while my new employee Hannah is there. Jackie at the front desk already thinks I'm off my rocker. But the more I have to ignore Garth, the more he shuts down. It's so bad that he won't even talk to me when it's just the two of us, after Hannah's gone home. I don't know how to help him. And on top of all that, it's now become impossible for me to ignore the new ghosts that crop up. Her lips twisted into a sour pinch. Carla took an incognito approach to her ability to see the spirits roaming this realm. She pretended not to see or hear them, in hopes they wouldn't realize they could speak directly to her. I'm happy to come and talk to him, I offered. But I can't imagine he will be willing to open up to me if he won't do so with you. I liked Garth well enough, but we were really only passing acquaintances. Carla hesitated, her lips twitching, as though debating whether to continue. I guess I was kind of hoping you could use your power to move him along. I blinked. What? My. How the tables have turned, Flapjack snarled. No, not like that, Carla exclaimed, holding up both hands. I just mean out of the funeral home. I've turned it over in my head, and I can't see how there would be any harm in moving a ghost from one physical place to another within this realm. There would be no risk of sending him to limbo. You could maybe move him to just outside of the funeral home and see if maybe this tether, as you call it, breaks. Then he could go off and live his life. She winced. Well, you know what I mean. When concentrating, I was able to physically interact with ghosts. In the day-to-day, they passed through me, the same as they always had. But if I focused and sort of channeled my energy in just the right way, I could run my fingers over Flapjack's fur, or pat Gwen's shoulder, or briefly embrace Hayward. The sensation wasn't quite the same as it might have been in life, but we could make contact all the same. Technically speaking, heading to the funeral home and taking Garth by the arm and leading him out was within the realm of possibility, but I had no idea if it would work. Would his spirit just rebound away from me the same as if I wasn't there? Or would my presence somehow disrupt the tether long enough for him to break free? Carla's eyes were soft and pleading, her fingers twirling the ring on her middle finger absent-mindedly as she awaited my verdict. I thought of Garth, the kind, middle-aged man who always went above and beyond to ensure everything was perfect for the funerals and memorial services held at the funeral home. He was the first one in and the last one to leave on the day of events. He'd offer tissues and ensure the food never ran out and that cups of warm, comforting beverages stayed hot. And on a few occasions, he had even chauffeured attendees back to their hotel when they were either too inebriated or emotionally distraught to drive themselves safely. If anyone deserved help, it was Garth. I met Carla's eyes and nodded. I can't guarantee it will work, but I'll come and give it a try. Carla squeezed her hands together, a watery smile crossing her face as a single tear slipped past her dark lashes and splashed to the floor.
Thank you, Scarlett.
4. I swear, Scar, you're too nice. You let people walk all over you. 45 minutes later, and Flapjack still hadn't finished admonishing me for agreeing to help Carla. For the last time, I'm not doing this for Carla, although I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world to make peace with her. Ultimately, though, I'm helping Garth. He deserves peace, don't you think? Flapjack twitched his long whiskers, apparently unable to come up with a pithy retort. We'd locked up the flower shop and were headed home for the night, having agreed to stop in at the funeral home first thing in the morning. I had no idea how long it would take and didn't want to be out late when Lucas was already home waiting for me. It wasn't that he couldn't fend for himself, of course, but we were still in our newlywed bubble, and I wanted to spend as much time with him as possible when we both were free from work obligations. 2 business owners in one marriage often made for packed schedules and difficulty pinning down date nights. Still, you could have at least told Carla off for being rude. You can pretend it didn't bother you, but I saw the way you looked when she blew you off at the beach cleanup, Flapjack said with a definitive swish of his tail, before he leaped into the air ahead of me and marched down the sidewalk. I smiled at his fluffy rear end and shook my head. He had a gruff exterior, but his insides were as fluffy and soft as his luxurious coat of fur. When it came down to it, despite his occasional frustrations with me, I knew Flapjack would be the first to ride into battle to defend my honor. We reached the bungalow, and I smiled at the illuminated windows and the glowing lanterns flanking the front door, their soft light falling on the planters and floral print welcome mat below. Flapjack vanished through the siding. Never one to bother much with doors and windows. And I suppose, why should he? I opened the door to a myriad of savory smells and tilted my chin upward to get a better sense of the delightful scents wafting from the kitchen. Dropping my purse onto an upholstered bench beside the door, I kicked off my work shoes and breathed a happy sigh. Home at last. I found Lucas in the kitchen, standing at the stove, his back toward me. As he shook a jar of seasoning, he hummed along with the music coming from the speaker placed on the peninsula. I took a moment to admire my husband's form, made all the more desirable by the wooden spoon in his hand. Didn't all men look better when cooking? I don't know what's gotten into you, but I fully approve, I said, coming to join him at the stove. He stood a few inches taller than me, and I had to pop up onto my toes to see over his broad shoulder. He jolted, nearly bumping into me as he turned. Oh! I giggled. Did I catch the big bad security man off guard? Lucas chuckled and gave me a kiss. I didn't hear you come in. I guess I got a little caught up here, he said, gesturing at the 3 occupied burners. I see that, I replied with an approving nod. What's for dinner? Lucas stirred the contents of the largest pan, careful to ensure the simmering sauce didn't scorch and stick to the bottom. Well, it's sort of my own creation. Some of my new clients have been asking if I can do meal plans or even ready-to-eat meals to help them accelerate their results in the gym. So I spent the afternoon looking through recipes. I'm trying to figure out a way to make well-balanced meals that are easy to throw together while also staying within certain nutritional parameters. I quirked an eyebrow. You're making a cookbook or something? Lucas shrugged, then picked up a slotted spoon and ran it through the boiling pasta, keeping the bubbling liquid from spilling onto the stovetop. Not really a cookbook, more of a meal guide with recipe suggestions. I found most of it on the internet, and I'm just making my own tweaks here and there so I don't think I can take too much credit. It's not a bad idea. What? A cookbook, I clarified. Let's face it, if you did a photo shoot in the kitchen, wearing your apron and a shirt with the sleeves rolled up, I smiled and ran a hand over his bare forearm. You'd have every housewife in America snagging a copy. Lucas laughed, setting the spoon down and gathered me into his arms. Grinning down at me, he pushed a stray lock of hair off my cheek. Is that so? And you wouldn't get jealous? I barked a laugh. Jealous? I'd go around town selling it door to door. I see. His eyes crinkled at the corners. Well, until then, these arms are available anytime you'd like to ogle. Grinning, I ran my thumb over his cheekbone. That's the best news I've heard all day. Lucas kissed me deeply, sending all thoughts of dinner and cookbooks far from my mind. Ugh, you two are making me lose my appetite, Flapjack groaned from the adjoining living room, where he sat perched on the back of the couch, watching as night fell across the yard. The kiss broke, and I shot a sidelong glance into the living room. You're always free to leave, Lucas snorted. I'm assuming Flapjack is joining us for dinner, he said, releasing me long enough to stir the contents of the frying pan again. Mm-hmm. I moved to get plates from the cupboard to set the table, before finding a couple of bottles of craft ale in the back of the fridge. He's grumpy because I agreed to help Carla Leeson with a ghost problem. Lucas frowned. The name sounds familiar. She runs the funeral home? Lucas snapped his fingers. Right, the demon lady. I winced, fairly certain Carla wouldn't appreciate the descriptor. Flapjack wheezed a breathy laugh. Demon lady. I shot him a glare before turning back to Lucas. She's a summoner. I cracked the top on one of the bottles and passed it to him. But yes, she's the one who told me about the so-called limbo land between here and the other world. But this isn't about that. There's a man who used to work for her and he passed away not too long ago, and he's come back as a ghost. Was he murdered? Lucas asked. I shook my head. No, it was an accident. He was fixing a light fixture at the funeral home and was electrocuted. That's sad, Lucas replied, staring down at the stove. A timer chirped, and he silenced it before glancing over his shoulder at me. Why do you think he's a ghost? I'm not sure yet, but he's stuck at the funeral home, and Carla asked if I could maybe get him to open up. And Flapjack doesn't think you should go? Gee, this one is a quick study, Flapjack quipped, his tail swishing lazily. I shot him a scowl before opening my own bottle of ale. In short, he doesn't think Carla is deserving of my help. She hasn't been the nicest to me since our initial run-in. And though this may be hard to imagine, Flapjack is kind of the king of holding grudges, and he always gets mad when I don't follow suit. Lucas smiled. Aha. Flapjack tipped up his chin. Now where is Stuffy Britches when you need him? You make sure to tell him I'm king of something next time you see him, Scar. I rolled my eyes and went to retrieve silverware. You'd think ghosts would be all about giving second chances, Lucas continued. I mean, in a way, this whole ghost thing is one big second chance, isn't it? I considered it for a moment, then gave a halfway nod. I suppose that's true. Ghosts can use their afterlife to finish unresolved issues or get closure on some issue or relationship. I don't have issues, Flapjack said. I choked on a laugh. What did he say? Lucas asked. Flapjack says he doesn't have issues. Lucas chuckled, still stirring the pasta. From what I know, he doesn't have issues. He's a whole year-long subscription. Flapjack hissed and winked out of sight. I smiled at the empty place where the cat once was. Hey, that worked even better than lemons. Lucas was still on Flapjack's list the following morning, but the cat showed up bright and early, insisting he tag along for my visit to the funeral home. "Have you seen Hayward and Gwen?" I asked him as I finished putting on my makeup in the bathroom mirror. "Unfortunately, yes." Flapjack groaned from the bedroom where he lounged atop the fluffy comforter, bathed in a swath of sunlight from the room's largest window. A large maple tree cast afternoon shade, but in the morning the room was filled with natural light. I'd cracked the window open to let in the cool breeze, and the sound of songbirds waking up and going about their morning business. "They were fooling around at your old apartment when I stopped by to see if that woman from the bookstore left out any cat food for the colony that lives there." My mascara wand paused mid-swipe, and I nearly poked myself in the eye. "They were at my old apartment?" "Unfortunately," Flapjack drawled. "I got quite an eyeful from the window, let me tell you. Ugh." My nose scrunched in my reflection as I turned back to the mirror. Yikes. I'll have to tell them the apartment is off limits once Lizzie moves in. I mean, it's not like she could see them or anything, but still. "Something tells me Stuffy Britches wouldn't be comfortable getting frisky with a living in the room anyway," Flapjack countered. I nodded. "True. I don't know why they don't just go to a hotel. I mean, I'm not a person or anything, but it seems to me that an empty hotel room, especially one of those fancy ones, would make for a more suitable destination." "Did you just say suitable?" "Blasted Hayward," Flapjack scoffed. "He's contagious." I smiled and finished putting on my mascara. A few minutes later, Flapjack and I set out for the funeral home. Lucas was long gone, as the early morning tended to be his busiest time. Several clients preferred to book their personal training session before the start of the workday. Lucas's new routine involved chugging a protein shake and running out the door before my first alarm even sounded. I missed waking up together, but I was proud of him for putting in the work to get his business off the ground. When we'd met, he'd been at the helm of his own security company and had the coveted gig of providing security for a popular home renovation reality show, Mints on the Pillows. When that job came to an abrupt and rather unpleasant ending, he'd been snatched up by an international security firm with offices in several countries. If we'd taken a different path and stayed in Seattle, there was no telling how high he would have climbed in their ranks. But running his own business, even one that had nothing to do with security, suited him far better than working in a corporate office. It was a short drive to the funeral home, and I parked alongside the only other car in the small lot out front. The funeral parlor was technically an old historic home, similar in age to the stately Beechwood manor atop the hill. Large, mature trees and landscaping served as a backdrop to the home. The second floor was sectioned off, likely used for storage, while the first floor served several purposes, from the large viewing room where services were held, to smaller gathering rooms and alcoves, where loved ones could step away and catch their breath amidst the heaviness, as refreshments were served. An outbuilding stood at the back on the property, a newer addition that wasn't visible from the front of the house. I'd never specifically asked, but I imagined it was where bodies were prepared for burial. Ghosts, I could deal with, but bodies were an entirely different ballgame as far as I was concerned. Carla was in the main room when we arrived, seated at the front desk, an antique piece with intricate carvings on the legs and front edge. The well-worn but polished wooden floorboards squeaked plaintively underfoot as I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. Flapjack floated right through the solid wood, like a hot knife going through butter, and Carla scowled down at him for a moment before recovering her neutral expression. The entry and adjoining sitting room were close and cozy, with well-maintained furniture, thick, ornate rugs, and the right balance of houseplants to give a lived-in feel without being overwhelming. "Thank you for coming, Scarlett," she said, shooting another withering stare in Flapjack's direction. If he noticed, it only made him bolder as he strutted into the room. "Of course," I said. "I was just about to put on a pot of coffee if you want some," Carla said, glancing over her shoulder toward a small table, laden with coffee and tea supplies. "That sounds nice, thank you." Carla rose to her feet, then leaned slightly to the right and peered down the hallway where smaller rooms diverged from the main areas. "I haven't seen Garth this morning, but he's probably in the far back bedroom on the right. We use it for storage, but there's an old fainting couch in there that he uses to sleep. At least I think he's sleeping. They do that, right?" I knew from past conversations that while Carla could see ghosts, she chose not to interact with them under any circumstance. Or rather, almost any circumstance, and therefore didn't know as much about the day-to-day experience of living with ghosts. At the time of our first meeting, she'd had a better handle on the supernatural world, like the so-called limbo. But when it came to ghosts' habits and routines, I was the expert. I nodded. Sleep is kind of a catch-all term in this case. I like to think of it more as a meditative state. But from what I've gathered, it does help pass the time, and some ghosts need more or less of it. New ghosts tend to need more, as they decompress and get adjusted. Carla looked at Flapjack with renewed curiosity. "Come on, Scar, let's get this over with," Flapjack said, clearly having no interest in sitting for a formal interview. He sashayed off in the direction Carla indicated, not bothering to wait for me. "I think I'll wait out here, but I'll have the coffee ready by the time you're done," Carla said. I followed Flapjack down the hall and knocked softly on the closed door to the room Carla had indicated. Flapjack, however, seemingly born without the capacity for good manners, slid right inside the room without hesitation. I rubbed a hand on my face. It was going to be a long day. An exclamation followed quickly, and I turned the oil-rubbed bronze doorknob and let myself into the room. Garth looked much the same as I remembered him. A middle-aged man in work jeans, a button-up flannel shirt, and a tool belt around his waist. The colors had drained from him, of course, but his salt and pepper hair and 5 o'clock shadow were still evident, even in his new silvery purple form.
"A talking cat?"
Garth exclaimed, staring at Flapjack with eyes that used to be hazel. Flapjack jumped onto the fainting couch and peered out the window. "Carla called the Ghostbusters on your sorry behind," he said. My teeth clenched together. Flapjack? Garth swung around, his tool belt jangling, as he quickly realized I was looking at him and the cat in turn. He blinked 3 times in rapid succession, then rubbed his eyes, just for good measure.
Scarlet?"
I offered a warm smile. "Hello, Garth."
"Wait, what? I mean, how is it you can see me?"
"The jury is still out on that one, but yes, I can see and hear you." Garth stared, his mouth open. "I didn't mean to startle you," I continued. "Though I can't say the same for Flapjack, he's my cat." Flapjack's whiskers twitched. "I prefer to think of myself as an independent contractor these days, Scar."
"How does it know how to talk?"
Garth exclaimed. "I also don't prefer to be called it," Flapjack added in a gruff tone. "Be nice," I told the cat. This is a lot for him to take in. Flapjack huffed as he stepped onto the wide windowsill, positioning himself in the morning sun. I'm really sorry to hear what happened to you, I told Garth. Carla said you'd been having trouble leaving the funeral home? Garth nodded, his eyes falling to look at his work boots. I'm surprised I didn't see you at your memorial service, but then it was pretty packed. It seemed like half the town showed up, though. You're missed around here. Garth hung his head.
I couldn't go. It was too much. Carla told me it would be okay, but...
His voice trailed off as he shook his head, looking as forlorn as a hound dog. That's all right, I told him. The room was filled with large plastic totes, most of them stacked in one corner. An antique desk and high-back wooden chair were wedged between the couch and the stacked tubs. Half a dozen folding chairs stood leaning against the wall beside the door, likely to be used as overflow seating for particularly large services. I grabbed one and set it out before taking a seat. Garth followed suit, floating to a sitting position on the fainting couch opposite me. Carla thought I might be able to help you, I told Garth. I've got some experience with ghosts who find themselves stuck in one place. Do you want to talk about it? Garth braced his elbows on his knees and leaned forward, resting his chin on his folded hands.
I'm not sure what there is to say.
He stared at me for a long moment.
This is so bizarre. You being here and seeing me. Like this.
I smiled softly. I know. I imagine seeing Carla on this side of things is pretty strange too, considering you guys worked together for so long. She never told you she could see ghosts? I held back the other side of Carla's powers, in case she preferred to keep that to herself. Seeing ghosts was one thing, but summoning the dead was unsettling in a different way.
I had no idea, Garth replied. I didn't know this was even a possibility. Ghosts, I mean. I was never very religious, which some people thought was strange, considering what I do for a living. But I always figured when you were dead, you were just gone. The funeral and memorial services weren't for the dead, but for those left behind. The ones trying to cope with the loss.
I imagine this is a lot to take in. He nodded.
Carla explained a little. She said, sometimes spirits stick around just long enough to see their family and friends one last time, and then they, I guess, move on, or whatever it's called.
Is that why you didn't want to go to your memorial service? Garth looked down at the floor.
If I'm being honest, it's because I didn't think anyone would show up.
I frowned. Why would you think that? Garth ran a hand over his stubble-coated jaw. He wasn't a large man, with an average frame and only the beginnings of a stomach, not yet large enough to extend past his tool belt.
My parents died some time ago, and I didn't have any brothers or sisters. I spent a lot of time here at the funeral home, working. On my days off, I'd go fishing, most of the time by myself. I knew Carla would come, of course, and maybe my business partner Brock. Though we weren't on the best of terms when I died.
A ripple of pain showed across his face as he continued.
I didn't have many friends. I was never very good at it, I guess. Kind of been a loner my whole life. Except for, well, Carla. With her, it came easy.
My chest tightened as my heart broke for the man all over again. You made more of an impact than you think, Garth. A lot of the people at your service were family members you'd served over the years. More than a few people told me they wanted to come and pay their respects to thank you for your presence and support on one of their darkest days. A silver tear slipped down Garth's cheek. He swiped it away with the palm of his hand and sniffled.
Thank you, Scarlett. That means a lot.
Of course. I smiled, even as I wished Hayward were there to offer his seemingly magic handkerchief. There was something Carla thought we might try to see about getting you unstuck. But you'll have to trust me. Don't worry too much, Flapjack interjected, turning his head like an owl. If she messes up, you'll just wind up as demon bait. Memo to self. Never let Flapjack out of the house again. 5. Despite Flapjack's less than helpful commentary, Garth agreed to give Carla's theory a try, and I led him to the front door of the funeral home. We tried a few times, and while I was able to make contact with him and hold on to his arm, I was unable to carry him over the home's threshold. Each time he bounced back, just as Carla had described, and on the fourth attempt, he got so frustrated he poofed out of the room entirely. He's back in his room, Flapjack reported a moment later, sauntering back into the room. I sighed and wrapped my hands around the paper cup of coffee Carla offered me. I'm sorry, Carla, but at least we can say we tried. We'll have to let Garth set the pace here, I'm afraid. Carla paced the floor of the sitting room, the sound of her sensible pumps dampened by the plush area rug. There has to be something more we can do. We can't force him to open up. I sipped the too hot coffee. Listen, I need to get going. Lizzie will be at the shop soon, and we have a few things to sort out before she can leave with the day's deliveries. If you want, I can try again, maybe in a week. Or how about when I'm here next Saturday to drop off the arrangements for the Owens funeral? It's fine, Carla said, although the pinched look on her face suggested it was anything but. She crossed her arms and stopped pacing. I don't even really know what I expected. We'll keep at it, I said gently, getting to my feet. The thing about being a ghost is you have literally nothing but time, and time has a way of shifting one's perspective. He might not be ready now, but at least he knows he has two people he can talk to if he needs someone who understands. You two think you understand what it's like to be a ghost? My fingers clenched at my sides. I sensed the urge for a lemon pine sol-fueled cleaning spree coming on. Fortunately, the phone rang, and Carla went to answer it, leaving Flapjack's question ignored. Just before she answered it, I gestured for her. And Carla, I'm here for you too, you know. Living with ghosts can have its own challenges. Thank you, Scarlett. She held my gaze until the next trill of the phone rang, and I took my leave, slipping from the funeral home into a drizzle of cold spring rain. You really think I don't understand you? I asked Flapjack, once we were inside the car. Flapjack eyed me from the passenger seat. How could you, Scar? You're still alive, aren't you? Last time I checked, I muttered. I don't know. You did kind of have me worried on your last day off. You stayed in bed until noon, and I thought Lucas was ready to call in the coroner and make it official. I rolled my eyes. I had a migraine, Flapjack, and if there's something you wouldn't understand, it's how awful they are, which is almost ironic considering you are frequently the cause of them. I'm just saying, if you ask me, which, for the record, I don't remember doing. You wanted to know why I said you couldn't truly understand what it's like to be a ghost, he protested. Right. I buckled my seatbelt and turned on the engine. Carry on, then. In a nutshell, I'm trying to say that you might need a ghost to handle this. To talk to Garth? Exactly. I snorted and backed out of the parking space. Yeah, you're right. I should have let you do all the talking. Your empathy was on full display. I wasn't volunteering myself, he exclaimed, his fur standing on end as he gave a full-body shudder. Send Stuffy Britches to do it. People love talking to him. I think it's the accent. I sighed.
Hayward is busy, and so is Gwen.
I'm not going to interrupt them while they're trying to get their musical up and running. You saw how much it means to them. Sure, easy for you to say. You have the ability to stuff your ears with cotton balls before sitting through the dang thing. What am I supposed to do? We made the short drive to Lily Pond, and I parked on the street around the back of the row of shops. The back door opened, and Lizzie's usual, "Yoo-hoo!" rang through the back of the shop. "Morning, Lizzie." "Morning, Scarlett," Lizzie called from the walk-in cooler. She emerged a moment later, carrying a bucket loaded with an assortment of flowers and foliage. Hoisting it up, she smiled. "I was just about to get started on some mix and match bouquets. I need to keep practicing." "Sounds like a plan. I'll join you." Flapjack scoffed. "I'm out of here." He vanished, likely off to the Beechwood Manor to see what trouble he might be able to get into. I knew Holly and the other paranormal residents could handle the grouchy ghost, so I shifted gears from the land of the dead and focused on the beauty of creating something new. Lizzie and I had worked together long enough now that we had an easy and comfortable rhythm to our days. We moved seamlessly around each other as we tackled our separate tasks. Lizzie wasn't a formally trained florist, but she had an approachable charm and was excellent with customers, often able to upsell and turn a small purchase into a larger one. She wasn't ready to handle the more intricate arrangements, but she enjoyed putting her burgeoning skills to the test whenever we had the time. The morning passed quickly, and before I knew it, Lizzie was telling me to go and take my lunch break. As I walked out to the front to grab my purse, I jolted upon realizing we weren't entirely alone in the quiet shop. The silver-purple form of a young man sat at the consultation table, where I met with brides-to-be and the recently bereaved. He wore modern clothing and looked to be about 19 or 20, with a lanky frame he'd not fully grown into. A smattering of freckles splashed across a narrow nose and angular, hollow cheeks. He sat with his palms resting against the tops of his thighs. His fingers, long and slender, occasionally drummed on his leg, while his gaze roved around the assorted knickknacks and gift items lining the shelves and glass displays near the register. I did my best not to come to an abrupt halt, but Lizzie noticed my slight stumble. "Did you forget your keys?" she asked, always trying to stay one step ahead of me. The question drew the attention of the young ghost, who turned and spotted me with obvious delight spreading across his face. Quick as the yank of a marionette string, he jumped up, revealing his towering height as he surged toward me. "You're Scarlett, right?" Oh, boy. Why did I have to go and make eye contact? "No, I think I have my keys, but I thought I saw a coupon for McNally's on the fridge. Would you mind checking for me?" "Sure thing," Lizzie said, already darting to the back room. Leaning in, I pitched my voice in a fierce whisper. "Not here. Not now," I told the boy. "The ghost support group meeting is on Tuesday evenings after the shop closes. That part is very important." The boy's expression crumpled, going from delight to despair so quickly I almost wished I could take it all back. But then again, I knew better than most. That way lay madness. If one ghost got special access, it quickly spiraled into a horde of the not quite fully dead, and if I thought it was hard to have a peaceful date night now, that would make it all but impossible. "Tuesday," I said, in a gentler tone, as I searched the boy's face for any signs of understanding. Footsteps sounded, and I whirled around, ignoring the ghost. "Tuesday?" Lizzie echoed. "No, I see one here for Thursday. But isn't it Wednesday?" Lizzie asked, confusion evident in the scrunched lines on the bridge of her nose as she stared down at the glossy page of coupons from the local pub. "Oh, I got my days mixed up again," I said in an almost too cheery voice, with an exaggerated slap to my forehead. He told me to look for a redhead named Scarlet, the boy said, skirting around me until he hovered between me and Lizzie. He said you would know what to do. I pasted a smile on my face and reached toward Lizzie. She inadvertently passed the leaflet through the boy's chest. Thanks. See you in 30. I waved the leaflet. See you. I gave the ghost a look, then inclined my head toward the door, hoping he'd take the hint and follow. Out on the sidewalk, the boy materialized beside me. With an exhale, I held my phone up to my ear, in an effort to avoid looking like I was talking to myself. Listen, I have no idea what you're talking about, I said into the phone, while looking at the ghost. Can you slow down and start at the beginning? I think his name is Bart. He pondered this for a moment, then shook his head. No, I think it was Gary. My eyes narrowed. Okay, maybe the beginning wasn't the right place to start. The boy nodded. Okay, so, I was at the funeral home, right? I go there every week to see if any new deadheads show up. Deadheads? He shrugged his slim shoulders. You know, ghosts. Right. I added the new bit of lingo to my mental database. And this old guy with a tool belt asked me, Wait, are you talking about Garth? The boy smiled broadly. That's it. A couple was coming down the sidewalk with a stroller, and I stepped under the overhang along the front of the flower shop to give them space. She's really pretty. Is she single? The boy asked, looking past me through the front window. Turning, I followed his line of sight to where Lizzie stood, fixing the turning display of greeting cards by the register. A mom with 2 young kids had been in, ordering a bouquet for her mother-in-law's birthday, and while she'd contemplated the price difference between roses and lilies, her little cherubs decided to have a race and see which one could spin the wire racks the fastest. Lizzie? I think she's in a bit of an it's complicated situation at the moment, but safe to say she's not available. Not that it really matters. I trailed off, hoping he wouldn't take offense. Right. The ghost replied with a nod. Anyway, about Bart. Garth, I interjected, my voice flat. Right, Garth. He told me to come tell you he needs your help. Help with what? He didn't say. He just asked if I could deliver a message. I was bored, so I figured why not? He shrugged again. Anyway, he told me to go to the flower shop, find you, and tell you he wants to talk. I had no idea why Garth asked for me when Carla was right there in front of him. What did he want to share with me, a loose acquaintance, that he couldn't share with the woman he'd worked with for nearly a decade? The craziest part is I didn't even know he'd died, the boy continued. I mean, I'm there every week, right? I swear I must have seen him as a ghost and not even registered it. Isn't that wild? Vaguely nodding, I glanced at my watch. Lizzie wouldn't mind if I took a longer lunch than usual. The true busy season was still several weeks away, and the day-to-day foot traffic on a weekday in early spring was more than manageable for one person. I could always stop and get her favorite latte on the way back, in which case she'd forgive me anything. Okay, I'll head over. Thanks. The word hung in midair, waiting for him to fill in the blank. Trevor, the ghost supplied. Well, it's nice to meet you, Trevor. I extended my hand, and the ghost took it automatically before realizing I was a living person, and he was a spirit. His shock grew when our hands briefly made contact. I probably looked insane to any passers-by, giving the air a literal handshake, but the look on Trevor's face made it more than worth any passing judgment. That's so sick, he exclaimed, shaking my hand more exuberantly. I laughed and let the contact go. I meant what I said earlier. There really is a ghost support group meeting here every Tuesday. If you ever need to talk or want to see if there are any new ghosts in town." He peered up at the painted sign hanging above the shop's front door. "Huh. At least think about it," I said, before settling my purse higher on my shoulder. "I will. Thanks." Nodding, I slid my phone back into my pocket, no longer needing the decoy. "Good. Oh, but fair warning, you might be coerced into auditioning for a role in Cats." A look of sheer befuddlement crossed the young man's face, and I laughed to myself before slipping away. 6. Arriving at the funeral home, I parked beside a commercial van bearing the logo for a local steam cleaning company and peered up at the historic home for a moment as I unlatched my seatbelt and gathered my purse from the passenger seat. A gray and white tabby cat lay in the far corner of the front porch, sunning himself now that the morning rain clouds had burned off. "Hey, Smokey," I said in passing. The tabby was a community cat, but tended to stay close to the funeral home as Carla took pity on him and left out a bowl of canned food at night. He was the kind of cat who would tolerate 1 or 2 scratches between the ears before glowering and wandering away, borderline offended by the gesture. I figured if he could talk, odds were he and Flapjack would have a lot in common. Soft, calming music piped through the speakers in the front entry of the home. The smells of furniture polish and cinnamon competed for my attention as I stepped inside, pulling the door closed behind me. A woman in her mid-30s sat at the front desk, her dark hair slicked back into a severe ponytail. Her eyes were framed by eggplant-hued glasses as they drifted back and forth across the glowing computer screen. At the sound of the front door closing, she glanced up, then, just as quickly, looked back at the monitor. "Oh, hey, Scarlett. I didn't know we had a delivery scheduled for today." "I'm actually here to see Carla, if she's around," I replied, desperately hoping she was. Otherwise, my excuse for poking around the funeral home in the middle of the day would vanish. Jackie, the part-time receptionist, was blissfully unaware of the paranormal activity in the small seaside community. It was part of the reason, or at least a convenient excuse, for Carla's refusal to speak with any of the spirits that might find their way to her funeral parlor. After all, she couldn't go around talking to invisible people in front of her employees. Jackie made a series of clicks with the computer mouse, then thumbed one perfectly manicured hand over her shoulder. "She's in her office." "Thanks, Jackie. Good seeing you." The woman made a grunt of acknowledgement, clearly distracted, as I skirted past the front desk. Keeping my steps light, I treaded down the hallway. Carla's strained voice filtered through a closed door on the left, though her side of the conversation was muffled. Opposite her office was the storage room where I'd initially encountered Garth. I knocked lightly, cringing a little, and hoped Jackie wouldn't hear me from down the hall. When no reply came, I cracked open the door and peered inside. Garth sat on the drop-cloth-covered fainting couch, his profile toward me as he stared wistfully out the window overlooking the back of the property. "Knock, knock," I said quietly. Garth jolted, momentarily winking out of existence, before returning. He surged up from his place on the couch and zipped toward me, his legs awkward and flailing, like that of a newborn giraffe, as he struggled to decide between his former mode of transportation and his current one. It often took ghosts some time before they stopped trying to move their legs to propel themselves from one place to the next. "Sorry," I said, as I slipped fully into the room and closed the door softly behind me. "I didn't mean to scare you. Trevor found me at the flower shop. He said you wanted to talk, so I came right over. Is everything all right?" Garth's expression morphed from surprise to anguish. "I don't know. I'm probably overreacting." I frowned. "Overreacting to what?"
I don't know how to explain it, he replied, his hands absently working over the tool belt at his waist, as though mentally checking to ensure he had everything he needed. It's just, well, after you left, I couldn't stop thinking about what you'd said. About unfinished business. My mind sort of drifted. And I had this terrible, well, dream, for lack of a better word. He peered up at me. Is that possible? To dream as a ghost? I hitched a shoulder. I don't see why not. Garth shook his head. I was never much of a science person. I didn't have a mind for it. I barely passed my high school biology class and lost interest in trying to learn much more. But I seem to recall dreams being linked to the brain, and I no longer have one of those. I smiled kindly. You do, though, Garth. Maybe not physically, but that part of you hasn't changed. So why shouldn't dreams be possible? He nodded, but his lined face remained troubled. I think our dreams can help us piece things together, to make sense of things. And sometimes they can help break things down when they feel too big to manage during our waking hours. Do you want to tell me about this one? Garth's brows knitted more tightly together, and he turned to look out the window once more. It was dark in the dream, he said, after a long moment. Physically, I mean. I was in a dark room. I don't know how I could tell it was a room and not some void, but there was this sense to it. A place I was familiar with, even without seeing any of the details around me. I nodded, waiting patiently for him to continue. He turned and looked at me, raising his hands out. And then there was this explosion, this burst of light so bright I couldn't see. I shielded my eyes, but there was this shadow looming over me, and this eerie laughter. And then just as quickly it went dark again, and the shadow and the laugh were gone. He paused, running the tip of his tongue over his lower lip, before his jaw tightened again. His dark silver eyes looked hollow and haunted. I think there's a chance my death wasn't an accident. I blinked. What makes you say that? I don't know fully. At least not well enough to explain it to you. It's just this feeling. The burst of light and the way that it flickered so abruptly. He paused, swallowing hard. It was like that night I died. You think the dream was of the night you died? Scarlett, I know I turned off that breaker, he said, a new urgency flooding his voice. I always triple-checked those things whenever I worked on something around the place. Old wiring and such. I turned off the breaker, and I even tested one of the wall outlets to make sure no current was coming through. It was dark outside when I got started, and the hallway was nearly pitch black. I had to wear my headlamp while I worked because the viewing room lights weren't enough to see anything at that far end of the hall. But it was like that, a blast of light, and then dark again. Forever dark. His silvery form shuddered, his eyes falling closed. Do you know who was laughing in the dream? Did it sound familiar? Garth's eyes opened again, and he shook his head. No, and it's been driving me crazy all day. I nodded. I have to say, Garth, this is a new one for me, so kudos to you for that. I tried a small smile, relieved when Garth matched it, though his eyes remained distant. Can I ask you another question? Of course. Is there a reason you're telling me this instead of Carla? Garth deflated, turning away from me again to look out the window. I figured she was done with me, he finally said. Done with you? What do you mean? Garth slid a sidelong glance in my direction. You don't have to handle me with kid gloves, Scarlett, though I do appreciate your kindness. I may be a new ghost, but in life I was a nearly 50-year-old man. I can take a bit of brutal honesty now and again."
"I'm not trying to handle you," I replied. "I honestly don't know what you mean. Carla is the one who came to me to ask for help. She wants you to live a fuller afterlife, one outside the funeral home. She cares about you." Garth made a sound like a breathy laugh.
"I think she just wanted to get me out of her hair." "Garth, that's not—" "It's fine," he said abruptly. "This whole thing is probably nothing anyway. There was no need to bother Carla, or you, for that matter. Not for some vague waking dream, or nightmare, or whatever any of this is. I'm sorry to have bothered you with it."
He surged up from the floor. "Garth, wait." It was too late, though. The ghost vanished through the coffered ceiling without another word. "I think we may have a problem," I told Carla a few minutes later, as we both stood sheltered in her office. After Garth's abrupt departure, I considered going to find him. After all, if he was truly stuck within the funeral home's walls, there were only so many places he could be. But the thought of roaming around upstairs, checking every nook and cranny in an effort to find a ghost who didn't want to speak with me, seemed pointless. I'd waited outside Carla's office until she wrapped up her phone call. While I'd done my best not to eavesdrop, I'd picked up enough context to put together that the wrong coffin had been delivered to the funeral parlor ahead of an upcoming memorial service, which seemed like one heck of a midweek dilemma. She had been surprised to find me waiting outside, but quickly ushered me in when I told her it was about Garth. "What kind of problem? Is he okay?" Carla glanced around, assuming he might wink into existence beside me. I quickly recapped what he told me about the dream, silently asking the ghost for forgiveness as I revealed what he'd told me in confidence. The truth was, I needed outside help, and Carla couldn't help me if she didn't know what was going on. However, I held back the more personal note about his perceived assessment of Carla's feelings toward him. That was something I could deal with later. "I've never heard of a ghost having dreams before," I told her. "I didn't even know they could sleep." Carla paused and canted her head to one side. "But I have heard of something called an echo." "An echo?" She nodded. "I don't fully know how it works, but the way it was described, it sounded like a sudden recollection. Reliving, for lack of a better term, of their final moments. Maybe that's what happened here. It just came in the form of a dream." I made a mental note to look into the concept. Of course, with all things ghost, it wasn't like I could wander into the local library and do research. Sure, ghost stories and supposed encounters were a dime a dozen, but the problem came when trying to suss out the authentic from the fictional. Anyone could claim anything about ghosts, but only a few knew the truth, and it wasn't always easy to discern which was which. Is there a chance he's right? That this wasn't a mistake? Carla's brows peaked. "I don't see how." Was Garth usually pretty cautious with repairs? Especially with anything electrical? Because he seemed pretty confident that he not only turned off the breaker to the hallway, but he tested one of the outlets to make sure he was safe to work. He was always careful with everything he did around here, Carla replied, her brows lowering as they bunched together. It was supposed to be a simple fix. He thought maybe there was a loose wire. It was just a little flickering. Grief and remorse crashed across Carla's face, her dark eyes growing misty. "Before I left, I made him promise not to stay too late working on it. And he agreed to call the electrician the next morning if it wasn't an easy fix. I had a family dinner to get to, so I left him to it, knowing he'd be fine." She fell silent for a moment, her eyes dropping to the top of her desk, which was neatly arranged. The kind of desk where everything had its place, a separate compartment for pens and paper clips, and another cup of multicolored highlighters. Was anyone else here? If Garth turned the switch for the circuit, cutting the power, someone would have had to turn it back on while he was working, if this was indeed some kind of attack. Granted, an incredibly risky one. I mean, if someone wanted him dead, it seems like there would be a multitude of more direct ways to go about it. I flinched, realizing the callousness of my comment. You know what I mean.
I do.
Carla nodded. Her pragmatic side could come across as brash or prickly, but at that moment, I was grateful for it.
But no, as far as I know, no one else was here.
Our cleaning lady, Andrea, was scheduled to clean ahead of the service the next day, but she called late that night and said she hadn't been able to get to it because her son was sick. I nodded. And Jackie?
She didn't work the day Garth died, Carla said.
She only works 3 days a week, just to help catch things that fall between the cracks. I nodded. Any potential unseen witnesses? It took a moment for Carla to register what I was referring to, her eyes going wide the moment it hit her.
You mean ghosts?
I shrugged. Sure, I mean, it's not like Garth is the only one who hangs around here. The whole reason he got me here this afternoon was because of a ghost, Trevor. Carla groaned.
That emo skateboard kid? I swear he comes around twice a week like a lost dog, just looking for friends.
I frowned, momentarily wondering if I should remind her about my ghost support group meetings. After all, if she didn't personally want to commune with the recently departed, there were places she could send them. But then, I suppose that would blow her cover, and potentially lead to more unwanted conversations. I dropped the issue. Was he here? I asked. Carla shook her head.
He only comes during the day, at least as far as I know.
She leaned back slightly, her nails tapping along the polished mahogany desk. Okay, so no ghosts. I frowned. And no security cameras? Carla jerked upright in her chair.
Loretta Applebaum,
she exclaimed, looking at me.
Of course.
The name registered. I'd done the funeral arrangements for her flowers.
She didn't stick around here for long. She was one of the ones who lingered just long enough to see her family and friends at the memorial service, then she crossed over.
But she was here the night Garth died? Carla lunged forward and grabbed her leather-bound day planner from the corner of her desk. She thumbed through the thin pages, each one covered with ink and highlighter in multiple colors. After a moment of study, she nodded and tapped her finger on the page. She was brought in on January 28th, and her service was February 4th. I remember because it was the first service I had to fully plan and host without Garth. A pained look rippled across Carla's face. And Garth died on the 31st, didn't he? Carla nodded.
That's right. There was overlap. Mrs. Applebaum could have been here as a ghost that night.
There's only one way to find out. Carla's expression turned grave as she closed the folio and exhaled.
Fine, but it has to wait for Friday night.
It was time to hold a seance. 7. Though I was nearly 20 minutes late in getting back to Lily Pond, Lily enthusiastically accepted my apology by way of a large latte and an extra order of beer-battered fries from McNally's. The perfect combination of salty and sweet, in my opinion. My mind was still humming with the business of the dead as we worked shoulder to shoulder the rest of the afternoon, most of it revolving around setting up a new merchandise display on the floor. A few customers came and went throughout the afternoon, picking up bouquets or placing orders for arrangements in the weeks to come. A gaggle of ladies who had a weekly walking group cruise through after spying Lizzie and me setting out the new merchandise. And Lizzie even managed to talk one of them into taking home a chunky garden gnome we'd lovingly named Fred. Strangely, the afternoon was relatively ghost-free, with even Flapjack keeping his distance. a fact I figured I'd have to pay for later with cans of tuna. I vaguely wondered about Hayward and Gwen's audition process, and whether the other ghosts from the group were as thrilled with the idea of putting on a musical as they were. It was funny sometimes how my mind wavered between the concerns of the living and those of the dead. I often felt like I lived something of a double life, and at times resented having to keep it all compartmentalized. At least with the ghosts, they kept up with the goings-on of the living. Some, more than others, of course. Gwen knew more about the people in Beechwood Harbor than I could ever hope to know, even if I lived in the town for another 50 years. Whereas Hayward pretended to politely listen to Gwen's anecdotes and gossip, though I doubted much of it stuck with him longer than a handful of minutes. When it came to the living, though, most were unaware of the entire society going on around them, veiled from their eyes by some force of magic I couldn't fully claim to understand. This contrast was perhaps the sharpest when home with Lucas. He'd known, since our first date, about my ability, and for some strange reason hadn't immediately blocked my phone number or started crossing the street to avoid me in the weeks that followed. Even still, there was a difference between him knowing about the ghosts in my life and him actively being a part of it. I often felt like a go-between, and always worried the spooky antics in my life would eventually drive him away. So when Lucas called me that evening and asked if I'd mind him going out for drinks with some of the other trainers from the gym, I agreed without hesitation. I wanted him to have a good time, of course. But more than that, it bought me a little more time to figure out how to tell him I had plans with a dead lady this Friday night. I went home to an empty house, though it didn't stay that way for long. Gwen, Hayward, and Flapjack all appeared within a few minutes of each other, seemingly coming from 3 separate places. I poured myself a glass of iced tea and threw some leftovers in the microwave before going to change into a pair of sweats, while the trio compared notes of the day in the kitchen. "Good news, Scarlett," Gwen announced at my reappearance from the main bedroom. She perched upon one of the bar stools at the peninsula in the kitchen. It was easy to picture her with a wine glass in hand, unwinding from a long day. "Oh, yeah?" I asked, padding across the wide plank wood floors to check the microwave. "Sturgeon said if we give him enough lead time, he can do a lot of the set designs," Gwen replied, "which means Lucas is off the hook. We'll just need you to purchase the supplies and lay them out. Of course, Sturgeon will be a lot slower, but I was thinking there might be things we can do to make it a little easier for him. Like moving one of those roller things would probably be easier for him than a paintbrush, for example. We'll just have to get a little creative. But I like the idea of this being an all-ghost production." Hayward gave his lady love an approving nod.
Sturgeon's a good chap.
"And by enough lead time, you mean a decade?" Flapjack interjected dryly. He stood on the peninsula, stubbornly refusing to respect the "no cats on the counter" rule. He claimed to have left those restrictions in life, along with the need for a litter box or scratching post. At least this way he couldn't leave a trail of cat fur everywhere he went. "Flapjack, try to be a little more supportive," I said, frowning, as I stirred the contents of my lukewarm bowl of fettuccine Alfredo. "I think it's a great idea. Just know, Lucas and I don't mind helping out. Do you have a lead on a place to store the backdrops while Sturgeon is working on them?" I stopped short of pointing out the somewhat limited storage options in our new home. The bungalow was plenty big for Lucas and me, even with at least 3 extra people milling about most days, but we didn't have much left over. Lucas was using one of the smaller bedrooms as his home office, and the third was something of an overflow room that could potentially be turned into a nursery at some point in the future. The home had a small, detached garage, but with the chest freezer, storage bins, Lucas's bike, and a myriad of gym equipment he'd collected in the years prior to our moving in together, it was pretty well packed, too. "We'll sort that out later," Gwen said. Nodding, I put the bowl back in the microwave and tapped a few buttons. "What exactly is the timeline, anyway? I was thinking about it the other day and wondering if maybe you could push it to Halloween. Remember, it seemed like there might be a way to incorporate actual props into the play? Costumes, too. Remember the graveyard gala a couple years back?" By some thinning of the veil between worlds, the ghosts seemed to take on their own kind of magic on the night of Halloween, able to change their clothing and summon props from some other realm. "How could I forget?" Gwen gave a dreamy sigh. "Remember that dress?" "Quite fondly, my dear," Hayward said, in an almost purr. Flapjack made a retching noise. "Seriously, you two? If I'm not allowed to talk about seafood more than once a day, you two shouldn't be allowed to make goo-goo eyes and suggestive commentary more than once a week. It's enough to put me off my tuna. And that's saying something." Gwen just laughed.
"Perhaps we have to find you a lady companion of your own,"
Hayward suggested, with a twitch of his mustache. I snorted into my iced tea. "I love that idea," Gwen said, surging off her stool. "Surely you can't be the only ghost cat in the world, Flapjack. Wouldn't it be cute if you could have little ghost kittens?" "Ah?" I cooed. Flapjack scowled at the three of us in turn. Okay, we'll behave ourselves," I said, before he could go scorched earth on us. "Although, speaking of date night, if you two want to accompany me to the funeral parlor on Friday night, we're holding a seance to try and contact Loretta Applebaum from the other world." As expected, that got all three ghosts' attention and ceased their bickering at once. "A seance?" The microwave chimed and I grabbed my bowl, twirling my fork through the steaming pasta. "We think Garth may have been murdered, and if his death wasn't an accident, she could have potentially been a witness to see if anyone else was at the funeral parlor at the time." "Murdered? Who would want to murder Garth? He's like one of the nicest guys in Beechwood Harbor," Gwen said. "I couldn't even count on one hand the number of spirits I've met who have wished they could tell him how grateful they were for his kindness in the preparation for their funeral services." "I know. It's hard to believe. But he had this weird dream, and Carla thinks it might be an echo of his death. Have you ever heard of something like that?" I asked. Gwen and Hayward shook their heads. Flapjack groomed himself, apparently over the conversation. "Anyway," I continued, "he has this foreboding sense that it wasn't an accident, and he seems confident he took all precautions before attempting to fix the wiring." Gwen tapped a finger against her lips. "You know, it's almost strange how little I actually know about him."
"What do you mean by that, my dear?"
Hayward asked, floating a little closer to his lady love. Gwen hitched one bare shoulder. "I just mean, everyone talks about everyone in this town. And yet, if pressed, I couldn't tell you anything about his personal life. Only about his work. Granted, I tend not to spend much time at the funeral home. I find it a little drab." I nodded, supposing that was a fair assessment. The true wellspring of local gossip in Beechwood Harbor was the Lucky Lady Salon. Gwen could spend an entire day there, gathering gossip like a honeybee collects pollen, and still be left wanting more. Which leads to a separate question. "I also wanted to ask you about a ghost named Trevor," I said to Gwen. "Have you met him? He's probably 19 or maybe early 20s. Kind of scraggly hair, dresses like a skater kid." Gwen considered this, her fingers resting on her lips. Then she shook her head.
The name doesn't ring a bell. Who is he?
I'm not sure when he died, or how, for that matter. He's very polite, but a little mysterious. He said he goes to the funeral parlor every week to see about meeting new ghosts. I got the impression that he's lonely. As expected, Gwen looked alarmed.
I do my best to tell every ghost I meet about the support group. I think it's very important work.
I know. I nodded. I just wanted to give you a heads up in case he shows up for the support group.
I'll keep an eye out.
Thanks. I wasn't sure why it mattered, but I felt better having an extra pair of eyes on the lookout for the young ghost. Speaking of, is there an update on the Olive situation? I asked Gwen.
She's still pretty shaken up about the whole thing,
Gwen replied. If you ask me, she's screwed, Flapjack interjected. It's not like she can die again. Not helpful, I protested around a mouthful of pasta. Even after a cycle through the microwave, it was still one of the best things I'd eaten all week. Hey, I'm just being a realist here, Flapjack replied. I frowned, then looked at Gwen and Hayward in turn. The latter had far more experience with ghosts than I did, having been dead for well over a century. When I found him, he'd been partaking in a tour of the London Underground, and while it wasn't a haunted tour, the tour guide had a penchant for the paranormal and peppered his talk with factoids about supposed ghost activity in the tunnels and caverns underneath the metropolis. It was safe to say Hayward had heard his fair share of ghost tales.
I've never heard of someone rejecting the call to the other side,
Hayward said, meeting my gaze. His weathered face looked pinched with concern.
But I am far from being an exhaustive resource, Lady Scarlet.
I exhaled, slumping onto the arm of the couch, my fork poised over the contents of my bowl. I swear it's only Wednesday, and this week has been chock full of ghost problems that are way above my pay grade. Flapjack swished his tail. Huh, you wish you were getting paid for all this. I shot him a scowl and stuffed a bite of pasta in my mouth.
It has been one for the record books, hasn't it?
Hayward said. Chewing, I nodded. Ghost dreams? Running away from the light, and now this mysterious ghost who's clearly been living here for a while and yet no one knows who he is. I shook my head. Maybe we need to double up our meetings to twice a week. Haven't I suffered enough? Flapjack groaned. 8. Carla wasn't alone when I arrived at the funeral home after hours on Friday evening. I found her in the front viewing room, speaking with a petite blonde, who, judging by her choice of accessories, a pair of bright pink cleaning gloves, spray bottle, and a microfiber cloth, was the cleaning woman Carla mentioned. Unfortunately, the front viewing room was the exact place we'd determined would suit our purposes best for the summoning. It looks great in here, as always, Carla said. I think we could... Then, spotting me, Carla's brows lifted. Oh, I didn't hear you come in, Scarlet. I held up a hand. Carla glanced at the other woman. Andrea, why don't you call it a night a little early? Andrea turned to follow Carla's gaze toward me. She was young, maybe in her mid-20s, with pale skin and light blue eyes. Are you sure? She asked, looking back to Carla. I haven't gotten to the vacuuming yet. Carla nodded. It's fine. We haven't had any services this week, so other than the two of us, no one's even been in here since the last time you cleaned. I'll still pay your full rate this week, of course, Carla added, with a reassuring smile. Okay. Andrea finished running her cloth over the ornate curls of a bronze oil-rubbed metal frame surrounding an oil painting of a peaceful seascape. Satisfied, she folded the cloth neatly in half, and nestled it between a collection of bottles containing various cleaning solutions in the plastic caddy she'd placed near the doorway to the viewing room. "See you next week," she said, stooping to grab the caddy's handle. She offered a slight wave as Carla said goodnight, then disappeared from the room, her footsteps soundless on the thick hallway carpeting. "Sorry about that," Carla said, turning and beckoning for me to enter the room, which, without the chairs and floral arrangements, seemed large and hollow. She normally comes earlier in the day, but her kid had some kind of school trip, so she asked if she could come tonight instead. "We could have rescheduled," I said. Carla shook her head. "It's fine. This place doesn't really get dirty enough to warrant a weekly cleaning, but I can't bring myself to cut back her hours. She's a single mom, and this is her main source of income." Shrugging, Carla crossed the room and kneeled at one end of the aisle runner that served as an aisleway when the banks of folding chairs were set up. With a soft grunt of effort, she pried up a loose floorboard and dug out a shoebox-sized safe. An eerie sense of déjà vu settled over me as I watched her spin the dial. "I'm surprised you came alone," Carla said, as the lock released. She opened the thin metal door and pulled out a small canvas satchel. "I don't think I can recall the last time I saw you without your entourage." I smiled, even as I tried to figure out how to respond. "Well, Hayward and Gwen, that's the top hat and the hippie chick, right?" Getting to her feet, Carla replaced the safe and the floorboard before kicking the carpet back into place. "Right." I cringed a little at her descriptions. To me, they were so much more than that. But the description worked. They're planning for a musical production, and that's taking up most of their time these days. Tonight's their first round of auditions. Carla's eyebrows shot nearly halfway up her forehead as she glanced up at me. "A musical production?" I smiled. "Cats, to be more specific." Carla shook her head and began digging into the satchel. "See, this is why it's bad for ghosts to hang around in this realm for so long." I laughed softly. "Because they might engage in musical theater? I gotta say, with all the weird ghost stuff I've seen over the last few years, I think I'm more than fine with a few of them keeping themselves out of trouble, even if it means I'll have to sit through an all-ghost rendition of Cats." Carla shuddered. "Do you really think it's harmful for them to stay here?" I asked. "Well, it's not something I have hard data for," Carla responded, still rummaging in the bag. When she looked up, she considered me for a moment, her eyes dark and pensive. "But it seems to go against the natural order of things." "Aren't ghosts, by definition, sort of against the natural order of things?" I asked. Carla paced the length of the room, counting her steps. When she reached the center, she dropped back to her knees and began laying out the items from the satchel, forming a small circle. I'd seen her in action before, but still watched with intent curiosity, not daring to interrupt and ask the dozen questions that sprang to mind. I could identify most of the objects with a quick glance: a hunk of rose quartz and black tourmaline, a blood-red pillar candle, unburned, then a bundle of some type of dried herb, and a small pyramid that looked like nothing more than a paperweight from a museum gift shop, but for the ominous, almost pulsing sheen of the gold paint. "I've never had trouble with a new ghost," Carla answered when she finished adjusting the items. There was one space left at the top. "It's the old ones. The ones who stay too long and stew. They're the ones who grow too powerful and cause chaos." "I don't know about that," I replied, a little too harshly. At least 3 ghosts came to mind, all from recent years, ones who had gained powers far more quickly than I'd ever imagined possible. I mean, Hayward is the oldest ghost I've ever met, as far as I know, and he can't so much as move a feather across a table. Carla didn't respond, She kept her gaze focused on her work. She removed a pendant from around her neck, which by some strange magic was rendered invisible to the eye, and placed it in the empty space. As soon as the silver metal touched the floor, a golden line encircled the items, illuminating like a trail of fire up a length of dry rope. When the circle fully formed, the pyramid glowed, and a strange hum echoed through the room, like a chant on a distant, unseen hillside. It also felt as though the temperature had dropped by 10 degrees. "I've never asked before, but how is it you can do all of this?" I said, transfixed by the pulsing glow of the circle. "Where did you learn? And where did all these items come from? Someone must have taught you."
"Yes, I think I'd like to know that too,"
a male voice interjected across the room. Carla's chin jerked up as I swung around to find Garth shimmering in the doorway. "Garth, where have you been?" Carla asked. "I was looking for you all over earlier today. I was starting to wonder if you'd found a way to leave after all." Garth's form solidified.
"It's not hard to stay unseen as a ghost."
Carla's head tilted to one side, her eyes narrowing slightly as she considered him. "Garth, is something wrong? A week ago, you were following me around, reminding me of everything that needed to be done in preparation for the McAllister service." A small smile moved across her lips, vanishing as quickly as it appeared before she added, "When I couldn't find the box of printer paper, I thought for sure you'd appear and remind me where we keep it." Garth's expression remained unchanged, almost stony, but for the emotion brimming in his silver eyes.
"What's all this?"
he finally said, breaking eye contact with Carla to gesture at the charged circle. Carla looked crestfallen by the change of topic. I cleared my throat. "Do you remember Loretta Applebaum?"
"Of course,"
Garth replied, shifting his attention toward me.
"I didn't know it at the time, of course, but hers was the last service I helped plan."
"She was a ghost," Carla said, almost too loudly. "She was here the night you died. Sometimes spirits stick around just long enough to witness their families and friends say their final goodbyes before crossing over. That's what happened with Mrs. Applebaum." Lines pulled at the sides of Garth's mouth.
"She was here? As a ghost?"
Carla nodded. "You might not have seen her. You were, well, going through your own grief, and she spent a lot of time wandering the grounds. Her service was held only a few days after you died, and she crossed over as soon as the last relative left." Garth considered this for a moment, his brow pinching together, creating a new formation of lines across his brow.
"So you're saying she was here when I died?"
"We don't know that for sure," I interjected quickly, hoping to tamp down his expectations. We'd purposefully left Garth out of the loop to keep him from winding up disappointed. "But yes, she's a potential witness to what happened that night. Our plan is to contact her and see if she saw anything." Garth shook his head.
"Contact her? What do you mean? You just said she crossed over to the other side. I thought that once that happened, that's the end of it. Or perhaps the beginning of it."
I slid a glance toward Carla just in time to see her shoulders slump forward. She took a moment to collect herself, then pushed to her feet and stepped closer to Garth, closing the space between them. "I haven't been completely honest with you," she began. "At least, not fully. I can do more than speak with ghosts. I am also known as a summoner. My power isn't very strong, so we won't have much time, maybe only a few minutes or so. But I can open a channel, a window, between this realm and the next." Garth floated backward into the hall, a range of emotions playing across his face.
A summoner,
he repeated. Carla nodded. It's a bit different than being a psychic or a medium, but similar. The main difference being I can see the spirit while talking to them. And normally no one else would be able to see or hear them, but since Scarlet can see spirits in this realm, she's able to see and hear them once I've brought them over. Garth's eyes darted between us, growing even wider.
You've done this before? The two of you?
Only once, I replied quickly, exchanging a look with Carla. It's a long story, she added. One for another time, perhaps. I need to complete the spell before this magic wanes. We're doing our best to get to the truth, Garth, I assured him. If the dream you had is a true indication that your death was not an accident, Loretta might be our best chance at finding out what happened. Garth's expression remained unchanged as he absorbed the information. Carla turned away from us and lifted her hands out to her sides, her palms facing the ceiling. She spoke in a low voice, muttering words I could not hope to identify or recognize. The lights flickered, and the humming grew louder, until the circle of light pulsed so brightly I had to shut my eyes. When the light faded, I opened them again and found the silver form of Loretta Applebaum hovering in the center of the circle, looking as though she were enjoying a deep sleep, a dreamy smile on her thin lips. I'd known Loretta in life, as she'd occasionally shopped at Lily Pond. She rarely bought anything, but she was good company and always had a kind word. She'd lost her husband a decade before and would often tell me how he used to buy her a bouquet of flowers every Friday night as he headed home from his office job back when they'd lived in Seattle. Eventually, they retired to the coast, where Mr. Applebaum spent most of his time fishing, while Loretta kept busy with activities in the small community. The woman blinked, rousing slowly at first, only to rear back when she recognized her surroundings. What happened? Why am I here? Put me back. George was getting ready to take me on a date. It's okay, Loretta, Carla said, holding her palms out toward the woman, the way one might approach a spooked animal. You're all right. Loretta whirled around and faced Carla, her eyes only going wider. Carla? You can see me? Her eyes shifted to me. Scarlet? Garth, for his part, stayed at the same spot near the doorway to the viewing room, his semi-translucent form all but invisible in the shadows between the wall sconces. I'm so sorry about this, Loretta, but we don't have very much time. I can't fully explain what's going on here, but we need your help with something. I want to be back with George, please. The old woman's chin wavered, and my heart twisted. You'll go right back, I interjected, but first we need your help. Loretta clasped her hands together, her knuckles bony and adorned with 3 rings, one of which was her wedding band. My help? With what? You do know I'm dead, don't you, dear? I smiled. Yes, I am aware. But we think you might have been witness to a potential murder. Loretta's spectral eyes glowed brightly. What? It was a few nights before your memorial service, I continued, my words hurried. Garth? I gestured toward the ghost, but he did not emerge fully from the shadows. Was here, working on fixing the place up, and he died. Loretta gasped softly, one hand going to her throat. Oh no, she breathed. I suppose that must have been what all the fuss was about. I remember coming back one morning and seeing police cars and an ambulance in the parking lot. It was too much hustle and bustle for me, and I left without seeing what had happened. Were you here the night before that? I pressed. Loretta hesitated, and Carla clenched her jaw, a sheen of sweat showing on her dark brow. The way her hands balled tightly into fists at her sides sent a skitter of panic rising in my throat. She was desperately grasping at the air. The magic wasn't going to hold much longer. Garth swept forward, letting Loretta fully see him.
Please, Loretta, if there is something you know, anything you can tell us.
The woman's lips clamped together, and she nodded fervently.
I saw you, she told Garth. You were alone. Everyone else had gone. You were gathering your tools and muttering something about fixing some lights before my service. I remember being touched that you'd stay late just to make sure everything was perfect for my family and friends.
She paused long enough to offer him a kindly smile. Carla's eyes squeezed shut. Her fists were so tight her knuckles had blanched.
I heard you turn off the breaker, Loretta continued. I remember that click. I used to nag George to be careful every time he tried to fix something. I was always afraid he'd forget a step and hurt himself. He never was much of a handyman, but bless him, he did try.
The light around the circle dulled, and beside me, Carla's breathing grew shallow. Did you see anyone else, Loretta? I said, urgently willing things to move along. With Garth? Loretta nodded, and my pulse spiked even higher.
I don't know his name, but there was another man. He came in and started laying into Garth.
Garth's brows lifted.
Brock?
Loretta shook her head.
I don't know his name. All I know is the two of you started arguing and using foul words like a couple of drunken sailors, words I'd never even heard before.
Her eyes flashed with fresh ire at the memory.
The whole display was so off-putting, I swear I flew out of here and didn't come back until morning. I remember thinking if I had a bar of soap, I would have washed the pair of your mouths out.
Did you see anything else before you left? I asked.
Well, I suppose there was that.
Carla groaned and dropped heavily to her knees. The lights around the circle snuffed out, and Loretta vanished into thin air. Only the sound of her small voice echoing back with a contented sigh.
Oh, there you are, George. I just had the strangest dream.
9.
What about? Where did she go?
Garth exclaimed, as the room went still. Groaning, Carla doubled over, her breaths coming in sharp gulps.
Carla!
Garth swept forward. He reached for her, only for his fingertips to pass through her arm. I placed a hand on her back. Are you okay?
I'm sorry.
She winced.
I couldn't hold it open any longer.
Don't apologize, you did great.
What happened to her?
Garth asked, his eyes wide as they probed mine for answers.
Is she going to be okay? I'm fine,
Carla insisted. She straightened to her full height, though tension remained on her brow.
Think of it like a muscle, she explained. What I just did was like trying to run a marathon with no training after a year spent eating nothing but potato chips and Haagen-Dazs.
I slid my hand from her back as she adjusted the hem of her jacket, then turned to fully face Garth.
You said Brock was your business partner, right?
Garth nodded, even as a frown worked its way into the grooves of his face.
A few summers back, I rigged up my own lures, and they worked so well I started passing them out when I went out fishing with my buddies. Brock was one of the regulars in the fishing group, and his wife offered to sell the lures at craft fairs and on her website, and in exchange she and Brock took a cut. I never expected much to come of it, but somewhere along the way, it caught the eye of a professional fisherman. He has a YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers, and after he did a video review, it went berserk. We couldn't keep up with the orders, and eventually I just shut it down and put everything on back order.
I blinked. That sounds pretty impressive. Garth ran a hand over his jawline.
Brock said we were going to be like those duck people, with a reality show and our products in every sporting goods store across the country.
I didn't realize you were selling so many, Carla said, her expression caught between surprise and irritation. Why were you still working here for me? Garth's silhouette wavered, moving a few paces back toward the shadows.
It was never about the money,
he replied quietly. Carla and Garth stilled, their eyes searching one another. Carla was the first to break away. She turned her back and began quickly gathering the items from the summoning circle and stuffing them back into the satchel. Why was Brock here the night you died? She asked. Garth's shoulders rolled forward, and he reached up to rub the back of his neck, his expression pained.
I'd forgotten about it, to tell you the truth.
I arched an eyebrow in his direction. Really? Because it sounds like it was pretty heated.
Unfortunately, that had become fairly commonplace between Brock and me.
Garth's eyes shifted to Carla's back.
He was upset because I missed a dinner with a potential investor. Some bigwig from Seattle who had connections. He could help us scale up our production and deal with distribution.
That sounds promising.
Yeah, it was. But I got my dates mixed up and missed the meeting. Brock was furious and came here to tear me a new one. According to him, the investor was offended I didn't show up and refused to close the deal. I blew the whole thing for us.
Yikes. Carla and I exchanged a sidelong glance.
It doesn't matter, Garth said. What's done is done. None of this matters. It's not like there's anything we can do about it.
Of course it matters, Carla exclaimed, the satchel swinging around as she whirled to face Garth. If this Brock person killed you, we need to make sure you get justice. Garth shook his head.
Brock didn't do this. He wasn't like that.
How could you know? He was here, probably the last person to see you alive. It seems like... Garth silenced me with a glare harsh enough to send my heart plummeting.
It wasn't him. It probably wasn't anyone. Maybe a dream is just a dream.
But Garth, Carla started. But it was too late. Garth winked out of existence. Neither of us spoke for a moment. Carla stared at the floor as she twisted the satchel strap around her fingers. Don't beat yourself up, I told her softly. You did great. Without your help, that memory might not have been knocked loose for some time, if ever. Ghost memories, especially the ones closest to their death, can get lost or fuzzy. And now at least we have a lead to investigate. If I could have just held on a little longer. Loretta had something else to say. Something that might have made this clearer, Carla replied. Hey, you did your best. That's all anyone can ask for. She tilted her chin up, shaking her head to toss back her hair. She'd left it down today, straightened with only a bit of curl to tuck the ends around her shoulders. When I'm summoning, it feels like I'm holding a rope tied around this wild beast and it's bucking and thrashing and doing everything it can to shake me off. All I can do is hold on for dear life, but the beast is stronger and eventually it wins and the rope snaps. I grimaced. It sounded painful. Before I could come up with further consolation, my own little beast popped into existence, strutting into the room with a swish in his tail and a grin on his feline face. Do I have time to bust out the popcorn? Or did I already miss the show? Carla about jumped out of her skin as she twisted around toward the sound of Flapjack's voice. At the sight of him, she scowled and cinched the satchel closed tightly. Not the best timing, I said quietly to the cat as he swirled around me. But yes, you are too late. Penny, what did the old gal have to say? I smacked my palm against my face and scrubbed it down over my chin before looking at the cat again. You do have a way with words, don't you? I need to lock up, Carla said.
If you want to go and talk to Brock, I can't stop you, but I think Garth has made his wishes clear. It might be time to give this up before we push him too far. To a place neither of us want to see him go." I inclined my head. "All right. Well, if either of you need anything, you know where to find me." Carla gave a brief nod, then turned and strode out of the viewing room. Flapjack trotted after her, but stopped shy of the doorway to turn back around. Sheesh, tough crowd. For as small of a town as Beechwood Harbor was, it could prove tricky to find someone, especially when you only had a first name to go by. With advancements in technology, not everyone opted to be listed in the yellow pages, and even if they were, the contact information was often outdated. In the days that followed the summoning, I considered going back to the funeral parlor to see if Garth had changed his mind. But things with Carla were precarious, and I couldn't risk alienating her or being banned from the premises. After all, for better or worse, funerals were a large part of my business. I also didn't want to risk upsetting Garth. He was in a fragile state of mind, and understandably so, and I'd seen firsthand what could happen when a ghost went off the deep end. For both Garth and Carla's sake, I wasn't willing to be that catalyst. Ghosts by nature have nothing but time on their hands, and Garth knew how to get a hold of me if he wanted to talk. I did my best to focus on my own life and ignore the nagging sense of curiosity that picked at me whenever my hands were idle. It wasn't until nearly 2 weeks later when the whole thing bubbled back to the surface. It was a gray afternoon, and Lizzie came back from an extended lunch break spattered with rain and wearing a giddy smile that told me she'd spent it with Bryant. The two of them had something of an on-again, off-again relationship, and while I wasn't completely sure how I felt about their relationship, not that anyone asked me for my opinion anyway, I knew the pattern well enough by now to identify the dreamy look in her eye as she shook off her umbrella before stepping inside the shop. "Ooh, looks like things are back on with Bryant," Gwen quipped, floating closer to the oblivious young woman. "Hurry, someone alert the media. We have breaking news," Flapjack quipped from his place at the front window. He'd spent most of the day alternating between people watching and napping. He found it particularly amusing when pedestrians got sprayed by puddle water when a passing car hit the potholes just right. He called it the splash zone. "Have a good break?" I asked Lizzie as Gwen scooted closer, leaning in expectantly. Lizzie smiled, then stashed her umbrella in the metal holder before taking off her coat. "Maybe," she replied coyly. "Ah, young love," Gwen sighed happily. "Ugh, I should go see what Hayward is doing," Flapjack groaned. "It's got to be better than this." "Ask if they've decided whether or not he's moving in with her," Gwen prompted. I frowned in Gwen's direction, wishing I could shoo her away. "Okay, fine, I'll tell you," Lizzie said with a giggle, misinterpreting my strained expression. "I need to talk to you anyway. It's about the apartment." "Here it comes," Gwen cheered. Lizzie tucked a stray lock of her waterlogged blonde hair behind her ear. The rest of it was twisted into a top knot and held in place with a light brown elastic band. She was scheduled to start moving her things in over the weekend and was bursting with excitement to get moved into her new place. "I know the lease is just for one person," she began, her words somewhat hesitant, as though she expected bad news. "But would you consider letting Bryant move in?" I blinked. "I knew it!" Gwen exclaimed. "I heard Bryant's mother telling Stacy about it when she had her perm set last week. For what it's worth, Bryant's mom doesn't think the two of them are going to last. She doesn't think Lizzie is pretty enough for her special little boy." Oh boy, if that wasn't a recipe for disaster. "Well, I mean, he'd have to fill out an application," I said, trying to keep my personal feelings on the matter from showing in my expression.
I don't really make the rules, I added. Technically speaking, the apartment didn't belong to me. It was included as part of my lease on the commercial space. And now that I had moved out, Lizzie was doing something of a sublet. Oh, I know. I'll talk to the landlord about it. But I wanted to ask you first, since, the apartment leads down here and all that. I promise we won't come down here after hours. We'll only use the other entrance. You could change the locks on the security door if you wanted to, for peace of mind. Oh, I'm not worried about that. From what I've heard, Bryant is a really good guy. I'm not worried about him stealing something. Lizzie smiled, her eyes going soft and dreamy. Oh, I know. She hung her purse on the hook on the coat rack by the door, but missed the peg, and her bag dropped to the floor, spilling the contents. Oh my gosh, I'm such a klutz. You can say that again, Flapjack interjected. In unison, Lizzie and I squatted down to gather the mess. Why do you have all these flyers for the hardware store? I asked, after gathering a thick stack of glossy, half-sheet advertisements. Oh, I told Bryant I'd pin them up around town. It's one of the things Bob asks him to do, but he's been so busy at the shop he can't get away. The phone has been ringing off the hook. At Bob's? I asked, my tone a little dubious as I considered the flyers. A bright and splashy banner took up a third of the real estate, advertising they would soon have Bite Blitz fishing lures in stock as an exclusive partner in the area. Lizzie gestured to the flyer. You wouldn't believe how many of these things they have on pre-order. She pushed to her feet and stacked the papers together before shoving the mess back into her purse. I kept a hold of the one in my hand and rose beside her. Lizzie continued. I guess they were invented by that really nice guy from the funeral home. You know, the one who died a couple months ago? Garth. Lizzie nodded. Anyway, the hardware store scored some kind of contract on them, and people have been calling from all over. Isn't that funny? Gwen peeked over my shoulder. Following the summoning with Carla, I'd filled Gwen and Hayward in on the details. Gwen had offered to go and speak with Garth herself, but I'd asked her to hold off, at least for a little while. I guess that business partner made some kind of deal after all, she said. I set the leaflet aside, knowing I had no plausible way to explain my sudden fixation on novelty fishing lures. Later that afternoon, after closing, I hurried across town to Bob's Hardware before they closed for the day. Bryant, Lizzie's beau, was manning the counter and stood with the phone cradled against his shoulder as I stepped inside. At the chirpy sound of the door, he turned and held up one finger before realizing who it was. Got you down for 4, he told the person on the other end of the phone, then frowned. That's all I can do, Jerry. We have to keep a cap on it for now. But I have it on good authority they're working out the final kinks in the distribution, and the restriction should get lifted soon. But for now, you're down for 4. He waited a moment, then rolled his eyes. I'll make a note of your feelings. He hung up the phone and scribbled down a few lines on the sheet pinned to a clipboard before greeting me properly with a warm smile. He was a handsome young man, and it was easy to see why he caught Lizzie's eye. He was nice, had a steady job, and by all accounts seemed to work hard. Otherwise, Bob would have dropped him like a hot potato by now. But still, he was young, and given that he'd grown up in a small town, I worried he'd eventually want to sow his wild oats. And where would that leave Lizzie? Or maybe I'd just spent too much time listening to Gwen theorize. Sometimes she blended the line between reality and reality TV. How's it going, Scarlett? Bryant asked as I approached the counter. Behind him, the phone began ringing again. He turned, then shook his head and ignored it. The machine'll pick it up. We're set to close here in 10 minutes anyway. Yeah. Lizzie told me the phone's been ringing off the hook over here. Something about a fishing lure? Bryant chuckled. It sounds crazy. Believe me, I know.
But these things have been almost impossible to find, and now that we have a case of them, everybody and their brother wants one. Literally. He chuckled again. But what can I do for you?
I'm actually curious about these fishing lures. Bryant's eyebrows hitched.
I didn't know you were into fishing. Only in Flapjack's wildest dreams.
Oh, I'm not. I don't want to buy one, I hurried to add. I was wondering if you knew who makes the lures.
Sure, Brock Billings. It's kind of a wild story. Did you know Garth from the funeral home?
I nodded. Bryant smacked his forehead with the palm of his hand.
Of course you do. You're over there all the time. Well, before he died, he and his friend Brock invented the lures. They went viral on YouTube, and now everybody is fighting to get their own. It's a pretty big deal for the whole town, really, Bryant continued. I heard they might even have a film crew come in to interview Brock about the sudden success. Bob's trying to talk him into holding it right here in the shop, but I think that's a stretch.
That's quite a success story. I should send an arrangement over to Brock to congratulate him on the deal. Do you happen to know where he lives? If Bryant thought the question odd, it didn't show on his young face.
Sure.
He rummaged underneath the counter and pulled up a Rolodex file. Bob, the owner of the hardware store, was something of an old-school kind of guy. He drove a classic truck, only drank American beer, and kept the cooler by the front door stocked with nothing but classic bottles of Coke. Bryant jotted down some information on a sticky note and passed it to me.
That's his phone number and address.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Oh, and Bryant, as far as the apartment goes, it's not my decision, but if that's what you and Lizzie want and Merv agrees to it, you're more than welcome to move in upstairs. An endearing twinge of pink bloomed in the apples of the young man's cheeks.
Thanks, Scarlett. I promise we'll look after the place. No loud parties.
I laughed and headed for the door. I'll hold you to that. 10. This is a nice arrangement. Is it for the display case? Lizzie called from the back of Lily Pond.
You know, Scar, it's not too late to abandon this plan of yours.
Flapjack chimed in from his place on the front counter. Ignoring him, I snagged my cup from Siren's song and wandered to the back, following the sound of Lizzie's voice. She stood at the work table, slowly spinning the glass vase to admire all angles of the spring-themed bouquet. Oh, that one's for me. A gift for someone. Lizzie smiled. Well, I'm sure whoever it's for will be very happy. It's beautiful. Thank you. I smiled, both at the compliment and out of satisfaction with the bouquet. For a last-minute throw-together, it had turned out rather nice.
You gonna tell her your secret, Scar? Flapjack taunted. Maybe you should rename this place Black Magic Bouquets. Black Magic and Blooms? I'll workshop it with Lord Stuffy Britches.
It's not black magic, I sneered. I'm sorry? My eyes went wide. Flapjack cackled. Nice one, Scar. I flashed a grin, hoping it appeared easygoing, but it felt decidedly sheepish. Oh, I just mean, it's not magic. Lizzie nodded, her brows furrowed. Right. In truth, I had used a bit of magic. Only enough to coax a few of the more tightly closed buds into opening. I'd come a long way in the past few months and was beginning to use my magic with more confidence. I figured flowers made for a safe practice space. After all, if I overexerted myself, the only harm done would be a dead flower or two. And as far as I knew, there wasn't some sort of floral limbo with little flower demons to worry about. Well, I guess I'll head upstairs, Lizzie said, pausing to laugh softly at the statement. I'm still not quite used to that yet. Living where you work is a little strange, huh? I returned her smile and hitched one shoulder. You get used to it. How's the unpacking coming along? Lizzie smiled. Oh, it's basically done. Come to find out, Bryant is a bit of a neat freak. He couldn't sit still while there were boxes left to unpack. He even brought home supplies from the hardware store and put up all the pictures. I figured that part would take me at least 6 months. He sounds like Lucas. He can't sit still when there's a project to be done. The chime on the shop door sounded, and I shooed Lizzie away before she volunteered to go and greet the late customers. It was nearly closing time on Tuesday night. Hayward and Gwen were in full-blown cats mode, so Flapjack and I planned to duck out before the weekly group meeting got started. A few customers came and went, picking up last-minute orders or one of my signature get out of the doghouse with the missus bouquets. And by 6, I locked the front door, turned off the open sign, and finished printing reports and closing the till. "I think we should ditch your plan and go to McNally's instead," Flapjack said. "They have the swordfish on special this week." "You know swordfish isn't the right bait to use," I said, over the hum of the printer. "Right, but they have those cupcakes you like. I saw them earlier today." I frowned at him. "What were you doing at McNally's?" He flashed a wide Cheshire grin. "I followed Holly in there while she was on her lunch break." "Flapjack, you're impossible," I muttered. It was a good thing no one could see the cat. He was a walking or floating healthcare violation. "What? I like keeping her company. It's called heckling, Flapjack." He flashed a menacing smile, and I rolled my eyes, mentally rifling through the flowers left in the cooler, wondering if there was enough to make an "I'm sorry" bouquet of my own. If anyone in town deserved one, it was the witch who inadvertently found herself as the object of Flapjack's amusement. He liked spooking her and carrying on with his antics while she worked at the local coffee house and couldn't react to his presence or tell him off. Just don't come crying to me when she starts carrying one of those small omelet pans around in her purse. In fact, maybe I should get her one. Flapjack swished his tail and strutted along the edge of the counter. "I'm not worried." "Of course you're not." The final page of the report spit out, and I gathered the stack and bound them together with a paperclip. "And to answer your question, no, you can't talk me out of this or distract me, not even with chocolate cupcakes. We need to figure out what happened the night Garth died, so we're going to talk to Brock." "I don't know why you even care about this anymore. Neither of them have come around since your little seance. For all we know, Garth's already gone to the other side, and Carla's gone back to hating your guts." I frowned. Sure, I'd had the same thought at least once or twice over the past weeks. Carla's lack of desperation seemed strange, considering she'd been so eager for my help in the first place. As someone who spent a fair deal of time in the company of 3 wayward spirits, I knew firsthand that after enough time it sort of became normal. Perhaps she and Garth had learned to coexist. It wouldn't be the strangest thing, given how long they'd worked together. "Is it so wrong to want to get to the bottom of this?" I asked the cat. Not that he was exactly a moral compass or anything. "Not wrong, but it seems like a waste of time. Swordfish and cupcake sounds like a better plan." Exhaling, I dropped the report into the appropriate drawer, closed the till, and took the cash bag to the safe. "Fine. We'll go drop off the flowers, ask a few questions, and then we'll call Lucas. He should be heading home soon enough. If he wants to make a stop, I'll have him swing by McNally's on the way. Darn that cat and his suggestion of cupcakes." Brock Billings lived in one of the newer condo buildings on the outskirts of town. Developers had trouble getting permits to build near the heart of Beechwood Harbor, as there were yards of red tape to cut through and a historical society to appease, so most took the path of least resistance and built further out in the hills. The condos served as a mix of vacation rentals and second homes, in addition to being the full-time residence for various retirees, families, and young professionals who worked along the coast. It appeared Brock was of the latter, as the man who opened the door to accept my flower delivery looked to be in his late 30s, with full black hair that looked a little too long and storm cloud eyes. His fashionable, thin-framed glasses didn't fully conceal the creases at the corners of his eyes or the bags beneath them. His lanky frame was encased in a pair of dark gray sweatpants and a black hoodie sweatshirt, making it hard to tell if he'd just woken up or was headed to bed or had recently returned from the gym. "Good evening," I said brightly. "Are you Brock Billings?" The young man raked his hand through his hair. "Yes." "Ah, good. Then these," I extended the vase, "are for you." "From who?" "Actually, they're from me. I'm Scarlett Sanderson, and I run Lily Pond, the local flower shop. I heard about your business venture and wanted to offer my congratulations." Brock's dark brows lifted as a mix of emotions played across his face. Chief among them, confusion. "That's generous of you." "See, Scar, I told you he'd think you were a crazy person." Flapjack sighed, the only ghost accompanying me on my errand, and my self-declared voice of reason. "Well, you know, in a small town like this, a rising tide lifts all boats. So, from one small business owner to another, I just wanted to offer my support." Suspicion glinted in Brock's eyes as they narrowed slightly. "Oh, I see what's going on here." Shifting the bouquet to one hand, he used the other to push his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Look, I appreciate the flowers, but you'll have to fill out a vendor application the same as everyone else. I can't make any exceptions." Flapjack realized the implication of Brock's reply before I did, and began wheezing from his place on the welcome mat. "Imagine, Scar, we could clear all those lacy doily thingies and put in a bunch of fishing lures instead." "Wait, what?" "Oh, no. I don't want to sell fishing gear," I interjected, shaking my head a little too hard as Flapjack continued cackling at my feet. "Maybe you can get some duck calls, and those rubber overalls, too. Make a whole display out of it," he hooted. Wordlessly, I nudged my foot in his direction, channeling a bit of magic, just to have my toes push him in the rear. The sudden contact jolted the specter, and he ceased his mocking for at least a little while. "You all right?" Brock said, eyeing my leg as it kicked out. I coughed on an awkward laugh. "Charlie horse," I explained. "Right. I don't want to sell fishing lures, but there is something I wanted to ask you." "Okay," Brock asked, the skepticism still lingering in his gray-blue stare. At once, it hit me how incredibly awkward this whole situation was. The flowers, which had looked so beautiful in the shop, now seemed silly and pointless. I couldn't explain my connection to Garth, or be fully transparent about how much I knew of his sudden death. "Spit it out, Scar, so we can get to that swordfish." "It's about Garth," I blurted. "Well, that's one way to broach the subject," Flapjack quipped. Ignoring him, I pressed on. "I realize it's been a little while since his passing, but I only just found out about your business partnership. Garth was a really good guy. I saw him fairly often at the funeral home, and I guess the flowers are more of a way to pay my respects. I imagine taking full control of the business and navigating his death is a lot to deal with." "Yeah, and a divorce on top of that. I'm having one hell of a year," Brock muttered, seemingly to himself, as he considered the assorted blossoms gathered in his arm. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." Brock softened, his weight shifting as he rocked back onto his heels. He was barefoot, save for a pair of white socks. "It's fine. And seriously, I appreciate the gesture. I imagine you must have known Garth pretty well. Lord knows he practically lived at the funeral home." A flicker of emotion crossed the young man's face, a bitter twist to his lips. But it faded just as quickly as it appeared. leaving a sadness in his eyes as they drifted back up to meet mine. The whole thing has been hard to navigate. I'm trying to keep the business going, to honor his memory, but I didn't expect to have to make all of these decisions on my own. His lips twitched once more before he added, although I suppose toward the end I was sort of doing that anyway. His words seemed to surprise him, and a spark of panic illuminated his eyes. I don't mean, he was a good friend. At his hesitation, I gently replied, but maybe not a good business partner? Spill the tea, Flapjack demanded. Brock exhaled, his shoulders slumping. No, to tell you the truth, he wasn't. Man, I feel so guilty even saying that out loud. But it's true. He paused and dragged in a shaky breath. I just haven't been able to say that to anyone until now. It's okay, I get it. A business partnership is just like any other relationship. It has its ups and downs. Brock nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess you're right. Unfortunately, between Garth and me, it was more down toward the end. And now I'm left wondering what he would have wanted me to do. The lures were his invention, you know. I think I heard that. I didn't even know Garth until fairly recently. He was more of my dad's friend. They were part of the same group of fishing buddies, and every so often I'd tag along. I got to know Garth, and by then he was making the lures and giving them to his friends, like my dad, and I saw the potential market. Brock ran his free hand over the stubble, coating his angled jawline. I'm not a genius at this stuff, but I went to business school, and I felt like he had a good product. I did my research and scoured the internet for anything like it. It was my wife, ex-wife, actually, who managed to talk Garth into giving it a try. She paints and travels to art fairs up and down the West Coast. Anyway, she took them with her and then put them up on her website, too. They started selling pretty well on their own, but after this viral video, it exploded. We couldn't keep up with demand, even with our own dedicated website, and eventually we needed to find an investor, someone to take it to the next level. Well, it sounds like you found that now, I replied. I saw the ad for Bob's special promotion. Brock gave a hollow laugh. Yeah, finally. No thanks to Garth. He swore under his breath. Sorry. Again, I shouldn't speak ill of the dead. He was a good guy. He just wasn't taking this whole thing seriously. He didn't see the potential the way I did. Hell, if he'd taken it more seriously, maybe he'd still be here. I frowned. What do you mean? He wasn't supposed to be at the funeral home that night. He shouldn't have been there tinkering with busted lights. He should have been in Seattle with me. We had dinner reservations to wine and dine a potential investor with connections to manufacturing plants and distribution partners. It was our chance. Brock's jaw jutted to the left, as though a sour taste washed over his tongue. I had the deal all but closed, he added, looking at me intently. But the investor insisted on having a face-to-face meeting with both of us. I made the dinner reservations at a really nice spot right on the water. I even offered to drive both of us out there. But Garth insisted he would drive himself because he had some things he needed to do at the funeral home before a service. I have friends in Seattle and left in the morning to go meet with them before the dinner, but I was calling and texting Garth all day, making sure he'd be there on time. I winced, already knowing where the story ended. He missed the whole thing. When he finally picked up my call, he told me he'd been busy preparing for a service. He told me to go to the dinner by myself. And when I tried to tell him the investor wanted to meet both of us, he brushed it off and made it seem like I was exaggerating. What did you do? I went to the dinner. I tried to talk the investor into rescheduling, but he didn't want to hear it. The whole deal was blown. and there was nothing I could do or say to get him back to the table. He didn't even stay to eat dinner. I left and got in my car and drove like a madman all the way back to the funeral home to confront Garth, and I found him there in a tool belt, trying to fix some ancient light fixture that should have probably been replaced 50 years ago, and He bit off his words as he shook his head, his cheeks flooding with red. I just lost it. I started yelling at him and swearing at him. I can't remember the last time I was so angry. And Garth was just dishing it right back, telling me I'd blown the deal, if you can believe that. Brock stopped short. Why would he say that? Brock snorted. Who knows? You want to know the worst part? He didn't wait for a response before continuing. The last thing I said to him, possibly the last thing he heard before he died, was how much of a screw-up he was, and that he'd never get out of that damn funeral home and make something of himself. I'd halfway been expecting it, but the words hit like a blow to the chest all the same. Flapjack scoffed. Well, I guess now we know why he's stuck there as a ghost. It was a mistake, Brock insisted. I would do anything to take it back. He lifted his glasses from the bridge of his nose and rubbed his knuckles against his eyes. I'm really sorry, Brock. That's a lot. Brock looked up, almost as though coming out of a trance. He smashed his glasses back onto his face and straightened, his posture stiffening. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing to you. I have no idea why I just dumped all that on you. He blinked, startled by his own behavior. It's okay. Sometimes these things boil over. He gave a curt nod, but his eyes remained distracted. Thanks for the flowers. He started to take a step back, but I pushed my advantage. Wait a second, can I ask another thing? Brock's gaze snapped back into focus, and he stared at me, exhaustion showing anew in the lines at his eyes and mouth. Do you think there's a chance someone wanted to hurt him? I asked. That his death wasn't an accident. What? Of course not. Like I said, the light fixture he was working on should have been replaced half a century ago. It probably wasn't even up to code. Of course that woman he works for would refuse to do the right thing. Why hire an electrician when she had Garth? I don't know why he never stood up to her. It didn't make sense to me. Jackie would tell him the same thing. Jackie? She and Garth were having some sort of fling or something. I couldn't get the full story from him. To be honest, I thought she was way too young for him, but... He trailed off, ending the sentence with a shrug. Wait till Gwen gets a load of this, Flapjack interjected. I see. Where did you go after the fight? Recognition dawned, and Brock straightened to his full height, several inches over my 5'6" frame. I didn't hurt him, if that's what you're asking. The police looked into everything. This wasn't a murder. It was an accident, Ms. Sanderson, was it? I have nothing to hide. I was at McNally's, getting a drink and blowing off some steam. There was a pool tournament that night, so I have a room full of witnesses if you don't believe me. Now I think you should go. Brock, The door slammed in my face. Well, we can chalk one more up to Miss Congeniality. Flapjack sighed, already sashaying away from the condo. Now let's go see about that swordfish. 11. Now, see, in what world is this fair? You get 2 cupcakes, but I only get 1 serving of fish? Flapjack eyed the styrofoam container with the fried piece of swordfish. And it's been polluted. Do you ever stop complaining? I asked, before reaching over to remove the offensive slice of citrus fruit. Flapjack plopped down in front of the container, still scowling. I'm going to assume that wasn't aimed in my direction, Lucas interjected, emerging from the fridge, a pair of dark-colored bottles grasped in one hand. I'll give you one guess, I replied. Lucas smiled and crossed through the kitchen to place one of the bottles of beer on the peninsula, where I sat beside Flapjack. We had a proper dining room, of course, but ate most of our meals at the breakfast bar or in front of the TV, depending on the night. Judging by the choice of entrees, I'm going with Flapjack, Lucas said, nodding with his chin toward the open container where Flapjack sprawled. He should be thanking his lucky stars I managed to marry someone willing to order an entire entree of fish that no one even wants to eat, especially after a ghost cat goes stomping around in it. Hey, at least I don't drool, Flapjack protested. I don't mind the ghost germs, Lucas said. I'll have it for lunch tomorrow, assuming it gets back in the fridge before it starts to transform into a colony of foodborne bacteria. Ghost germs, Flapjack repeated, his already somewhat flat face screwing up even tighter into a look of disgust. Lucas and I tucked into our burgers, though my sweet tooth was already pining for the frosted cupcake sitting in between our two beers. As we ate, I caught Lucas up on the conversation with Brock. Sounds like he has a pretty strong alibi, Lucas replied when I finished. He paused to lick some barbecue sauce from his thumb before adding, McNally's takes their pool tournaments pretty seriously. If you don't show up for your slot, they don't let you play in the next one. Well, I don't know if he was playing in the tournament. He just said he was there, I noted. Lucas cocked his head, chewing thoughtfully for a moment. He washed the bite down with a swig of ale. It doesn't really matter anyway, I continued. I don't have a way of knowing the exact time of death for Garth. Carla was the one who found him in the morning when she came into work. And from the time she left at 5 to the time she got in the next morning around 7, there was a 14-hour window. He could have died any time during that time period. Even if we could verify Brock made an appearance at the pool tournament, it wouldn't necessarily rule him out altogether. My question is, why was he there so late? Flapjack asked. I quickly repeated the question to Lucas, before tacking on one of my own. And still working on the lights. If Carla left at 5, that's the same time Brock was breaking the news to the business investor. Assuming he got right into his car after failing to convince the guy to hear him out and keep the dinner reservation, he wouldn't have made it back to Beechwood Harbor until 8 o'clock at the absolute earliest. It would have been closer to 9 in all likelihood. So what was Garth still doing there? Lucas shrugged. Maybe he was avoiding home. I shook my head. Why, though? He lived alone. Couldn't you ask him? Flapjack's whiskers twitched. He's got you there, Scar. My question is why there aren't any security cameras, Lucas replied, before taking another bite. She said it's a privacy thing. People who are in mourning don't want cameras watching their every move. And it's not like the funeral home keeps a lot of cash or expensive equipment on the premises. There isn't much reason for anyone to try and break in. I can understand that, but she doesn't have to have interior cameras. But heck, even a doorbell camera would help a lot in this case, Lucas said, shifting gears to his former profession as a security consultant. After a moment, his brow furrowed, and he shifted a glance in my direction. Do you know where he died? I mean, what room the light fixture was in? It was in the hallway just outside the viewing room. Why? Were there any computers or Wi-Fi routers nearby? It wouldn't have been too far from the main desk, and they do have a computer there. There's a small closet, too, in the hall. They have the sound system and some other equipment in there to use for memorial services. You know, in case the family wants to show a video or digital photo display. Lucas's eyebrows peaked. If Garth turned off the power to the hallway before he started working, there's a chance the computer or Wi-Fi router would have a log to note the exact time of the outage. And then, if someone did flip the switch back on, it would show that timestamp too. Oh. I blinked. I wouldn't know the first thing about how to check for something like that, though. I doubt Carla would either. Gee, if only there was someone who did, Flapjack groused, before rolling onto his other side, his nose and whiskers twitching as he reveled in the fried slab of fish. Would you mind going and checking it? I asked Lucas, ignoring Flapjack's biting sarcasm. I could call Carla in the morning and see if she'd be open to it. I need to talk to her anyway. Lucas wadded up the grease-splattered paper from his burger. Arching back slightly, he aimed at the paper bag still set out at the other end of the counter. He shot the wrapper like a free throw and cheered himself when it sunk into the bag. Yeah, Scar, you got yourself a real winner here, all right, Flapjack muttered. I smiled. Is that a yes? Lucas chuckled. Sure, I can do a little IT work. Although I will say my rates have gone up slightly since the last time you employed me. He waggled his eyebrows in my direction. I grinned, catching Lucas's meaning. Oh, I'm sure I can come up with something. Flapjack made a retching noise. Before Lucas and I could thoroughly hash out the terms of our agreement, Gwen and Hayward came bursting into the room. Hayward appeared first, with Gwen trailing slightly behind, her expression pinched.
It's a disaster. I don't know why I thought it would be anything less,
Hayward exclaimed. Flapjack jolted up, his back arching like a Halloween cat as he whirled around to land on the counter facing Gwen and Hayward. Hayward, you have to be patient. Not everyone is going to be a classically trained performer. And this was supposed to be fun, remember? Maybe we could take these cupcakes to our room, Lucas said, leaning in closer, painfully oblivious to the chaos that had just erupted in the middle of our kitchen. Hayward took off his top hat and threw it into the air.
Fun? This isn't fun, Lady Gwen. This is the theater.
Oh, boy, Flapjack muttered. Scarlet, Lucas said, pulling away from me as he straightened on his stool. Oh, sorry, Hayward and Gwen just showed up. At the sound of their names, the two ghosts swung around in my direction, as though they hadn't even realized we were sitting there. Sorry, Scarlet, Gwen interjected, upon seeing Lucas's hand running up my thigh. We didn't mean to interrupt. Lucas glanced around the kitchen. Brilliant timing, guys, Flapjack snickered. What's going on? I asked, looking between Hayward and Gwen. We held the first round of auditions today, and Hayward is less than thrilled with the turnout, Gwen explained. Hayward righted his top hat, but adjusted his cravat with far more vigor than was necessary.
Less than impressed? It was a sham, Lady Scarlet. Talking and laughing, and no one remembered their lines.
His mustache bristled and twitched.
An utter disgrace. That's what it was.
Behind him, Gwen leaned to the right slightly, catching my eye, and grimaced. She mouthed an, I'm sorry, before Hayward carried on.
I expected some wrinkles along the way. I was prepared for them, in fact. But this... No, this will not do. Not if I'm putting the Kensington name on it.
It wasn't that bad, Gwen protested, floating forward to stand at Hayward's side. I guess I'll take this to the living room, Lucas said, rising from his stool. He plucked one of the cupcakes from the paper holder, dropped a kiss to my forehead, and started to leave. I caught him by the elbow and reeled him back in. Give me 5 minutes and I'll meet you in our room. He gave a skeptical look toward the center of the kitchen, and while he couldn't see the two ghosts standing there, his gaze was surprisingly accurate. As his eyes moved back to mine, he repeated, 5 minutes? I'll even bring whipped cream. That drew a grin, and he left the kitchen with a bit more bounce in his step. Seriously, Scar, I'm going to lose my dinner, Flapjack complained, Oh, shush, Gwen said, flapping her hand in the cat's direction. They're honeymooners. This is to be expected. Does anyone know if there's something like a ghost exchange program? Perhaps we can ship me out to lands unknown until this lovely little phase is over?
Oh, Flapjack, will you desist? There are more important things than your sensitive sensibilities.
Flapjack narrowed his eyes, his ears pinning back against his head as he swiveled to look at Hayward. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps now is the time to point out that despite the subject of your little production—
Little production?
Flapjack flashed his teeth. No one bothered to ask me if I would like to audition. The kitchen fell into an abrupt silence as the three of us snapped to look at Flapjack. At first, I was convinced the comment was nothing more than a jab to needle Hayward, but there was something in Flapjack's eyes that stopped me short. Was he actually upset? It happened so rarely it was hard to know for sure. Wait, Gwen said, speaking first. Flapjack, you want to audition for the play?
Musical,
Hayward corrected. Gwen rolled her eyes, though Hayward didn't catch it. Fine, yes, the musical, she amended. No, Flapjack snapped. His feather duster of a tail shot straight into the air as he rose to his feet and marched to the edge of the counter, stalking it like a runway. I want nothing to do with your dumb little play.
It's a musical. A musical, people.
Hayward threw his gloved hands in the air. I feared for what was left of the patch of graying hair beneath his top hat, as he was undoubtedly moments away from tearing it all out by the root. Okay, I think everybody needs to take a breath. Hayward, you've only just started the process of finding people for your musical. You might just need to be a little bit more patient and perhaps cast a wider net to reach potential performers. And as for you, Flapjack, if you actually want to audition, you need to use your words and tell Hayward that. You can't expect any of us to read your mind. We largely assume it's 95% snarky commentary and 5% thoughts of fish. I don't know, Scarlett. I'd probably put it at more of a 60-40 split, Gwen interjected. Flapjack took a swan dive off the edge of the counter, landing silently on the floor, and marched toward the hallway. I already told you I want nothing to do with it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna get out of here before the honeymooners get down to business. If anyone needs me, I'll be at the marina. Someone's bound to be bringing in the catch of the day. With that, he vanished from existence. I looked at Gwen and Hayward. You two need to fix this. I know he's a royal pain in the rear, but somewhere underneath all that fur and sarcasm is a tender little heart. And it seems, inadvertently, you might have wounded it. Hayward muttered something under his breath, sending his mustache twitching even more furiously. But Gwen intervened, linking her arm through his. Now, she said soothingly. Scarlett's right.
He would be impossible to direct,
Hayward argued.
He won't even take direction when I ask him to budge out of the way of the television screen. How am I ever to trust he would take stage directions or notes on his performance?
I grabbed my cupcake and got down from my stool. Figure it out. I'm not getting involved any more than I already have. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go soothe some hurt feelings of my own. 12. I waited to call Carla until the next morning when I got to the flower shop. I usually arrived early enough to go through my morning ritual before Lizzie arrived. However, now that she lived in the upstairs apartment, she often heard me rummaging around and came down before her shift began to keep me company or offer to run out and get us coffees. However, she took Wednesdays off, so I knew I'd have the place to myself, at least for a little while. I wasn't sure where Flapjack was, a scary prospect. But Gwen and Hayward likely wouldn't come around until lunchtime, as was their custom. Gwen liked to spend her mornings at the salon, scooping up the gossip du jour, while Hayward preferred to go to Siren Song and read the daily news over the shoulders of the breakfast patrons. I waited until 8:30 to call Carla, figuring that bought me enough time to ensure she'd had a morning cup of coffee, or something with a bit of caffeine, as I didn't know the woman well enough to know whether she liked coffee in the first place. It was strange how we'd shared experiences most people on Earth wouldn't go through, and yet remained virtual strangers. She answered on the second ring. "Hello?" "Hey, Carla, it's Scarlett." A resounding silence filled the phone line for a long, drawn-out moment, before Carla cleared her throat lightly. "I see. How are you?" Apparently, we still weren't quite ready to be friends. "I'm fine, thanks. How about you?" "Busy, but just fine." "And Garth?" "He's okay." The hesitation in her voice didn't bode well. "Listen, I know you think we should drop it, but I have an idea. Well, it wasn't really my idea, but Scarlett, like I said, it's a bit of a busy morning here. Can you cut to the chase?" I frowned, biting my tongue to keep from saying something I'd inevitably regret. I was helping her, and she was getting snippy with me? I exhaled through thinned lips before continuing. "I think I have a way to pinpoint the exact time when Garth died. My husband Lucas is really good with techie stuff, and he thinks the Wi-Fi router might have a timestamp of when it was switched off and back on again. If we could pin down the exact time Garth died, it might help us narrow down potential suspects." "What suspects?" "Well, I think Garth's business partner, Brock, might have been the one." I quickly sketched out my theory for her, leaning heavily into Brock's anger toward Garth and the work he was doing around the funeral home. "He's definitely got a motive," I concluded, "and he fully admits to being there and confronting Garth that night. He says he left Garth and went straight to McNally's, and for all I know, he did. But I want to look into it and verify his story. If we can find out the exact time of death, we can see if Brock is telling the truth or if he's just covering his rear end and hoping we can't catch him." Carla paused so long I was almost afraid she'd dropped the call, writing me off entirely. I glanced down at my phone to see the timer still ticking upward. "All right, fine," she finally said, following it up with an impatient sigh. "Lucas can stop by and poke around, but he needs to be subtle about it. To tell you the truth, the situation over here has gotten a little fragile." "What do you mean?" "Garth has been trying to escape. He's desperate to get out of here, and the more he tries and rebounds, the more frustrated he gets. He's been at it day and night, making all kinds of racket as he tries every stretch of wall, every window and door. I've tried to talk some sense into him and tell him he needs to calm down and that he's only making it worse by panicking." She broke off, huffing out another, more exhausted-sounding exhale. I could picture her in her office, leaning back in her leather chair, her fingers pinching the bridge of her nose. "But he's not in a good state of mind right now." My heart wrenched. "Right. He doesn't want us to keep digging around in his past," Carla added. "He blames the summoning for his anxiety, and thinks the more we try to uproot things, the more unstable he will feel. If we're going to keep looking into this, we have to be discreet. I'll be sure to let Lucas know. He can play it off like he's just there to fix something. It's not like he can see or speak with Garth anyway. Just send me a text when he's on his way, will you? I'll see if I can keep Garth distracted." "Will do." I ended the call and slid my phone into the front pocket of my apron. The warning bells inside my head were starting to ring all the louder. I'd seen ghosts come unhinged too many times to take it lightly. Even someone like Garth, who had been halfway to sainthood in life, could be in danger of flipping the metaphorical switch once on the other side. The idea of endlessly wandering this plane, stuck on the other side of a veil and kept at arm's length from all of the people and places and things they once loved, well, it was too much for some spirits. And when a ghost snapped, it wasn't pretty. So, what cages are we rattling today? The sound of Flapjack's voice startled me, and I whirled around with a gasp, which only made him cackle. How many times do I have to tell you not to do that? I don't know. Seeing as we're stuck together for all of eternity, I suppose at least a few dozen more, Flapjack replied, with a swish of his tail. Unrepentant, he hopped onto the front counter and preened for attention. I extended my hand toward him, focusing my energy long enough to run my fingers through his silky fur. A rumbling purr vibrated from the cat's belly, and I couldn't help but smile. He might be a little devil with fur, but he was my little devil. A flash of movement caught my eye, and I glanced up in time to see a trio of elderly women in hot pink tracksuits marching by the front of the shop, their arms pumping single-pound dumbbells. When they caught my eye, they smiled, but their expressions quickly changed to frowns. It took me a moment to register that I was still petting Flapjack, whom, to them, would look like thin air. I quickly dropped my hand. "Rude," Flapjack said. "You're fine," I quickly told him, awkwardly rolling and flexing my wrists to try and convey some sort of morning stretching ritual. "Nothing to see here, gals." The ladies passed by, and I sighed, shaking my head at myself as I went to turn on the computer. As for cage rattling, Lucas is going to the funeral home this afternoon. Yeah, I figured as much. What is it with you and the tethered ghosts? It always turns into a full-blown circus. Well, if this is a circus, you're definitely a sideshow all your own, I replied, with a raised eyebrow in his direction. What happened last night? Did you make up with Hayward and Gwen? Flapjack plopped down on the center of the counter. What is there to say? This really bothers you? You genuinely want to be in their play? Musical, Flapjack muttered, almost making a perfect impression of Hayward. I smiled sadly. Right, musical. Still, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't seem your style. Maybe not. But they still could have asked, especially given the fact that I'm a dead ringer for the starring role. You know, being a cat and all. I considered my spectral feline for a moment, resisting the urge to point out the musical was more of an ensemble cast. Why didn't you go to the auditions? I didn't get the impression they were invite-only. Flapjack curled his tail around his paws, the tip twitching idly. Mr. Stuffy Britches told me to scram. He thought I was there to heckle and cause chaos. My heart softened. I'm sorry, Flapjack, that was probably hurtful. But you have to admit it was a fair assumption. You haven't exactly been supportive of this endeavor since they announced it. Flapjack's expression morphed into a look of feline consternation. Is it possible you're feeling a little left out? You and Hayward have been quite the duo for some time, and now he has Gwen. Flapjack lifted his chin and shook his glorious mane. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous, Scar. I smiled to myself and nodded. You're right. What was I thinking? I reached out and stroked under his chin, then set about opening the shop. You know, if you're bored, there is something you could do for me. Flapjack stretched forward, his claws passing through the wooden surface of the counter. Yeah? And what's in it for me? Other than my undying love and endless gratitude? I replied with a smirk. You're definitely going to have to up the ante, Scar. I laughed and went to the cooler, ready to begin work on a run of last-minute corsage orders for the upcoming spring fling dance at the local high school. most of which had been placed by the mothers of the teenage boys rather than the boys themselves. Still, it was nice to see the tradition living on. I began gathering flowers and foliage, putting my main supplies into one large bucket as I called over my shoulder to Flapjack. Well, like I said, Lucas is going to the funeral home later today to see about getting an exact time of death for Garth. But I need to find out what time Brock showed up at McNally's. I was thinking you could take Sturgeon and go through the security footage from that night. You think Sturgeon knows how to work a computer? Flapjack replied with a snicker. He's been taking classes at the community college, I retorted with a victorious grin. How the heck does that work? He sits in on the lectures and then he waits until the computer lab closes for the night to practice the exercises for himself. I swear, this town has the weirdest ghosts. We left Tucson to get away from the weirdos, and here we have a ghost taking night classes to learn how to use a computer he will never own. Then you got Stuffy Britches and Gwen, and you know they aren't going to stop at one musical. Oh yeah, and then there's that ghost who blew her chance at crossing over to the afterlife because she got cold feet. Any word on her? How am I supposed to know? I was with you last night and skipped this week's meeting, remember? Right. I kicked the cooler door shut with my foot and carried the bucket to my work table. In any case, are you interested in the job or not? I'll throw in unlimited access to Tuna Town to sweeten the deal. I just picked up a case of white albacore from Costco, and they're all yours if you go with Sturgeon and help him get the information. You know he gets a little off track sometimes. With a dramatic sigh, the cat acquiesced. Fine, but only because I'm bored. Oh, then I guess you don't care about the tuna? I added, flashing a grin in his direction. Flapjack twitched his tail. Don't play with me, woman, he mumbled, before vanishing. 13. In the end, Lucas's idea proved a success, and when he stopped by Lily Pond that afternoon, he came bearing a post-it note, waving it overhead like a banner. He also hummed his own fanfare music as he entered the flower shop. You're so cheesy. Grinning, he leaned against the counter, braced on his forearms, and peered up at me. Oh, come on. You love it. Mercifully, the shop was empty, having just finished hosting two middle-aged women who'd stopped in to buy a gift for a mutual friend's 50th birthday. I smiled and bent down to give him a chaste kiss. I love you. Is that the same? Good enough for me, he laughed. Here is your information. My invoice will be sent by the end of the week. I'll keep my eyes peeled, I replied, giving him a wink. Dropping my gaze to the sticky note, I frowned at the numbers scrawled in Lucas's neat but cramped handwriting. This is weird. Yeah, Lucas agreed. I thought so too. Looks like there were 2 power outages that night. All right. Assuming it was Garth who first turned off the breaker, he started work on the fixture at 9:26 p.m. Then the router rebooted itself and came back online at 9:42, only to shut off again at 10:02. I met Lucas's eyes. That's the murder window. If this is a murder, I still don't get why someone would go this route. I mean, there was just as high of a chance he wouldn't end up getting electrocuted, or even if he did, there was no guarantee it would kill him. Agreed, it's half-baked at best. Lucas tapped the sticky note. The part I can't figure out is why the power comes back on again at 10:48, just to shut down again at 10:54. 6 minutes? That was barely enough time for the router to reboot. Then it doesn't come back online until after 7 the next morning. Which is likely after Carla came in and found Garth, I added. Could the router have just reset itself? Do we know for sure this second outage was due to the power being cut? It would take some more digging to find out for sure, but Occam's razor would suggest the power was cut. I can't imagine someone was in there manually rebooting the wireless router while there was a dead body lying in the hallway. Maybe it didn't work the first time? Garth realized the power got flipped on, turned it off again, and the killer gave it a second try? Or maybe someone else was there at the funeral home, Lucas suggested. Maybe Carla came back to get something from the office and realized the power was out? I shook my head. She would have said something to me. And like you said, if she knew the power was out, she would have seen Garth lying there. Lucas pushed off the counter and stood to his full height, a handful of inches taller than me. I suppose this is the part where your gang of spooky spies come in. Flapjack and Sturgeon are over at McNally's trying to pin down the times Brock was there that night. Lucas nodded. Sturgeon's the World War II ghost, right? Yeah. He can channel his energy enough to physically interact with objects on this plane, and comes in rather clutch in situations like this. And he's pleasant to work with, unlike some furry beasties I know. Hey. Yelping, I jerked back as Flapjack materialized into view, smack dab in the center of the counter, while Sturgeon, permanently encased in his military attire, floated up behind Lucas.
Hello, Scarlet,
Sturgeon said with a brisk nod. Flapjack and Sturgeon just got here, I told Lucas. How'd it go at McNally's?
I'll tell you what, those night classes are really paying off,
Sturgeon said with a smile. Thanks, Sturgeon, I owe you one.
No need,
the older ghost reported. What's this? Flapjack asked, gesturing with his nose at the post-it stuck to my hand. Lucas looked on expectantly, his gaze roving, not entirely sure where to land. What are they saying? Did they get the information? Of course we did, Flapjack insisted. He walked through the doors at 9:32, went straight to the bar, and ordered a drink. And he stayed long enough to get sloppy enough that the bartender cut him off. Sturgeon nodded his agreement. Then it wasn't him, I said, glancing at the sticky note once more to confirm. At least according to these timestamps. Flapjack studied the note for himself. Somewhere along the way he had learned to read, though I still didn't know how or when. Lucas rubbed a hand along his clean-shaven jaw. All right, so if it wasn't the business partner, who else do you got? Are there any other suspects? I have no idea. I folded the note and tucked it into the pocket of my purse, which I kept stashed under the front counter during business hours. I'll have to talk to Carla, but she said Garth is getting edgy and frantic. Lucas grimaced. Though he couldn't see ghosts for himself, he'd seen firsthand the damage they could cause when they went off the deep end. A text message chirped on Lucas's phone, and he retrieved the device from the back pocket of his faded jeans. Looks like my 2 o'clock is on the way, so I'd better get going. He leaned forward and gave me a kiss before heading for the door. See you for dinner? I nodded. See you. He left the flower shop, and Sturgeon followed not too long after, once more refusing my offer to find a way to pay him back for his assistance. Let me guess, back to the funeral home we go? Flapjack said once we were alone. I exhaled. Afraid so. We need to see if we can calm Garth down. But I have a feeling Carla isn't going to roll out the red carpet for us. We found Jackie at the front desk when we arrived at the funeral home just after closing up the flower shop. She'd swapped her sleek eyeglass frames for a pair in a bold cheetah print, and between the bold frames and her winged eyeliner, her eyes looked large and alert as she glanced up. Oh, hey, Scarlet. Are you here to see Carla? She just ran out to get something to eat. I should have called first. Do you want to leave a message for her? Jackie asked, already opening a drawer and retrieving a notepad. She placed it on the desk, the funeral home's name and logo facing toward me. I'm about to head out myself, but I can leave it on her desk before I go if you'd like. That's okay. Thanks anyway. I took a step backward, my hand grazing the doorknob behind me. Jackie stashed the notepad back in the drawer. You've sure been here a lot recently. And your husband was here earlier, too. Is everything all right? What? Oh, yeah. I nodded, probably a little too enthusiastically. Of course. Flapjack frowned up at me. Take it down a notch, Scar. You look like a bobblehead. I stopped and cleared my throat. Right. Yeah. Lucas was just helping Carla out with some tech issues, and I was just coming by to, thank her. Jackie's eyes narrowed behind her safari-themed specs. He fixed the internet and you're here to thank her? Oh, brother. Flapjack flattened to the floor and buried his face under his paws. I laughed. Oh, you know how it is. Sometimes you just need your husband out of the house. Jackie broke the uncomfortable eye contact, flicking her attention back to her computer screen. I wouldn't, actually. But hey, if that's not a ringing endorsement for marriage, I don't know what is. Is it just me? Or does she sound saltier than a large order of fries at McNally's? Flapjack asked, peeking out from his fluffy paws. She did indeed sound bitter, but something flashed in the back of my mind. Brock's words coming back to me. I took a step closer to the desk, letting my fingertips slide from the doorknob. Oh, don't let me put you off the idea. Surely you have your eye on someone around town. Jackie snorted, still not looking at me. This town? Well, maybe I can help. You would not believe the number of grandmothers that come into my shop bemoaning the single status of their various grandchildren. I think it's all the wedding decor. It gets them wistful. I shrugged. Anyway, what's your type? I can keep an ear open. Jackie frowned up at me. She was a pretty woman, probably close to my age, in her early 30s, with wide-set hazel eyes, full lips, and a classic oval-shaped face. She had a keen sense of style, and dressed for her body type, accentuating her subtle curves. You can't be serious. Why not? Jackie held my stare a moment longer, then broke off, shaking her head. I don't need anyone playing matchmaker for me, all right? As it so happens, I just lost someone who I thought... Well, it doesn't matter what I thought. What are you waiting for, Scar? Go for the kill. I ignored my exuberant sidekick. I paused, considering my next words carefully. Taking a tentative step toward the desk, I reached up and fiddled with my purse strap. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to push. Sigh. Abort mission, Flapjack muttered. It's fine, Jackie said. It was Garth, if you must know. I blinked. Garth? Flapjack's ears perked up. Oh? As if summoned, Garth appeared through the wall, his expression tense as he quickly surveyed the scene. What are you doing here, Scarlet? He snapped. She's trying to solve your murder, Flapjack said, leaping from the floor to the top of the desk. You should try thanking her. It was just a mistake, Garth replied. I wasn't murdered. This was all just a misunderstanding. Let's just drop it. Jackie looked up at me, oblivious to Garth hovering only 2 feet from her desk. We didn't tell anyone. It was new. But I thought it might turn into something. She paused and ran her fingers along the silver chain around her neck and pulled it out from underneath the scooped neckline of her cashmere sweater. A Tahitian pearl hung suspended at the end of the chain, and she rolled it between her thumb and forefinger as she continued. I'd had a crush on him for a long time, but I didn't think he saw me that way. There was an age difference, of course, and then his creepy business partner Brock was always hitting on me, which made things awkward. Oh, no. Garth scrubbed a hand over his face. It was a mistake, okay? We were both drunk and it just sort of happened. I didn't mean to lead her on. But it kind of switched one night, after a particularly emotional service. Carla, Garth, and I all went to McNally's to get a drink and blow off some steam. Carla left, And Garth and I stayed until closing. And when we left, he invited me back to his place. She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head, then dropped the pearl back to her chest. It doesn't matter. I'll never know what might have been. Abruptly, she stood from behind the desk and leaned over to retrieve a large leather handbag from under the desk. She slung it over her shoulder and skirted around the desk. Listen, I need to get going. Jackie, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to. She didn't wait around long enough to hear the rest of what I had to say. The door banged closed after her, and I wheeled around to face Garth. Brock mentioned you were involved with Jackie, but at the time I thought he was just throwing up smoke. But it's true? You're in love with Jackie? Is that the reason you're having trouble moving on? The ghost deflated, like a mylar balloon that had lost its helium. I softened my tone before adding, Garth, please, I want to help you. I think there is something going on here. Your dream did mean something. Garth looked up, his eyes hollow and sad. That night with Jackie wasn't the secret I've been keeping. But she is a part of it, I suppose. Please, Garth, you can tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone without your explicit permission. He considered this for a moment, then gave a single nod. All right, but not here. Carla will be back soon, and I don't want her to overhear. As we followed the ghost down the short hallway, Flapjack cocked an ear in my direction and whispered, This seems like it's going to be juicy. Should I go and get Gwen? I shushed him and kept walking. 14. Garth passed through the door to the storage room where I'd originally encountered him. I let myself in and found him at the window, much as he had been during our first post-death conversation. Carla said you'd been having a hard time, so I wanted to come and see you, I explained, closing the door softly behind me. Flapjack, of course, slithered right through the solid wood door and took a seat beside my ankles. For as much as he teased Gwen about her rabbit-like appetite for gossip, he was something of a busybody himself, though, of course, he would deny it to his last undying breath. The dreams have been getting worse, Garth said. It's the same one over and over. That awful laughter and the blinding lights. He pressed his hands over his ears, his eyes squeezing shut. It's enough to drive anyone mad. How can I help, Garth? You're sure this has nothing to do with Jackie? He lowered his hands to his sides, tucking his thumbs into the loop of his tool belt. In a way. More so about the reason I regret being with Jackie that night, Garth replied, still not looking at me. The truth is, I've been in love with Carla for the better part of a decade. I never got up the courage to tell her. My mouth opened, willing to find some words of comfort to offer, but the signal in my head was too fuzzy to come up with anything. Garth turned toward me with doleful eyes. She thought of me as a friend, nothing more, which I suppose I should be grateful for, as Carla can be selective about who she lets into her life. Gee, you don't say, Flapjack interjected. I winced. There was no way Garth hadn't heard the sardonic commentary. A sad smile graced Garth's lips. She's been through a lot. If you heard her life story, it would make sense why she hesitates to let people get close. It took a long time for her to confide in me and call me a friend. And in the end, that was probably the very thing that held me back from telling her the true depth of my feelings. I didn't want to risk ruining what we had and losing her entirely. I'm so sorry, Garth. That's quite a weight to carry around. A new theory as to Garth's tether to the funeral home entered my mind, but I kept it to myself. You know, this would have been very helpful a couple of weeks ago, Flapjack interjected. Would have made this whole thing a little more open and shut. Flapjack, I said in a low growl. Undeterred, the cat flicked his tail. I'm just saying. If he told us all this before, it would have explained why he's still here. With her. Could have saved us a ton of time. Just tell her how you feel. That should loosen the lid of this jar of pickles right up. He made a pop sound. That was definitely not physiologically possible for a cat to make. Garth looked at me, panic brimming in his silver eyes. I can't tell Carla. I want her to remember me fondly and not look back and paint every interaction with doubts about my intentions. Did I help her change her flat tire because I was trying to be a friend, or because I was trying to get in her pants? He blanched, then cleared his throat into his fist. Well, you know what I mean. Is that what happened with Jackie? Did she confess her long-held feelings for you? Garth shook his head, his gaze gravitating back toward the window. No, that was more or less the natural result of way too many rum and cokes. The morning after I woke up and found Jackie in my bed, I hated myself. I told her the whole thing was a mistake. I didn't realize she was holding out hope it might be something more until just now. A mistake? Ouch. I'm not even human, and I know that's not what you're supposed to say, Flapjack quipped. Garth swirled around, his lips pulled into a tight line. How was I supposed to know? We made fun of each other's hangover and agreed not to mention it again. Hell, we even had coffee before she left to go home. And Carla didn't know? She didn't see you two leave together? No. That's exactly why I didn't want Jackie talking about it. I didn't want Carla to find out. From the other room, footsteps sounded in the hall, creaking softly on the wooden floors, accompanied by a soft, melodic humming. My eyes widened. Someone's here, I hissed. Before I could even ask, Flapjack stuck his furry face through the door. It's the cleaning chick, he reported, upon yanking his head back into the spare bedroom. Andrea, Garth supplied. I cringed, wondering if I should slip out the window to risk the hassle of trying to explain why I'd been in one of the spare rooms carrying on a one-sided conversation with myself. In the end, I didn't have much of a choice. Before I could make a decision, the antique bronze doorknob twisted, and the door opened to reveal the petite woman I'd met before. She had a pair of white earbuds tucked into her ears, and it took a moment for her to register me standing there. Ah! She yelped, jumping back. Hey, it's okay, I said, holding out my hands. We met the other day? I'm Scarlett Sanderson, the florist. Andrea stopped shaking and placed one hand on her chest, the other clutching her mop. Oh my gosh, you scared me. No kidding, Captain Obvious, Flapjack muttered. Apparently, done with the conversation, he vanished, in a mist of silver particles. Carla just popped out to get something to eat, I told the young woman. I'm here to take some measurements. Measurements? Andrea repeated, leaning over slightly to see past me into the room. Yeah, Carla was thinking maybe I could store some of my extra supplies here. You know, the easels and a couple of boxes of vases, I said slowly, then looked down at my empty hands. If Andrea noted the lack of tape measure or notepad, she kept it to herself. I'm all done now, I hurried to say, by way of explanation. I flashed a winning smile, hoping that would smooth over any lingering questions. At my step forward, she stepped back, clearing a path for me to escape into the hallway. A path that I gratefully took. Remember, Scarlett, not a word to Carla, Garth called after me. I waved one hand in the air. I got it. Good night. Then I hightailed it out of the funeral home. Man, who needs reality TV when all of this drama is going on right in our backyard? Lucas said, upon hearing the latest installment of the ongoing saga. He was back in the kitchen, whipping up another idea for a recipe, while I sat nursing a beer at the peninsula. Tell me about it, I honestly don't know what to think at this point. The whole thing is so bizarre. Lucas turned to consider me, a wooden spoon coated in rich red sauce in one hand. My heart goes out to the guy. It's not easy to get up the nerve to tell someone how you feel. I smiled over the top of the bottle in my hand. I don't seem to recall you having any trouble. He chuckled, pausing to stir the contents of a large saucepan before replying. Yeah, well, it helps that I was only meant to be in town for a few weeks. If the whole thing blew up in my face, I had a clear escape. That drew a full-throated laugh as I rolled my eyes. I see. On to the next town, on to the next chick, huh? Lucas was handsome enough to be a major player, but it wasn't his style. You know me so well, he teased, grinning over his shoulder. I tossed him a wink. Why do you think I had to tie you down so fast? We chatted about the rest of the day while Lucas finished cooking. Flapjack hadn't followed me all the way home, opting to head over to the Beechwood Manor to see what trouble he might get into. I'd texted Holly ahead of time to give her fair warning. Lucas dished up the meal and we ate in front of the TV, catching up on the latest episode of our favorite true crime series. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I wondered about Hayward and Gwen and the mess with Garth, but did my best to shove it to the side and focus on the present. As Lucas had done the cooking, I volunteered for cleanup duty, and he headed to his home office to send a few emails and work on his training plans for the following week. When I was in the midst of unloading the dishwasher, Gwen appeared in the kitchen, her expression tinged with worry. Hey, Gwen, I said, slowly closing one of the upper cabinets as I turned to face her. Is everything all right? She laced her hands together and shook her head. I don't mean to bother you. I know it's not Tuesday, but... It's okay, I said. What's up? It's Olive. She floated closer. She's holed up in the basement of her old house and is refusing to come out. Scarlett, I think she's starting to lose it. And I don't know what she might be capable of if she comes completely unglued. As it is now, she's rattling the boxes stored down there. She doesn't mean to. I think it's her nervous energy or something. But the homeowners are starting to hear the noise and think it's rats or a raccoon and have an exterminator coming next week to look around. I'm afraid that might set her off all over again. I winced, imagining the exterminator's high-beam flashlight hitting Olive in the face and sending her spiraling. I know you don't want to use your power to send anyone over to the other side before they're ready, Gwen hurried to add. But in this case, she was already called, or whatever the term would be. I don't think she would wind up stuck in limbo. I think she'd sail through. She just might need a little nudge. I swallowed hard. I don't know, Gwen. Maybe you're right, but what if you're not? We can't risk her getting stuck. I didn't even have to mention what Carla might do if she found out. She'd probably call the Supernatural Protection Agency, and I had no idea where that might land me. No place I wanted to go, that much was for certain. Gwen's face twisted as her hands wrung together. I understand, I wish I knew what to say or do to help her. Trust me, I know the feeling. I ran a hand over my ponytail, my gears shifting into motion. As much as I loved Gwen, I couldn't confide in her about the Garth situation. At least, not the most recent piece of it. Listen, let me talk to Carla. She knows more about the whole limbo thing than I do. I'll see what she has to say. In the meantime, can you try and coax Olive out of the basement while the exterminator is there, so they don't set her off even more? I'll do my best. Gwen bobbed her head, but doubt lingered in her eyes. I channeled a bit of energy, just long enough to reach out and squeeze her shoulder. She met my eyes, and I smiled. You've got this, Gwen. She returned the smile. Thank you, Scarlett. My eyes widened. Hey, you've put up with Hayward and Flapjack's antics for years now and haven't gone on a post-death murder spree. So, in my opinion, that qualifies you for sainthood. Gwen snorted a laugh. Or at least a superwoman badge. I laughed and nodded in agreement. I'll work on that. 15. Flapjack accompanied me to Lily Pond the following day, alternating between napping and people-watching in the front display window while Lizzie and I worked. It was a productive day, but I found myself checking my phone every 10 minutes, hoping for Carla to return my text message. After the embarrassing scene with Andrea, I'd fled the funeral home without waiting to speak to Carla about the results of Lucas's visit. I would keep my word to Garth and leave his romantic feelings out of the conversation, but we still needed to talk about the possibility of his death being a murder. Sometime after Lizzie left, Flapjack floated through the shop and joined me in the back, while I worked on an arrangement for a small elopement ceremony set for the weekend. I glanced up from trimming down a stalk of eucalyptus to consider the phone lying on the work table, a few inches from where the ghost cat settled his hindquarters. She has to have heard my message by now, right? Which means she's either ignoring me or something happened with Garth. I mean, assuming she's not dead in a ditch somewhere, I'd think so. Although, if she was, I suppose that might solve one of our problems. Flapjack? I don't mean I think she should die, he clarified. But hey, if she were a ghost herself, she could hardly have any quibbles about Garth lingering around the funeral home. I rolled my eyes. If you ask me, we should just drop the whole thing. Garth isn't going to confess his feelings and find his freedom, and Carla can't even be bothered to return a phone call. Once again, it seems you're the only one who cares about any of this. He switched his tail in an I told you so way. I don't think that's fair, I replied, fluffing the sprig of eucalyptus into place. Footsteps creaked overhead, and I wondered if Lizzie could hear me downstairs, talking to myself. So far, the arrangement seemed to be working out. Bryant had kept his word about keeping the volume down during work hours, and the landlord seemed happy when he'd come by to do his annual inspection. And the money I was saving by having Lizzie sublet the apartment gave me a little more wiggle room in the shop's budget, which was a good thing, seeing as how my cooler was in desperate need of repair. I'd only been able to open the shop thanks to an inheritance left by my grandmother, and while it was generous, opening a new business, not to mention an out-of-state move, cost a pretty penny, and I'd only been able to afford a used cooler which had come with its own quirks. Someone flipped the power off and on, and we need to figure out who that was and why. Not only for Garth's sake, but for Carla's too. After all, there weren't signs of forced entry on the property the night Garth died, so either the doors were unlocked, which doesn't seem likely, or they had a key. Flapjack remained unmoved, giving another lazy flick of his tail. I sighed and reached for a pale pink rose. I know. It's not like I don't have enough of my own problems to worry about. Problems? I thought you and Lucas were still in your insufferable honeymooners stage, Flapjack replied. Oh, Lucas and I are great. But it will be wedding season soon, which means things will be firing on all cylinders here at the shop. The tourists will arrive, and everything will start to feel busy and congested. I still haven't finished the garden at home, which I really need to do if I have any hopes of getting vegetables this year. Not to mention a bunch of theatrical-related errands to run for Mr. Stuffy Britches and Gwen, Flapjack replied, a little irritation still lingering in his voice. He finished his complaint with a twitch of his whiskers that left no doubt as to his thoughts on the matter. I exhaled and shook my head. I don't know why they can't just do it without a set. I mean, it's not like anyone's going to come watch it anyway, right? Don't ask me. But if Hayward is planning on singing, I plan on being as far away as possible. I suggest you do the same. Wait, so now he's taking a role and directing? Flapjack flashed a maniacal grin. Auditions haven't been going well. Turns out there's not a lot of interest in spooky community theater. Last I heard, Gwen's having to consider doing double duty. It's only a matter of time before Hayward insists he's the only one capable of taking a lead role for himself. I shook my head, and continued fussing with the arrangement. "Have the two of you had a little chat yet?" I asked, swiveling my gaze toward the cat. Hayward tried to do his bumbling version of an apology, but I told him it didn't matter. I was just pulling his chain about not getting invited to audition. "You two are so impossible." Before Flapjack could come up with an undoubtedly sarcastic retort, the bell on the door to Lily Pond jingled, and the cat vanished into thin air. Abandoning my design, I wiped my damp fingertips off on the front of my apron and stepped through the archway between the back half of the shop and the retail space. "Welcome in," I started, only for my polite smile to slide right off my face at the sight of the woman idly considering the displays of knickknacks and gift items near the window. "Jackie?" Jackie, startled at the sound of my voice, and veered away from a shelf of small glazed pots. She kept both hands on the strap of her purse and looked more than a little wary. "Hello, Scarlett," she said. "I was hoping we could talk. It's about Carla." "Sure," I replied, gesturing toward the table I used for customer consultations. "Would you like to sit?" Jackie opened her mouth as though to protest, then just as quickly closed it and went to one of the upholstered chairs and sat down. I shifted a quick glance in Flapjack's direction before rounding the counter and joining her. Flapjack materialized in the center of the table half a heartbeat later. If there was anything he hated, it was being left out. "What's going on with Carla?" I prompted. The shop was still open for another hour, but I didn't expect anyone to come by. This time of day, people were busy taking their kids to and from after-school activities or going to the market or one of the local restaurants to rustle up some dinner. Jackie slid her purse from her shoulder and placed it in her lap, both hands kneading the supple leather as she considered her words. "I know about your investigation," she began. "Last night after work, I got a call from Brock. He told me some florist came around asking a bunch of nosy questions and insinuated she thought he'd murdered Garth in a fit of rage over their business arrangement." "Ruh-roh," Flapjack gulped. "I put two and two together," Jackie added. "Seeing as you're the only florist in town and you've been hanging around the funeral home. My question is, do you think it was Carla?" I blinked. "Carla? No." Jackie's eyes narrowed. She wasn't wearing glasses, and her face looked relatively makeup-free. "Well, maybe you should." "Oh? You think Carla had something to do with it?" It didn't fit any of my theories. Carla was the one who'd brought us in to poke around in the first place. If she was the murderer, surely she wouldn't go around inviting people to investigate. But then, that wasn't how this had started, was it? She'd only wanted help getting Garth out of her hair. He clearly didn't know what happened to him that night, so perhaps she thought her secret would be safe, buried in the tangled pre-death memories of a troubled spirit. "Why would she want to hurt Garth?" I pressed, bracing my elbows on the table's edge as I leaned in. Jackie looked past my shoulder for a long moment before dragging her eyes back to mine. "There's a little more to the story about the night Garth and I hooked up. We weren't the only ones who went to the bar that night. Carla was with us. We'd all had a long day, and she overheard me and Garth making our plans and asked to tag along. It surprised me, to be honest. She's kind of a loner. I can't remember her ever going out like that." I nodded slowly. I didn't know Carla well, but the picture Jackie painted seemed reasonable. "To tell you the truth, I think Carla might have been in love with Garth," Jackie said, her expression taking on a matter-of-fact look. "Seriously, how is Gwen missing all the gossip this week? She's totally off her game," Flapjack interjected. "You think Carla was in love with Garth?" I repeated. Jackie nodded. "And that's why she went to the bar," I continued. trying to draw the connections. I think that's exactly why she went to the bar that night. I don't think she wanted me and Garth to be alone. She knew you were also into Garth? Jackie shrugged. I don't know. Call it a woman's intuition or something. All I know is we got to the bar, and Carla bought the first round. We were talking about the service and how sad it had been, and then it kind of turned into small talk. When we finished our first round, Garth offered to pick up the next one, and Carla tried to argue with him, saying she could get it, and not in a playful, friendly way. The tension between them didn't match the situation. I mean, it was just a few drinks at McNally's. How much could it cost? Jackie shrugged off her own question, then continued. Anyway, they were bickering, and Garth pulled Carla aside. I couldn't quite hear what they said, but she didn't look happy. I think he was telling her she couldn't afford it or to save her money or something along those lines, because midway through she kind of angrily shoved her wallet back into her purse and stalked out without another word. Was that common for them? I asked, thinking back on all the times I'd seen them together over the years. Granted, whenever I was at the funeral home, both Carla and Garth were busy handling the final preparations for the service ahead, which didn't leave a lot of room for bickering. More so lately, Jackie replied with a nod. They were getting snippy with each other, usually over small stuff. Or at least that's all I ever saw, the small stuff. Anyway, after Carla left, Garth bought us another drink, and it just kind of continued from there. You already know where it ended, of course. Wait, what are you saying, Jackie? You think whatever they were arguing about at the bar turned into something more serious? Something worth killing for? I don't know, but something was definitely up between those two. And ever since then, Carla has been more uptight than usual. She barricades herself in her office. And I swear I've heard her talking to herself, and not in a nice way. She's stressed, and she gets cagey whenever I try to ask what's going on. I've started quietly applying for other jobs in town, to tell you the truth. She seems unstable. I nodded slowly, taking in the information in bite-sized pieces, the puzzle in my mind shifting to accommodate them. But do you think Carla is capable of hurting someone? I don't know. But she was the one who nagged Garth about fixing that light all day, and she was the only other one there that night. Jackie fixed me with a pointed stare. Have you asked her for her alibi? I swallowed hard, not imagining that conversation going over particularly well. 16. When Carla still hadn't called me back by closing time, I locked up and texted Lucas on the short walk to my car, letting him know I'd be late getting home. Flapjack accompanied me on the sidewalk, casually strolling while I hunched over my phone, riddled with anxiety. I needed to confront Garth with Jackie's theory that Carla was perhaps keeping something from both of us. I also wanted the details of their argument at McNally's. Jackie's claim of Carla's edginess and seeming one-sided conversations was easily explained away by Garth's post-death presence. Of course, Carla couldn't explain that to her. Still, there were unanswered text and phone calls, the reticence to help me figure out what had happened. But then again, if she was the killer, why would she have ever agreed to summon Loretta Applebaum for answers? That had been her suggestion, hadn't it? I wanted to run my thoughts by Flapjack as we made our way to the car, but the sidewalks were far too busy in either direction for me to subtly carry on a conversation with a ghost, let alone a conversation about a potential local murderer. Ahead, a silvery glint caught my eye, and from between a young couple, each holding one hand of the small boy between them, came Gwen and Hayward. Gwen's arm was linked through Hayward's, and the two appeared deep in conversation before noticing Flapjack and me coming straight toward them.
Lady Scarlet, just the woman we wanted to see,
Hayward exclaimed, smiling, the lines at his mouth and eyes relaxed. That was a good sign, at least. Buzz off, Mr. Peanut, We have more important things going on, Flapjack said, shooting a scowl in Hayward's direction. Where are you going? Gwen asked, looking at me. She's not gonna talk to you with all these living around, Flapjack retorted. But if you must know, we're going to the funeral home. Oh, is Garth open to talking again? Gwen asked. I guess you'd know the answer to that if you were around more often, Flapjack said, then swerved around Gwen's bare ankle, tickling her with the tip of his tail as he passed. The ghosts tagged along, following me to the small sedan I'd purchased the year before, back when I'd been making frequent trips to Seattle. The delivery van was great for local trips, but much like my walk-in cooler, I'd purchased it used, and with a few hiccups. Everyone had their assigned seating. Flapjack and Hayward had engaged in a multi-day ghost gauntlet to determine which would earn the right to the front seat after Gwen declined. In the end, Hayward won, only to then offer the seat to Gwen. This backfired spectacularly, as most of the time, Gwen gave the seat to Flapjack, simply to save us all from the furball's belly aching. Though, if asked, she'd say it was because she preferred to sit beside her love. Tonight was no exception, and Gwen floated through the door to the back seat and snuggled in beside Hayward. Flapjack launched himself through the passenger side window, landing on his seat with a little tippy-tap motion of his paws, looking far too pleased with himself. Hayward's mustache twitched. I climbed in behind the wheel and closed my door. I'm going to the funeral home to talk to Garth. We got cut off last night when the cleaning lady showed up, and I have a few more things to ask him, I said, answering Gwen's original question. It's all a bit up in the air right now, but Carla has been dodging my calls, and I need to figure out why. What was it you two were coming to tell me?
Well, I suppose in contrast to a potential murder investigation, this is rather small potatoes, Hayward began. But we found a space to hold the performance.
Well, Scarlett, isn't that just the best news you've heard all day? We can finally rest easy, Flapjack groaned. I turned the key in the ignition. Sounds good. Would it be too much to hope that it's someplace abandoned and therefore free of charge?
Not abandoned, Lady Scarlett, but I do believe it will be free of charge, Hayward said, clearly delighted with his discovery. It's actually a little bit sentimental, too, Gwen added, leaning forward between the two front seats. Flapjack twisted, sending his tail swishing near her face in an attempt to bat her backward. Gwen simply blew a puff of air in his direction, ruffling his fur, which sent him scowling and hissing as he pressed against the passenger side door. It's at the church where you and Lucas got married, Gwen added. We got a lead who told us they set up something of an outdoor cathedral during the summer months so the parishioners can enjoy the weather. There would be plenty of seats, and it's not in use most evenings during the week. We should be able to host the play without drawing any attention. It's a little bit out of the way, but it's just off a busy road, so we figure most ghosts shouldn't have too much trouble hitching a ride. All we'll need is for you to set out a sandwich board with a couple of balloons tied to it so people know where to go. My lips twisted to one side, surprised by the proposal. I can do that. What about the set design, though? You still want painted backdrops and the whole shebang? We've pared it back a bit, Hayward replied. But yes, ideally, we'd still need a few pieces transported to the venue ahead of the performance. My gears were turning, hoping the little chapel in the woods didn't have much in the way of a security system. The last thing I wanted to do was try to explain to an officer that I was trespassing at a church in order to host a ghost-only production of Cats. Honestly, how did I get myself into these situations? It works for me, but I'll need you to do some scouting ahead of time to make sure no one will be there. Consider it done, Lady Scarlett.
Flapjack groaned. I can't believe you're really going along with this. Would it kill you to be supportive? Gwen asked, using more tartness than was typical. Flapjack mumbled something under his breath and turned to look out the window as we zipped across town. The trio followed me out of the car when we arrived at the funeral home, and I pointed out Carla's small pickup truck parked in one of the reserved spots near the side entrance into the home. Flapjack gave Hayward and Gwen a brief rundown of the updates as we made our way to the front door, thankfully keeping Garth's confession a secret. He was a colossal pain in the rear, but he wasn't stupid. He knew just as well as I did how fast that gossip would travel if it reached Gwen's ear. To my relief, Jackie wasn't sitting in her usual spot at the front desk, but instead, I found Carla perched on the chair, twisted away so her face was in profile, as she stared at her phone, occasionally swiping her thumb against the screen to scroll through whatever had her so enthralled. At my footsteps, she glanced up, her dark eyes going wide. "Scarlett, did you hear?" She barely registered the 3 ghosts at my back as they pushed into the funeral home's foyer. I shook my head. "Hear what?" Carla spun in her chair to face me fully. "Andrea just turned herself in at the police station. She confessed to Garth's murder." 17. She what? The dull roar of a question from Hayward, Gwen, Flapjack, and myself was enough to send Carla recoiling in her chair. Carla held up a piece of thick stationery paper in a creamy ivory hue. "I found this on my desk, along with a spare key to the back door," Carla said. "It's a full confession. And here," she gestured to the bottom of the page, "it says she's sorry for what she did and that she'll be turning herself into the police this afternoon. She must have left this when I ran out to the bank." "Andrea?" I repeated. "Does she say why she did it?" Another thought hit, and I looked around the sitting room. And where is Garth? Does he know? Carla shook her head, her eyes glued to the sheet of stationery. "No. I just found it right before you got here. I don't even know what to think." I gave my trio of companions a meaningful look. She's probably still at the station. It will take a while for them to get her full statement and process her. Flapjack picked up on my hint first, swirling and heading back through the wall. Gwen and Hayward stared at me, unblinking, until Flapjack yelled at them to follow. "That was our cue to leave?" he exclaimed, his voice muffled through the solid wood. "If you don't mind," I said, as Hayward and Gwen jolted. "You can get in there and see what she says." Hayward straightened with newfound purpose, adjusting his top hat. With Gwen's hand resting in the crook of his elbow, he met my gaze and nodded.
"Of course, Lady Scarlet. One of us will report back as soon as we know what's going on."
"Thank you," I called, but they were already gone. Turning back around, I found Carla staring at me, her expression caught somewhere between wonder and bewilderment. "She says it was an accident," Carla said, handing me the note. "I'm not sure the 3 amigos will find anything that's not spelled out here in Andrea's letter." I read along, even as Carla laid it out. "She didn't know he was here because she had her earphones in. She tried to plug in the vacuum cleaner using the outlet at the end of the hall, and when it didn't turn on, she went to investigate. She flipped on the breaker and came out to find Garth dead at the other end of the hallway." Tear stains marred the paper, some of the ink fuzzy where they'd fallen. Carla braced her elbows on the edge of the polished wood surface, her fingers making small circles on her temples as her eyes fell closed. "How are we going to tell Garth?" The ghost melted through the wall between the very sconces he'd died trying to repair. He found me and tried a gentle smile. "I thought I heard voices out here." Carla straightened at the sound of Garth's voice over her shoulder and spun in her chair.
Garth, there you are. I was just about to come looking for you. We need to talk.
Garth looked at me, an unspoken question in his eyes. I shook my head slightly, indicating his secret remained safe with me. It's about your death, I said, handing the sheet of paper to Carla. She placed it on the desk, twisting it around so Garth could read the loopy handwriting.
Andrea has confessed to killing you, Carla said, heartbreakingly gentle. It was an accident, and she's over at the police station now turning herself in. I held my breath as Garth pored over the letter, his eyes scanning the page frantically at first, then going back over the words more slowly, as though unable or unwilling to comprehend their meaning.
An accident, Garth said, straightening and looking around the room, deliberately avoiding the letter and Carla. A dry, mocking laugh slipped through his lips.
What's that they say about the flapping of a butterfly's wings? I guess I had an unlucky butterfly presiding over my fate.
I sighed. Despite my many years spent treading the line between the land of the living and the dead, I always felt awful and inadequate in circumstances like this. It appeared Carla was also unsure how to provide comfort to the distraught ghost.
At least we know what happened. That counts for something, doesn't it?
To my surprise, she seemed to be directing the question my way. Looking at Garth and seeing the lines of anguish in his face made my mouth dry. Cheap platitudes and dime-a-dozen expressions of sympathy tasted sour. In the end, all I could think to say was,
I'm so sorry, Garth. You deserved better. You deserve to live to a ripe old age and slip between this realm and the next peacefully. I'm sorry that was taken away from you. Even if it was an accident, it's no less awful a thing. Garth wavered in and out of sight, as though he couldn't quite decide whether he wanted to stay or go. As he looked around the room, I wondered which memories were coming back to him, if they were of the families or of the moments before and after, when he and Carla would come together to make their plans. The late nights and the early mornings and everything in between. Well said, Scarlett, Carla said, looking in my direction with glossy eyes. And I'm sorry I haven't been returning your calls. It's been a hard week, and it felt like if I added one more thing, I might start screaming and never be able to stop. But I should have gotten in touch. It wasn't my intention to leave you to handle this on your own.
Garth's silvery silhouette straightened at that, and he turned to Carla, once more meeting her eyes.
What's wrong?
He blinked, then hastily added,
I mean, apart from all this mess.
Carla exhaled a shaky breath as her shoulders slumped forward. Her elbows were still braced on the edge of the desk, but she let her hands drop, her forearms stacking together against the edge.
It's not important. Not right now.
There wasn't time to press Carla for more details surrounding her absence or determine what lay behind the shadows in her eyes, as my troop of companions returned with their signature flair for the dramatic.
That was a bust,
Flapjack said grumpily as he stalked across the room and sat at my feet.
She lawyered up before going to the station, and her mouthpiece wasn't letting her do any of the talking.
Gwen added a solemn nod, her eyes darting toward Garth.
I overheard some of the officers speaking in the bullpen, and none of them seemed to think she'll do serious time. There was talk of a plea deal, and as it seems to be a tragic accident, they don't expect the judge will throw the book at her. Sorry, Garth.
Her hands wrung together until Hayward floated closer and drew her into his side.
You have our deepest condolences, old chap, he said, with a nod in Garth's direction.
Garth acknowledged their sentiments with a hint of a nod, before glancing around the room.
It's all right, he began. Maybe it seems strange, but I think I'm glad to hear it. Andrea is a nice woman, and a mother. I wouldn't want to take her from her son over a mistake, even one this costly."
A ripple of despair crossed his face.
"I just wish I could remember that night. If she was in the house doing her cleaning, wouldn't I have noticed? I would have said something, ensured she knew I was there at the very least. But I can't remember it."
Carla shook her head. She wasn't supposed to be there. She'd called and said her son was sick and the babysitter couldn't take him. We had a service the next day, and she knew I liked to have the main floor tidied. She said she would try to make it first thing in the morning. "Maybe we could go and talk to her?" I suggested. "I don't think they'd let you in to see her," Carla replied. "And even if the police would, I doubt her lawyer would be keen on the idea." "How do you feel?" Gwen asked Garth. "Now that you know the truth."
"I'm not sure. Everything feels gray. Numb, I guess."
"I suppose I have 2 positions to fill around here now," Carla said, somewhat under her breath, but loud enough we all heard. When no one spoke, she looked up, her lips pressing thinly together as she looked to Garth. "I just meant, you know." He watched her for a moment, then cleared his throat and hooked his thumbs through the loops of his tool belt before turning away.
"I've got some things to work out too, I suppose."
I looked at Carla, willing her to say something, but her eyes were dark and distant, unfixed as she stared past me into the vacant sitting room. And before I could catch her attention, Garth vanished.
"Perhaps we should give them some time, Lady Scarlet."
I turned at the sound of Hayward's voice and found 3 ghosts staring at me. Carla got to her feet. "I'll make sure Garth is all right," she told me. "Thank you for seeing this through, Scarlet." I nodded, but the pit in my stomach somehow felt heavier. It didn't feel like I'd solved anything. There were still so many unanswered questions, and Garth was clearly no closer to being able to let go and move on. Carla didn't wait for my reply before she passed through the sitting room and disappeared deeper into the heart of the historic home.
"You did all you could, Lady Scarlet,"
Hayward said. Hours had passed since leaving the funeral home, but I couldn't stop the churning thoughts from roiling and crashing through my mind. "For once, old Stuffy Britches is right," Flapjack added. The trio hadn't let me out of their sight since returning home. I'd had dinner with Lucas and watched the first part of a basketball game before drifting off to the bedroom to sit at the small desk, bathing in the glow from my laptop's screen. Gwen and Flapjack perched at the foot of the bed, while Hayward kept watch at the large window, looking out onto the side yard. His mustache bristled at Flapjack's acerbic vote of confidence, but he didn't argue. I shook my head. But why now? She's carried this secret for months now, and all of a sudden she comes out and confesses? I imagine she felt guilty, Gwen chimed in. Maybe she couldn't handle it any longer. There's a chance Jackie told her your suspicion, Flapjack added. Brock told Jackie. Jackie told Andrea. It's like that absurd game you and your friends played at those terrible overnight get-togethers. The cat shuddered. Gwen laughed softly. They're called slumber parties, Flapjack. I don't remember much slumbering going on, he retorted dryly. Despite the heavy weight on my shoulders, I smiled at my longtime companion. You didn't have to go, you know. Well, I wasn't going to let them put whipped cream on your face while you slept, like they did to Michelle Mitchell in the 6th grade. I reached out and ruffled the fur between his ears. You're a good cat, Flapjack. Hayward burst into a coughing fit. I suppose you're right, I added. Jackie might have mentioned it to Andrea, maybe to ask if she'd seen anything or heard anything. Andrea got spooked and went to get advice from a lawyer, and they told her it would go more smoothly if she turned herself in. See? It fits, Gwen said with a bright smile, momentarily forgetting the heaviness of the subject at hand. But what about the timestamps? Maybe Garth flipped the switch on the first time to check his progress. Then he flipped them off again to keep working. There was a long gap between that and the final time they were turned on and off again, but it's plausible. Gwen looked to Hayward for confirmation.
Admittedly, I don't know much about the intricacies of electric work, he replied, puffing his chest, as we had a staff to manage it when it first became available to noble houses in England. However, it seems to follow.
I nodded absently, staring unblinking at the computer screen. I'd tried to distract myself with some retail therapy, but even the allure of walnut dining tables couldn't lift my spirits. The whole thing is so awful. For Garth, for Andrea, for her son. I shut the laptop and rubbed my eyes. Listen, guys, I appreciate your help. I think I'm going to take a long shower and call it a night, okay? Hayward floated away from the window, automatically offering his arm to Gwen when he reached her side.
Of course, Lady Scarlet. We'll check on you in the morning.
Thanks. Gwen looped her arm through Hayward's, her eyes brimming with sympathy. Sleep good, Scarlet. Flapjack followed the pair out of the bedroom, pausing only for a moment in the doorway to look back at me. See you tomorrow, Scar. Night. The ghosts faded into the night, and I went about getting ready for bed, though it took hours to fall into a fitful sleep. Unfortunately, I didn't stay asleep for long. In the dead of night, the frantic voices of Hayward, Gwen, and Flapjack yanked me from the darkness, only for my eyes to open and find Garth hovering over me, his silver eyes streaked with tears.
Scarlet, it's Carla. I think she's dying. You have to come now.
18. At the sound of my yelp, Lucas sprang into action, his Navy training coming back full force as he leaped from the bed, eyes wide, one arm swinging out to shield me.
What is it? What happened?
He said, his form a moonlight-kissed outline in the dark. It's Carla, I said, jumping up and stuffing my legs into a pair of discarded leggings hanging over the side of the hamper. Hayward whirled around, thoroughly scandalized by my state of undress. Garth was too distressed to even notice.
Please call 911,
he urged. Carla, Lucas repeated, marching to the hallway to check. She's not here, I said, the words muffled as I pulled on a thick sweatshirt. Tell me what happened? How am I supposed to? Lucas whirled around, scanning the seemingly empty room. Then understanding broke through the panic and pre-dawn fuzz.
Right.
I'm sorry, I said. Garth is here. Wait, how are you here? I asked, as I crossed to the nightstand and found my phone. We found him in the streets, Flapjack explained. He was screaming so loud I imagine every ghost along 101 must have heard him.
I promise I'll explain, but please, call for help first,
Garth said, more silver tears streaking down his face.
She's unconscious, and I don't think she was breathing.
Panic spiked, and my heartbeat whooshed in my ears as I dialed the emergency line. While I waited for the dispatch, I looked at Lucas. We need to get to the funeral home, now. He nodded and pulled on a pair of basketball shorts. Let's go then, he said, snagging his own sweatshirt as he ushered me out of the room. The ghosts trailed.
She came down to check on me, and I told her to go away.
Garth paused, the pain thick in his strained tone.
A few minutes later, I heard a loud bang. I went out to see, and she was lying on the floor at the bottom of the stairs. I think she might have slipped or fallen. I didn't see any blood, but her chest wasn't moving. I tried to wake her up, but...
We'll get her help, Gwen said. Within minutes, we climbed into the car and streaked off toward the funeral home. Emergency services were already there, the lights on the ambulance and police car blazing bright against the pre-dawn indigo sky. The ghosts didn't wait for Lucas to fully come to a stop before they surged out through the windshield and shot toward the front door. Lucas heard most of the story as I'd relayed it to the emergency dispatch. "How are you planning to explain you knew Carla had fallen?" he asked, as he shifted the car into park, on the other side of the lot from the emergency vehicles, as to not box them in. I winced. I hadn't gotten that far yet, but I didn't want to wait until we got here to call, in case. I let the rest of the thought trail off. Lucas nodded, his eyes steely but tired, as he looked up at the front of the home, awash in the blue and red and white lights. "You did the right thing." A pair of paramedics emerged, a wheeled stretcher between them. My stomach clenched. Oh no. Garth followed, his fingers trailing through the end of the cot as he tried in vain to reach for Carla. An officer came out of the house and spotted us. On an exhale, I threw open the passenger side door and climbed out, even as my mind frantically tried to piece together a halfway plausible fib. In the end, the officers accepted my story that I'd been on the phone with Carla when I heard her cry out and fall, and when she didn't respond, I'd hung up and called for help. All I had to do was hope they didn't check Carla's phone log to confirm it. We followed the ambulance to the hospital and were forced to wait in the lobby while the early morning hours stretched on. Garth remained by Carla's side, with the other three rotating out to keep us apprised of the updates going on behind the double doors to the emergency room. "They think she took too many sleeping pills, which affected her balance," Gwen said solemnly when it was her turn to play messenger. "She's conscious now, but groggy and confused." I breathed a sigh of relief and relayed the update to Lucas in a quiet murmur. "So she's going to be okay?" I asked, shifting my eyes back to Gwen's form. "They think so. They need to do some more tests to make sure she doesn't have a brain bleed. She hit her head pretty good when she fell down the stairs." "And Garth? Is he okay?" Gwen's eyes darted to the right of me. I don't know. He's been blaming himself, saying he should have answered when she knocked on the door to speak with him. He's also concerned about the pills. According to him, Carla hated taking anything that made her feel sleepy, even allergy medications. And as far as he knew, she never mentioned taking sleeping pills. Wait, what are you saying? He thinks she was drugged? "I don't know," Gwen said. "We'll have to wait and see what she says when she's more awake. She's in and out for the time being." "All right. I don't think there are any services scheduled for today, or if they are, they didn't put in a flower order with me," I said. "But I'll call Jackie to confirm. And then I need to call Lizzie and let her know I'll be a little late getting in." Gwen nodded, then floated back through the doors. Digging my phone from my purse, I looked over to Lucas. "Thanks for waiting with me." He smiled. "Well, it wasn't like I was going to be able to go back to sleep after all that. Quite an adrenaline rush." He glanced at his watch and groaned. "I do need to get going pretty soon. Unless you want me to reschedule. I only have a half day booked." "No, go ahead. I'll be fine. Once I know Carla is going to be okay, I'll probably head to the shop." "Do you think Lizzie can come scoop you up?" I nodded. "I'll figure it out. Go ahead and take the car." Lucas kissed my forehead and headed out. No sooner had he gone than I realized I didn't have Jackie's personal phone number. I called the funeral home's main line and left a voicemail, hoping she would hear it when she came in. By mid-morning, Carla had been admitted to the hospital and moved to a private room on the third floor. One of the nurses took pity on me and slipped me a visitor's badge, allowing me in to see her. "Knock, knock," I said softly, taking silent steps into the room. "She's awake," Garth said. All four ghosts hovered around Carla's hospital bed, watching every beep and blip of the monitors, like a pack of slightly spooky guardian angels.
Scarlet,
Carla breathed, trying a smile that looked a bit pained.
thank you so much. They told me you saved my life.
Well, that might be overselling it a bit,
I'd hardly say so.
Hayward interjected.
She sprang into action like one of those superhumans in those god-awful films Lucas likes to watch when you're not around.
Gwen giggled.
Superheroes,
She corrected gently. Carla laid her head back against the pile of stark white pillows propped behind her.
Thank you.
And to think, Scar, this time yesterday you thought she might be the killer, not the next one on the list. Flapjack wheezed, clearly amused with himself. Carla frowned at the cat, then at me.
What is he talking about? You thought I killed Garth?
Gwen, Hayward, and I all glared at Flapjack, while Garth looked on, his mouth agape. I didn't believe Jackie's story, I insisted.
Wait.
Carla held up her hand, her eyes squeezing shut for a moment. The heart rate monitor beeped, the numbers surging higher. We don't have to discuss this right now, I told Carla.
I'm fine,
She insisted.
If what the doctors are saying is true, someone did slip me those pills. I don't take sleeping pills of any sort.
Her eyes darkened as she looked up at me.
Someone tried to hurt me, Scarlet. What did Jackie say?
Garth added, looking just as stern. Well, she wasn't explicit, but she came to the flower shop and told me she'd been hearing you two argue a lot lately. And there was one public fight at McNally's when the three of you went out following a service. Carla looked up at Garth.
I'm not sure I'm in the position to properly recall, seeing as I have staples in my head. But I don't remember an argument that night. Do you?
Garth shook his head.
I mean, I told you to stop buying drinks, but that was all in good fun. You never let me treat you when we went.
They shared a smile, and my heart wrenched in my chest.
Right,
Carla said with a sad smile.
I remember that now. I actually had a headache. That's why I left after just one drink. The music and the clacking of the billiard balls were too much for me.
I sighed. Okay, so why would Jackie want to paint Carla out to be an enemy?
Who knows? Carla said. Maybe she just misunderstood. She did have too much to drink that night,
Garth interjected. Wincing, he added,
We both did. She probably misremembered when she woke up the next day, Carla said. I know things look a little hazy and dark when I wake up with a hangover. Not to mention she was upset with me, Garth muttered.
Carla cocked her eyebrow in Garth's direction.
Why was she upset with you?
Silvery cheeks darkened, and he looked to me briefly, before scooting even closer to Carla's side.
There's something you should know, he began, his voice low.
Hold on, I said, then gestured to my trio of ghosts. Let's give them some space.
No, it's okay, Scarlet. You all can stay. In fact, I would like you to.
Carla's brows knitted together.
What's going on, Garth?
He smiled, though it didn't fully reach his eyes.
Carla, there's something that I should have told you, but I never got the courage. But now, if finding out the truth about my death does open the portal to whatever comes next, I don't want to go through with any regrets.
Okay. His lips trembled as he continued.
The truth is, Carla, I've been in love with you for quite some time now.
He breathed a laugh.
Heck, probably since the day you interviewed me for the job. I'll never forget the way you looked when you gave me that first tour. You were so sure-footed and confident. It was like being shown into this new world. And there you were, at the center of it all, confident, secure, and strong. Compassionate without being a pushover. And I just knew.
Carla's eyes welled up with more unshed tears, until one slid down her cheek and splashed onto the starched hospital sheets. He started to reach for her, his hand extended toward her cheek as though to wipe it away, only to stop short. His smile wavered, then rebounded quickly.
"Why didn't you say something?"
Carla whispered.
"I wanted to, but I didn't think you felt the same way,"
Garth replied, his eyes downcast.
"Garth,"
she breathed. He looked up.
"I didn't want to risk losing our friendship. I got close to telling you several times, in fact, but the words just got all tangled up with the doubt and worry, and so I never managed to get them out. I'm sorry."
You don't have to apologize. I feel like I should be the one apologizing to you, if anything. That is, if I made you feel you couldn't tell me. Garth's smile widened.
"It feels good to tell you now, even though it's too late, I suppose."
"Thank you," Carla said. "I care very much for you, too. And regardless of what happens next, whether you move on from this realm or the next, I want you to know that I'll be here for you. You're welcome to stay as long as you need to." Garth smiled, though it was bittersweet and tinged with sadness.
"I suppose we'll have to see. I know you have your own life and the full responsibility of running the place. I don't want to be a burden."
"You're not," Carla insisted, sharply enough the numbers on the heart monitor jolted up again. Sighing, she sagged back against the pillows. "To tell you the truth, I've been keeping things from you two." She looked at me. "The reason I've been so distracted and missing in action these past weeks is due to an accounting issue. In doing my tax preparations, my accountant found out the charity organization we've donated thousands of dollars to is a fraud. It's not actually a 501c3 nonprofit. I don't know all the details. Bob is still looking into it for me. But needless to say, it's requiring us to go through some of our past returns and file a bunch of extra paperwork. The whole thing is such a mess. I mean, who would do something like that? Make up a fake charity?" Exhaustion washed over the woman's face. "As low as it gets, if you ask me. I'm really sorry, Carla." The door opened, and I scooted out of the way, inadvertently passing through Gwen. A chill crept up my spine as she darted to the corner. "Sorry, Scarlett," she squeaked. A nurse appeared in the doorway and gave me a soft smile. "I need to get her vitals. The doctor will be back shortly." I nodded. "I'll let you rest up," I said, stepping to the opposite side of the bed from Garth. I squeezed her hand. "I'll come back later. And of course, text if you need anything before then, okay?" "Thank you, Scarlett." Carla held my gaze for a long moment, a silent understanding passing between us. I gave her hand a final squeeze, then slipped from the room. 19. The bittersweet moment of Garth's confession settled in my chest as I made my way toward the bank of elevators and rode back to the first floor of the hospital. After the unexpected early morning wake-up call, I was in desperate need of at least 1 cup of coffee, most likely 2. Fortunately, the hospital had a cafe tucked in beside the gift shop. Somewhere along the way, I lost track of Gwen, Hayward, and Flapjack, but I couldn't talk to them openly anyway, so I figured it didn't matter. I stepped to the counter and made sure I could use my payment app before ordering the biggest coffee on the menu and a scone the size of a softball. In the panic to get out of the house, I'd left my purse at home. Order in hand, I settled in at one of the tables overlooking a courtyard with a fountain in the center, undoubtedly a tribute to a wealthy benefactor. The infusion of bold coffee helped me wade through the exhaustion, and my mind shuffled through the events of the past weeks, arranging them in order like playing cards. It all made sense, right up until the end. Andrea's confession still didn't sit right with me, especially in light of Carla's information about the fraudulent charity, not to mention the sleeping pills. If Andrea killing Garth was nothing more than a tragic accident, then why would she need to poison Carla? not to mention the logistics of it. As far as I knew, she was still at the police station, likely awaiting her turn before a judge. There were only 2 people I knew of who had a direct link to both Garth and Carla. And one of them had a solid alibi for the night of Garth's death. That left Jackie. She had the means, with her own key to the funeral home, but it fell apart when considering her motive. In my initial conversation with her about Garth's death, she'd seemed truly distraught over losing him. Had Garth's death truly been an accident? Andrea's version of events was tragic but plausible. Perhaps the circumstances were identical, but instead of Andrea, it had been Jackie. Without my purse, I couldn't consult the sticky note to recall the exact times of the 2 power outages that night, but it seemed to follow that Jackie might have been the first to flip the switch, electrocuting Garth, and leaving Andrea to flip it the second time, less than an hour later. Upon finding Garth, Andrea assumed the worst and fled. But then why go after Carla? Andrea had already taken the fall. I tore a hunk of blueberry scone off the corner, chewing fiercely as the questions swirled and multiplied. When the last crumbs were swept into a napkin and the coffee cup ran dry, I resisted the urge to go and order a refill and instead exited the small cafe, only to be nearly flattened by a woman coming out of the neighboring gift shop, her line of sight obscured by a large basket filled with flowers, a bouquet of mylar balloons tied to its handle. "Oh, I'm so sorry," the woman exclaimed, peering around the enormous arrangement. "Scarlet?" My breath hitched in the back of my throat as I scrambled back a step. "Jackie, I didn't expect to see you here." "Thanks for leaving me the message," she replied, still struggling to find a comfortable way to hold the basket and manage to see past it. "How is she doing?" "I think she's resting now. They say she got very lucky." I studied Jackie's face for any hint of remorse, and while none showed, I also noted there wasn't a hint of surprise or even sadness. Setting my jaw, I decided on another path to the information I wanted. "You can put your name in at the nurse's station, but I'm not sure they'll let you up to see her. I'm actually headed out now. I need to go to the police station to answer some questions." That got Jackie's eyebrows perked. "The police? What for?" I stuck with the story I'd given to them, figuring it was the best non-ghost-related cover story. "They don't think it was an accident," I told Jackie, carefully studying her face for the slightest sign of a twitch or crease. "They think someone was lacing her tea with sleeping pills. She called me tonight and told me she didn't feel well and she was worried there might have been something in it. Now, in the light of Andrea's confession—" "Andrea's what?" The tight leash Jackie kept on her expression started to strain. "What are you talking about?" I canted my head to the left. "You didn't hear?" "Hear what? What's this about? What does Andrea have to do with any of this?" "Andrea confessed to accidentally killing Garth. She's in police custody as we speak. She turned herself in yesterday afternoon." Jackie's eyes widened so far I could see a sliver of white all the way around her irises. "It's a really sad story, but since it was an accident, they don't expect her to serve much time." She killed him?" I nodded. "She wrote it down in a letter to Carla. She got in late to do the cleaning, and when her vacuum cleaner wouldn't work, she found the breaker turned off. Not realizing Garth was working on the lights, she turned the power back on, and then found him dead." "Why didn't she call for help?" "I imagine she got spooked, but I haven't been able to talk to her directly, so I'm not sure. Seems like she heard there was a growing suspicion around his death, although I can't figure out how. You wouldn't happen to know. After all, Brock told you I was going around asking questions. Did you happen to pass that along to Andrea?" Jackie ran her teeth over her bottom lip. her eyes not quite focusing, as though she couldn't fully see me standing there in front of her. I might have said something, she stammered. She texted me to let me know you'd been poking around in one of the storage rooms. Jackie's eyes came back into focus. She thought you were stealing from the funeral home. Stealing? It was my turn to balk. I told her you were looking into Garth's death. It must have spooked her, if the next thing she did was go to the police. But what I don't understand is what happened to Carla. If Garth's death was a tragic accident, why would someone dose Carla with prescription-strength sleeping pills, which she claims not to take? It's a little too much to write off as a coincidence, don't you think? Jackie shook her head. I don't know. Why are you asking me? I shrugged. Just getting you up to speed. A lot has happened since the last time we talked. Jackie straightened, her other arm going to wrap around the basket, partially concealing her face again. Well, thank you for the info. I can take it from here. We don't have any services planned, so Carla can take all the time she needs to rest up. Good to hear. Well, like I said, I'm headed to the station. I'll let them know I filled you in. You don't have to do that, Jackie exclaimed. I didn't have anything to do with this, so I don't think you even need to bring my name up. I considered her for another long moment, then offered her my most saccharine of smiles and nodded. Of course, you're right. Have a good day. The nurse's station is that way. Without waiting, I spun on my heels and headed out of the hospital, my phone already in my hand, texting Lucas a request. 3 hours later, I returned to the hospital and made my way up to Carla's room, all but bursting to fill her in. I stopped at the nurse's station to get a visitor's badge and found Hayward, Gwen, and Flapjack loitering in the hallway outside the room. The doctor is in there, Gwen supplied, gesturing at the closed door. They think she took the pills herself, so they're doing some extra mental health assessments. But she swears she doesn't have a prescription for them, and even if she did, she is adamant she would never take more than the prescribed amount. Judging by what I knew of Carla and her regimented personality, I was inclined to believe her. And, with my most recent findings, I had a pretty good idea where the pills had indeed come from. Unfortunately, the hallways were teeming with activity. From nurses and doctors to the various support staff that served as the heart of every hospital, so I couldn't very well fill the ghosts in on the latest information until we were inside Carla's room. It didn't take long for the doctor to emerge, and I waited a beat before slipping inside. I'd gone home long enough to shower and change into proper clothes, then stopped by Lily Pond to make sure Lizzie had things well in hand. Fortunately, the crushing weight of the tourist and wedding season was not yet upon us. I'd held down the fort while Lizzie ran out to make the scant deliveries on the schedule, then begged for forgiveness before leaving her to close up for the day. This time, I'd need more than a jumbo latte and an extra order of onion rings to make up for the favor. I'd already made a mental note to add a bonus to her next paycheck. Carla still looked paler than usual, but her eyes looked more alert as she sat upright in the large hospital bed and watched the small flat-screen TV mounted to the wall beside the door to the bathroom. "Scarlett, what are you still doing here?" she asked, gesturing for me to come closer. "I promise I haven't been here the whole time," I told her. "But if you're feeling up to it, there is something I need to tell you." By way of an answer, she gestured vaguely at one of the hard plastic chairs lined against the opposite wall. Garth sat in the other, watching her with worry pinched between his thick brows. "Is everything all right?" Garth asked, as I sat beside him. Hayward, Gwen, and Flapjack also piled into the room, eager to hear my news. I set my purse on the floor and leaned forward to dig out a folded sheet of paper. I'd printed it out at the shop while Lizzie was out doing deliveries. Handing it to Carla, I glanced around the room. "I think this may explain what's going on." Carla frowned as she unfolded it. Her dark eyes scanned the text, once, twice, then bobbed up to meet my gaze. "What is this?" I exhaled, bracing myself for the conversation ahead. "I think Jackie is the one behind both Garth's death and this attack on you," I began, looking from the distraught ghost beside me and then back to Carla before continuing. Lucas used to work for an international security firm. They have an entire department devoted to cybersecurity. He had one of his former coworkers do some digging into the charity company the funeral home donates to. I got the name of it from your website, I explained. Lacing my fingers together, I braced my elbows atop my knees. It was hidden behind some walls, but when they stripped it all the way back, they found a shell company, an LLC, behind the fake nonprofit. All of the money you've paid out to the charity eventually gets funneled into a bank account registered in this LLC's name. If you look there, you can see the name on file as the owner. "Who is J.C. Pearl?" Carla asked. "It's Jackie. Apparently, she was married once before and kept her last name. Pearl is her maiden name." Garth and Carla both gasped. Carla's hand, riddled with IV lines, lifted carefully to cover her mouth. "The money's been going to Jackie this whole time?" "It seems that way. Do you remember where you first heard of the charity?" Garth swirled around Carla's shoulder, the bed cutting his semi-translucent form in half as he crowded close enough to read the paper for himself. "It was Jackie's suggestion," he said, a memory dawning in his silver eyes. "I remember. You had several charities picked out and were trying to decide which one would appeal to people more. And Jackie came in with a whole sob story about how her cousin's family was basically saved by this organization. And you, being the kind soul that you are," he said, smiling gently at Carla, "you liked the idea of the charity being so close to an employee's heart, and thought others in town would too." "I'm so sorry, Carla. This level of betrayal is, well, it's unimaginable." "Gracious, Lady Scarlet, this is quite a discovery," Hayward exclaimed. "But why kill Garth?" Carla asked. "Why try to poison me? This is awful, but what does it have to do with what's happened?" Carla extended the paper toward me, and I took it, running my fingernail along the crease to fold it back in half before stashing it in my purse. "That I don't know. My assumption would be that she felt like she was on the verge of being found out, and this was her way of covering her tracks. But I ran into her this morning downstairs, and there's definitely something she's not saying." Garth and Carla exchanged a look, some understanding passing between them. "We have to confront her," Carla said. "She mentioned coming by to check on me," Carla said. "I bet I can get her here, but we need a way to get her to confess." "I think I have a plan." Carla and all four of the spectral onlookers leaned in close. 20. "I think we're officially way over capacity for visiting hours," Flapjack complained, as he jockeyed for space in between Gwen and Hayward along the wall with the windows. "He has a point," Hayward replied, pressing in close enough to the wall his elbow occasionally passed through it. I blinked at them. "That's the second time this week you two have agreed on something." Gwen eyed them. "Talk about spooky." I smiled and looked around the room. We were well indeed above the allotted number of visitors, but the nursing staff remained blissfully unaware of the 4 spirits crammed into the small room. Carla looked nervous and exhausted. We'd given her the rest of the afternoon to sleep and go for some final testing. The doctor said she would likely be released the following morning, with a stern warning about taking prescription-strength pills that weren't given to her by a doctor. Despite Carla's protests, the doctor didn't seem to believe she hadn't purposefully taken the pills, and suggested she file a police report if she suspected someone of tampering with her food or drink, which we were already planning to do, of course. There was just one final thing we needed to nail down. That was Lucas's job. He sat beside me, rock steady as always. He'd even put on a suit for the occasion. All I'm saying is I don't see why this couldn't have waited another day or two. We could have hosted this little shindig at the funeral home and had much more space. Not to mention it wouldn't smell like disinfectant and dead bodies. I rolled my eyes. It doesn't smell like dead bodies. Good grief, Flapjack, give it a rest. What must it be like to be so naive? The cat mused. I shot him a warning glower.
What do we do if she won't confess?
Garth asked, breaking through the nonsense. We can't focus on that now, I replied gently. One step at a time. Lucas smiled, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. Once she realizes the extent of the evidence, she'll crack. The room fell quiet as Jackie arrived. The arrangement she'd brought earlier sat in the corner of the room, and she walked toward it with a smile. I see you got my flowers, she said to Carla. I had to send it up with the nurses when I was here earlier. She dragged her eyes from Carla and considered me and Lucas. With a strained laugh, she folded her hands together in front of her. Have you just moved in, Scarlett? It seems like you've hardly left Carla's side. She's just being a friend, Carla said, holding my gaze for a moment, and the tension faded long enough for my heart to warm at the look in her eyes. You look familiar, Jackie said, having already moved on to Lucas. This is my husband, I said. He came by the funeral home the other day. Oh, right, I guess the suit threw me off. Can we get to the good part? Flapjack exclaimed. Hayward and Gwen promptly shushed him. Lucas cleared his throat and stood to his full height. I know I told you I was there to fix the internet connection, but that wasn't quite true, he told Jackie. Her brow furrowed. Oh? Well, okay, I guess. She shrugged and gave a soft laugh, looking at Carla and me. Carla only glowered. Jackie, I think you should sit down. Jackie's hand went to the strap of her boxy handbag. Why's that? I am, in fact, Scarlett's husband. But I am also a private contractor in the cyber crimes arena. Carla recently discovered some discrepancies and asked me to look into them. Does the name J.C. Pearl mean anything to you? Jackie's eyes widened. That was my maiden name, but why? Why would you need to know that? She twisted around to look at Carla. What's going on, Carla? You're having me investigated or something? We know you were stealing from me, Carla exclaimed, quickly abandoning the plan as her emotions spiked. You made up that dummy charity and the sob story about your cousin. You're crazy, Jackie said, shaking her head. We have it here, Lucas said, pulling 2 sheets from a manila envelope. The charity and the Shell Corporation registered to one J.C. Pearl. I have someone working to pull your financials, but I'll bet the charity deposits line up. The last part was a bluff, but it didn't matter. Jackie didn't wait around to offer any pushback. You're all out of your minds. You can speak to my lawyer. With that, she jerked around, her handbag swinging. The loose handle caught on a rolling cart near the door, and the basket-like compartment swung wildly, spilling some of the contents onto the floor. A wallet, tube of lipstick, and an assortment of coins scattered. But no one was watching the random items. All eyes stayed glued to an orange prescription bottle as it rattled over the linoleum. Jackie lunged for it, but Lucas was faster. He snatched the bottle from the floor, just before Jackie's fingers closed on it. He inspected it briefly before passing it to me. Sleeping pills. I shook the tube. It was empty. Says here it was refilled just a few days ago, I said, tapping my nail against the label affixed to the plastic.
How could you?
Carla exclaimed. Garth's eyes clouded over with a look so dark it would be enough to send Jackie running if she could see it for herself. Jackie's eyes turned feral as she lunged toward me and tried to rip the bottle from my hand. Lucas inserted himself between us, his arms out wide to block me from Jackie's clawing hands. Jackie, it's over, I told her. We know what you did. The doctors have already advised Carla to file a police report. How long do you think it will take them to put the pieces together? It was an accident, she exclaimed around a strangled cry. Carla swore. You slipped me a bottle of sleeping pills by accident? Come on, Jackie. You're going to have to do better than that to convince anyone. I had no choice, okay? She snarled. I didn't want any of this to happen. Lucas moved to the side, clearing my line of sight, as Jackie slumped to the floor, gathering the scattered contents of her purse. They were going to turn me in. I knew they were just biding their time, she continued, shaking her head as she jammed the items into the bag. All the hushed meetings, shared glances. I just knew. Garth squealed. I never should have trusted him. My eyes flew to the ghost in question. He looked every bit as shocked as I felt. Wait, Garth knew about the charity scam? I asked. Jackie shoved to her feet, tottering slightly in her heels. Yes, I told him the night we slept together. He was saying he needed an investor for his fishing business, and I made a joke about how I could get him the cash from the Jackie fund. He thought I was kidding, and I brushed it off. But then later that night after She rolled one hand through the air. You know, I confessed. I told him something I'd never told anyone. My darkest secret. Garth hovered mere inches from Jackie's face, his expression aghast.
I don't know what she's talking about. Scarlett, Carla, you have to believe me.
And do you know what he did? How he responded? Jackie barreled on. He pretended to be asleep. Fake snoring and all. She scoffed. I should have known then what was coming. He was horrified. I should have known his loyalty would be to her. Jackie whirled around, focusing her ire on Carla. So yeah, fine. It was me. I killed him. Jackie took a beat, the words dissolving into the moment of startling quiet. She hiked her bag up her shoulder and stared defiantly. I texted him that night to see how the investor meeting went. You know, because I cared. She tossed her head. I thought maybe we could go out and get a drink or something. That maybe... Well, that doesn't matter. Anyway, he replied and told me he was at the funeral home, that he was fixing a lamp before the service next day, so I decided to go over and surprise him. I thought one thing might lead to another. I always had this fantasy of doing it right where the... Jackie! Carla and I both shouted at once. Garth buried his face in his hands. Across the room, Hayward's eyes looked on the verge of popping out of his skull like a pair of champagne corks.
Surely she can't mean...
Gwen shushed him in a soothing tone and patted his arms. His mustache twitched. You're going to need to get a Costco-sized bottle of disinfectant, Flapjack told Carla. I got there, and Garth was all riled up. Brock had stopped by, and they'd argued, I guess. I tried to make him feel better, but he rejected me. A ripple of fresh fury and pain crossed Jackie's face. I told him off for leading me on, and I turned to leave. I passed the circuit board on the way out. The door was hanging open, and I just snapped, I guess. It was one of those intrusive thoughts. I pulled the switch, but I regretted it. I flipped it right back.
It doesn't seem to have mattered, Carla said, her voice cold as ice. Jackie looked down and gave a single curt nod. I know that. It was too late. Garth's form wavered in and out of sight as he processed the revelation. I wrapped my arms around myself, still holding the empty pill bottle. I don't get it. Why go after Carla? You got away with killing Garth. Andrea was even set to take the fall once we realized it wasn't an accident. Jackie's eyes snapped up to glower at me. Well, I didn't know that until this morning after bumping into you, or I wouldn't have. She broke off and gave Carla a fleeting look. I'm sorry, all right? But I thought Garth had told you the truth. I was asleep, Garth roared right into Jackie's face, though not so much as a strand of her hair moved for all his effort and emotion. I wasn't faking anything. Heh, that's what she said, Flapjack muttered. Hayward kicked out a shoe, booting the feline into the adjoining room's wall. I couldn't risk being found out, Jackie said, then turned her glower at Lucas. But I guess it's a bit late for all that, huh? He nodded. Jackie considered it for a moment, then shrugged. At least you didn't die. You should be grateful. Ah! Carla vaulted from the bed, sending a host of monitoring equipment into a frenzy as connections came undone and her IV ripped out of her arm. Her hands went to Jackie's throat, but I wrestled Jackie out of reach. A security officer rushed in alongside a pack of nurses, and the scene became a blur of chaos. Between the ghosts, Carla and Jackie, the medical staff, I lost track for a moment. Somehow, in the madness, Jackie gave everyone the slip and vanished. I started to go after her, toward the elevators, but Lucas caught my arm and reeled me back in. Let her run, he said. She won't get far, and we have everything we need to get her arrested by nightfall. He held out his phone, assuring me he'd caught the whole confession on the recording. With Carla, Lucas, and me all there as corroborating witnesses, it wouldn't take much convincing to have her taken in. My role in the fight for truth was at an end, and now it was time for justice to be done. I thought the play started at 7, Lucas said from his place on the couch. Summer had arrived, and with it, a string of sweltering days that proved a bit more than our current air conditioning system could handle, adding yet another thing to our growing list of expensive repairs and upgrades. Fortunately, between a record-breaking tourist rush and a number of last-minute wedding packages, things were up in the financial department. Lucas's client list was full, and if things continued, we should be able to tackle most of our wish list items by the holidays, in time for my parents to come for a visit. Until then, Lucas spent his evenings sprawled on the couch, guzzling iced tea and cold beers with 2 high-powered fans blowing straight at him. It does, but I have a quick pit stop to make on the way. I leaned over and kissed his slightly sweaty brow. Are you sure you don't want to come? I asked with a giggle, knowing full well the answer. Lucas cracked a grin and stared up at me, his head resting against the back of the couch. Gee, do I want to go get eaten alive by mosquitoes while a bunch of ghosts I can't hear or see put on a production of possibly the worst musical ever written? That's tempting, babe, but still going to have to pass. I laughed. Don't let Hayward hear you say that. And besides, what's wrong with cats? Lucas chuckled and shook his head, reaching for the remote control. All I'm saying is don't have too much fun. No promises. See you later. My pit stop took me to the funeral home, a place I'd become all too familiar with earlier in the spring. Whether by choice or perhaps some more deeply rooted indecision, Garth remained in this realm, though he was now free to come and go from the funeral home at will.
I bumped into Carla at Thistle a few weeks after her release from the hospital, and she'd told me of Garth's decision to stick around a little longer. He'd teasingly told her he was there just in case she needed him to walk her through getting the printer unjammed, or provide reminders about the needlessly complicated houseplant watering schedule. For her part, Carla seemed at peace with their new arrangement, and I knew that when the time was right, she'd see to it that Garth found his way to the other side. In the meantime, it was nice to see a familiar face whenever I stopped at the funeral home. Tonight, he floated on the front porch, talking to Smokey, the gray and white tabby, as he lolled in the last of the sun patch moving across the porch. Garth looked up at the sound of my approach and smiled. "Hello, Scarlett. It's nice to see you. What brings you by?" Before I could answer, the front door opened and Carla stepped out. "There you are." She offered me a warm smile and gestured me up the front steps. Garth got up from the newly installed front porch swing and went to stand beside Carla. "Are we still on?" she asked. I nodded, then turned and realized my passenger hadn't followed me out of the car. With the opening night mere hours away, I hadn't bothered to ask Flapjack, Hayward, or Gwen to accompany me, but I hadn't come alone. There, in the front seat of my car, Olive sat, her arms folded over her chest. I beckoned for her, and after a hesitant moment, she emerged through the passenger side door and floated cautiously up the sidewalk, hovering beside me at the perimeter of the small parking lot. "I think I'm having second thoughts," she said, pitching her voice low as she leaned toward me. "You don't have to make a decision tonight," I reminded her. We'd had this conversation half a dozen times since I made the original proposal. Turning, I gestured between Olive and Carla. "This is Carla, and that's Garth. Carla, Garth, this is Olive." Olive gave a nod. "It's going to be all right, Olive," Carla said, offering her a kind smile. On its face, the plan seemed a little outlandish, maybe even irresponsible. But I'd run it by Carla, and when she hadn't laughed me out of her office, I decided it wasn't so far-fetched after all. Olive's fear of crossing over hadn't abated all summer long, and her paranoia over the light finding her was starting to consume her every waking moment, to the point where an intervention seemed like the only option. Carla escorted us to the viewing room, where she had already laid out the summoning instruments in their circle. The small pyramid glittered in the soft light, but wasn't yet glowing with supernatural power. Still, the sight of the circle alone was enough for Olive to balk, freezing in the doorway from the hall. "Can I stay right here? I don't want to get any closer." Garth, too, hung to the outskirts of the room, perhaps remembering the last time he'd seen the objects laid out in the center. "That's fine. This won't take long," Carla replied. "I can't hold the portal open for long. My powers were quite depleted after the last summoning." Her smile faded a little as she added, "Of course, I imagine my little hospital stay didn't help matters." A moment of silence stretched at the reminder. Jackie had taken a plea deal of her own and was serving a 20-year sentence in a women's prison somewhere out of state. Andrea had been declared innocent and released, but she, too, quickly moved away afterward, wanting to start fresh somewhere else. Carla hadn't advertised it around, but I happened to know on good authority, aka Gwen, that Carla had slipped the woman a generous bonus in her final check, with a handwritten note wishing her luck. Carla began chanting, and I pulled my attention to the matter at hand. Earlier in the year, a woman named Gigi had crossed over to the other side. Olive knew the woman well, as they'd been in the support group together for several months before Gigi's crossing. Carla recited the first incantation, and the lines surrounding the sacred items illuminated, sending Olive shrinking back. Garth gently offered her his arm, keeping her close enough so she could see inside. As the final words of the incantation left Carla's lips, a flicker of the wall sconces heralded Gigi's arrival. Garth flinched and held more tightly to Olive's arm. Gigi's spirit stood calmly in the center of the circle, her doe eyes taking in the room and adjusting to her sudden change of venue. Olive, still hesitating at the threshold, locked eyes with Gigi, and a visible wave of relief washed over her. "Peaches? Is that you?"
"Olive."
Gigi's voice, though ethereal, filled the room with warmth. "We don't have long," I said, stepping forward to draw Gigi's attention. "The portal will close soon and you'll go back to where you came from, but we were hoping you might help offer some comfort to Olive. Her doorway to the other side has come, but she's unsure about crossing over." Gigi's eyes softened.
"Oh, Olive, you don't have to be afraid. It's wonderful here."
Olive's folded arms loosened, her posture softening as Gigi spoke. The fear that had clung to her like a shroud began to dissipate, replaced by a budding curiosity and an emerging sense of peace. "But what about Mabel? I can't just leave her." Gigi looked to Carla and me, a twinge of uncertainty in her eyes.
"There are mysteries I cannot reveal, but Olive, I assure you, if the light has come for you, it means both you and Mabel are ready for what comes next. You have to trust the universe and its magic, Olive. Let go of your fears."
As Gigi's form began to fade, she reached out towards Olive, her figure becoming more translucent with each passing moment.
"I'll be waiting for you whenever you're ready."
With those final words, Gigi vanished completely, leaving a serene quiet in her wake as the light encircling the ritual items dulled to a faint sheen. In the silence that followed, a soft, golden light appeared around Olive, its gentle luminosity contrasting with the dimness of the viewing room. Olive gazed at it, her earlier apprehension replaced with wonder. Then, slowly, she stepped forward, moving closer to the light. As she did, her form began to shimmer, echoing Gigi's departure, but with a tranquility that was all her own. "I'm ready," she said, more to herself than to any of us watching. With a final glance back, a smile of gratitude and newfound serenity on her face, Olive stepped into the light. We watched in silent reverence as the light enveloped her, and then, like the soft closing of a book, it faded, taking Olive with it. The room felt peaceful, the heavy atmosphere replaced with a sense of closure and hope.
"Well, safe to say that was much better than the last summoning,"
Garth said, grinning with pride at Carla. Carla returned the smile, the light fading completely. "Thank you, Carla. I don't think she would have found her way without your help." "The credit goes to you," she replied, kneeling to pick up the instruments. "It was a great idea, and no risk of limbo." "Seems like we've found a way we can work together, huh?" I said, with a knowing smile. "It feels good to be on the same side." Carla laughed softly. "I'm not saying we should make this a regular thing, but I suppose you have taught me that ignoring the spirits in this realm might not be the right thing to do. I can't say I'm willing to throw open the doors and let them pile in for a weekly therapy session, but I'm considering ways to maybe do my part and help improve the afterlives of the ghosts in town." Garth smiled at us, his thumbs hooked in his tool belt.
"I'll tell you, I never in a million years would have imagined any of this, but I'm really happy I get to be a part of it."
I reached out with a bit of magic and patted him on the back. Speaking of getting more involved with the ghost community, how would you two like to come with me to a play? Somewhere in the back of my mind, Hayward's voice echoed. I mean, musical. Carla, Garth, and I arrived at the Rosewood Chapel just after dusk. Hayward's scouts assured us there would be no interruptions from anyone associated with the church. Carla helped me pull the set designs from the trunk of my car. In the end, the ghosts had decided to go with banners versus wooden cutouts. Sturgeon and Lucas had painted 3 scenes, which was quite a sight all on its own, and naturally came with plenty of flapjack commentary. I hope it's okay I brought 2 guests, I told Gwen, as I went to stake the banner in the ground behind the makeshift stage area. Across the lawn, Hayward stood speaking to his players with the importance and grandiose of a decorated general sending his troops to the front lines. He'll be pleased as punch, Gwen replied with a wink. Now go, take your seats. I sat on a cracked stone bench beside Garth, with Carla on his other side. I guess I should have brought snacks. Carla rummaged in her purse and handed over a chocolate peanut butter granola bar. I shrugged. Works for me, thanks. Carla smiled as the spectral players assembled, preparing to start the show. So wait, Flapjack the cat is also playing the role of a cat? She asked, her eyes locked on the Himalayan, who floated off to one side, going through an intense stretching routine as Hayward gave his final instructions. I giggled under my breath. Let me tell you, it was a long road to get here, so don't pick at it too much, for my sake. Carla laughed, but we reined in our amusement as Hayward took to the stage, having given himself the role of old Deuteronomy himself, playing opposite Flapjack's rendition of Monkestrap. The most surprising moment came when Trevor, the young ghost I'd met that spring, appeared and debuted an angelic singing voice in the role of Rum Tum Tugger. The whole scene was a nutty delight, with a mix of hand-painted paper sets and the mixed array of costumes, seeing as none of the local ghosts had actually died while performing in a musical, and therefore were not in the appropriate garb. The ghost playing Grisabella stuck out the most, perhaps, in her flannel pajamas with a rubber ducky print woven into the cloth. As the final number drew to a close, Garth, Carla, and I burst into applause, along with a handful of other ghosts who had come to watch, not perform. Hayward guided his cast through the curtain call with the puffed-out chest of a proud papa, and despite the humor of it all, I found my eyes misting up a bit when he took the final bow. As the applause faded and the ghosts left the stage, the moon gleamed all the brighter on the little chapel and the forest surrounding it. There truly was a place for everyone, living or dead, in Beechwood Harbor.